expect respect. From one 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 expect respect. Respect. From one expect respect. From one expect respect. From one expect respect.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Rest LATAM series. We're into our third one of the region and therefore we are at the past the halfway point of our Latin American series. There's only two more of these tournaments to go. We're about to look to round out who's going to be going to the Belgrade LAN. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne to open things up for our group stage proceedings. It certainly has been a fun little bit of action over the last two.
Indeed it has, and it gives us more of an encouraging note of kind of who are those teams that we're expecting to do fairly consistently. There's a lot of these teams here that have participated in the first and the second event, some teams that maybe went out in last place but came back with a playoff position the next time around. So just getting a bit of a track record and a bit of a gauge of where all these teams sit.
As I mentioned before, our two tournaments have already gone forwards. We have two more left, and today will be the opening day of our third regional proceedings. All opening matches of our group stage and 4 best-of-3s to bring you over the course of today. Dwayne and I are taking you through our first two in Odic versus La Ruganatera and Red Canids versus W7M. And later on tonight, we'll have Fluxo versus Team Solid and Bounty Hunters versus MIBR.
Yeah, Bounty Hunters, a couple of players that got picked up by this Argentinian squad that we've got in the opening game. MIBR as well, in really decent track record. Odic, a team that obviously was at the RMR, 1 game away from making it to the major. There's a lot of teams that would love that chance to get to play at another LAN event, to get to go out to Serbia.
Well, of course, they've got plenty of chances to do so still remaining here. Of course, these are just the opening games of their respective groups, so we'll take you through where the initial standings will look up. And again, looking forward to how the overall tournament plays out because it's all about the rest circuit, Dwayne. These are the standings as of today. Right now, Fluxo and Team Solid are in position to take the 2 spots out of the Latin American region.
Yeah, I mean, Solid is a bit of a surprise to see up there. They've had a couple of good runs. They probably are going to get challenged quite a bit, I would say, in the 3rd and the 4th tournament. I mean, I look at Fluxo and Imperial as being my 2 favorites to get that number 1 and number 2 spot.
Indeed. Well, of course, there is only a couple of tournaments to try and see if they can usurp them, and there is quite a bit of a difference in terms of those points between 2nd and 3rd place. Of course, the European Series has only seen one of those tournaments playing out, so a lot of moving room when it comes to that side of things. But again, our focus is all on Latin America and seeing who can try and thump the likes of Fluxo and Solid by the end of this season's tournament. We'll start with our opening games, of course, in Group A, Odic and La Ruganatera versus taking each other on, of course, today alongside Fluxo and Team Solid, who will hope to try and post up those kind of numbers in this kind of match.
And for Odic, I mean, in the last 3 months, they've actually been putting up some decent performances, but you have a look at what they did last time around here, and they went out in last place. They went 0-2 in their opening game. They went down 1-2 in the elimination in the lower bracket, and you just don't expect that for a team of the caliber of players that they have.
Well, of course, this is just Group A situation. Group B is where we'll focus on the other 2 opening games from today. I mentioned, of course, MIBR Bounty Hunters, and, of course, our second match today, Dwayne, Red Cannons and W7M. I have to say, I haven't casted a Red Cannons and W7M game since the nether times of pre-pandemic. So I'm looking forward to see how these lineups and how these organizations have shaped up in recent form, especially because for that particular match, there is a bit of rivalry behind it.
Well, for Red Canids, this was a team that went all the way to the grand final in the last iteration of the tournament. They don't have a 5th player at the moment, so they're kind of going into that entire group stage and inside of this tournament, playing with their coach as their 5th spot.
Well, over in Group C, you can see that Pain Gaming, Galleries, Bestia, and Sharks are up in action in their particular opening games. That, of course, is all to come in tomorrow's proceedings because our opening games today just focus on Group A and Group B. And over in Group D as well, you will see some other familiar names, Inferior Academy and Imperial. Of course, the 3rd place team trying to usurp the boys over in the top 2 alongside Adamale. I'm going to struggle to say that when it comes to actually casting those guys, but they're going to take on Case in the other of the opening games for Group D. So that's just sort of a quick introduction to how the groups have shaped up for the third series. So let's focus on the games that we have coming up for you today. Auric in action first and foremost versus La Ruganatera. And this one's very interesting, Blake, because even though the names on the paper and the organizations, or I guess August names itself in the case of La Ruganatera, have faced up against each other in the past, the two cores actually don't have a lot of history between the two of them.
No, and for Auric, I mean, this is a team that in recent form actually look quite rough. They're on an 8-game losing streak right now, 6 best-of-1s and 2 best-of-3s back-to-back on HLTV. Their last win was about 3 weeks ago where they beat Case 2-1 in a best-of-3. So they'll look to try and bounce back. This is obviously a lineup with familiar names. Woody and Turtle first come straight to your mind when they played on MIBR and played at a Tier 1 level, or at least frequently competing at sort of Tier 1 LAN tournaments coming through qualifications from the local scene. So for Auric, looking at the players they've got and the recent run of form, it actually has been quite concerning as of late.
Indeed it has, and the idea you're facing up against the team in the first matchup of this season, the one that at least for the handful of players on that side of the board that did eliminate you from the last edition of this series, La Ruganeta have done quite fair in terms of their own position. I will say that they're a team that have only been able to go towards those playoffs before getting knocked out in the round of 8, but they have made some changes. They had Kaiser and Naz previously. We've got Zoc and Nash now back in as the new permanent players, and I think there was also BK1 who was standing in, who also got added in of his own right. So again, a lot of shifts when it comes to this particular squad.
Now, something to note as well is that they parted ways with Argentinian players and they've picked up players from Uruguay. So we've got a little bit of diversity in the roster here for the boys. And look, anytime you're able to go 2 tournaments back-to-back with at least playoff positions, that's got to be the goal. That's got to be the expectation for the Argentinians, is to get at least to the playoffs again, at least get to that quarterfinal matchup.
And see if they can go a little bit further on, because if you're making roster changes, given the fact you're making top 8, it indicates you want to go that little bit further. Can they do that is the question on the front of our minds. Map Veto's Dweg. Again, we have seen history of these two names, but in terms of these two cores, it might get very different here.
Yeah, Nuke and Ancient is normally a lot of picks for both of these teams. Ancient is liked by the Argentinians, but Overpass comes through and Anubis. So certainly maps that we don't see all that frequently. If Nuke gets floated right to the tail end, I think that the Argentinians will be happy about that one. And indeed it is.
Indeed, they should be very happy with it. I think the thing, again, is how much has the map pool changed with those new roster additions over on the Argentinian side? Because as far as I'm aware, at least when it comes to HLTV competition, this is the first of the matches that has the new 5-man roster involved in it. So there's going to be a key moment of discovery in this best of 3, and I think probably a good litmus test to take on a team like Auric and again, just compare the pair of the last series to this one.
You mentioned, obviously, the map pools. We've never seen Overpass come through as a map pick. Now, they might look at that from Auric and say, oh, it's one of the weaker maps in the pool for them. They don't play a massive amount of it. But at the same time, when you're still working with a core 3 of the players that have never picked into Overpass, there are going to be some question marks with the opening map in this series.
Yeah, the only map on record in the last 3 months here for Ruganeta is down to 9Z during the first regional series, and that was an overtime blowout, which, to be fair, it is 9Z, so you've got that whole backing there in terms of that particular team. However, I don't think that it's enough of any sort of like a depth to sort of prove it. It certainly feels like much more of a punish pick than anything else, or that being a strength from the Argentinians. Again, it would be a decent sort of curveball, considering that we don't really know what to expect out of them. But it does seem to me like Auric should, on paper, be kind of the favourites just by default of that factor.
Well, for me, even though they've had a little bit of a recent run of form that doesn't look positive, you also need to consider the teams that they've been playing. I mean, the last 6 best-of-1s that they played, Red Cannons, Imperial, and MIBR. So kind of teams towards that higher end. You're looking at the Argentinian roster that's just made a couple of changes. 2 players on debut today. Everything's going to point in the way of Auric. Even though the head-to-head last time around had them going down, it was a pretty competitive series. So if we at least take that as a bit of an average boundary of what's maybe par, we should expect this to be a competitive series.
I mean, certainly I'm looking forward to hoping that there can be some closeness involved in it. Again, Ruganeta are a name that have beaten out Auric in the past editions of the Rest LATAM series. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether this game can sort of show up a bit more, I don't want to say upset potential, because I don't really know whether that's really an accurate sort of phrasing involved in it. But I am hoping that this one can be a bit of a blowout. There's a number of a bloodbath rather. This has got a number of curveballs in the veto. We don't really know what to expect out of the Argentinians. I will say that Auric are competing at a higher level because, you know, they're in ECL, whereas Ruganeta are not. They haven't been able to get to that level as of late. I think they've been competing in ESCA Open as the highest level in that particular ladder. So again, very, very different sort of set of standards between the two teams. So Oryx should, again, on paper, set themselves up to try and hold their confidence, to try and get this victory on the board, because it should be what they expect.
And for Oryx, they do need another deep tournament placing. Again, at the RMR, they were one game away from qualifying to the major. They then come out of the back of that, and there's some early exits in open qualifiers. They went down to MIBR last night in the Bet Boom close qual. ECL's looked a bit rough. The last LATAM American series here, they go out in last place. The only real positive note that I've seen from them recently was a grand final position in the EPL World Series. So they've at least had one tournament recently, which they've done well, but they need to get that consistency. They've got to put on a good showing here in Res.
Well, Overpass is certainly a curious first map to start off, so maybe that might set the pace for how the rest of this best of three is going to go. Pistols are already live with Oryx heavy-handed over towards the B-side defensive. Got one man in connector that is starting to push the issue, but really just down to RGT to make the execution happen outside of Monster. Good headshot first from Matios. Knight good with his own secondary kill, and they're just caught so blinded, so suppressed, can't make their way out of Monster, and now the firing squad starts to face them. A couple of trades dealt with easily by the Oryx pistol.
And what I enjoyed in that pistol round from Oryx is you've got two play styles that then get adapted on the play. So you're on the back foot the approach, right? You're kind of peeking out from the right-hand side of the short sandbag, out there from the pit and ramp position of the left-hand perspective of the pillar. And once you get those first encounters, rather than sitting back and play the man advantage, they look to keep the press up. They flash into Monster, everyone fights together, Nate gets involved with one of those kills, the Julie starts spamming away, and the Argentinians just didn't even get a look in to create that open space for the bomb site.
A very, very nice start on the CT basis. No bomb plant bonuses, of course, as you mentioned. Not really much of any breathing room being given up to the T-side forces, so it should be a second bit of a formality round here for them.
And I would say that in the South American and LATAM region, we don't often see unorged teams competing at this kind of level. So for the Argentinians, if they can get another top 8, if they can maybe get themselves into a top 4, that could edge the conversation quicker to getting signed by an org and having some backing.
Just trying to feel out where these boys are going to end up and just feeling out in general their new lineup, where they're going to stand in the grand scale of the LATAM scene. Of course, not starting up at anything in round 2 as you would expect. They are looking towards those rifle buys, so those should come in all 5 alive, and a fair amount of SMG money being gained. 4 kills on the MP9s. Let's see those AKs turn in and start to turn up some competitiveness from here on out.
I think the team name is a little bit of the play on words with the coach of Rugo himself. So La is the. So I suppose the Rugo is basically the whole team name here for the Argentinians. And now a couple of Uruguayan teammates coming in of both Zoc and Nasha, who really haven't had a huge amount of pro experience previously. Don't have a massive amount of maps played on HLTV. So I'm going to be keen to keep my eyes on those two.
If the team name is based off of the Rugo, what's the Neta part mean, Blake? That's the key question on the forefront of my mind now.
See,
I mean,
sometimes the translation doesn't always give us the full picture, so maybe let us know on Twitter.
Yeah, if you speak Spanish, let us know. I'm very curious now that Blake brought that to the table. No curiosities involved in the CT side basis outside of Ponta, who did get involved with that opening kill. Trade's very good on the AK, and I believe the bomb's been spotted for it. Now it's a case of this for Mars trying to hold on to long as his teammates start attacking from the mid presence. He's got to be careful of anyone that might come in from the bathrooms, but fortunately they are playing careful here.
And this is where Nate can make a slight info play aggressively in the bathrooms and regroup up with Matios, clear out as much of this bathrooms and banana pressure as possible, and give Turtle more of an idea that it should be a B lane. Now, they've got 2 incendiaries between them, so time stalling could be here.
Nice tags on BK1. Until he's sent up. Molotov's the back of water. Wood's going to get caught off. Relentless trying to find his angle of attack. They're so tagged up. Heavily could line up pretty nicely, but it's Knight to come forward instead to deal with Nasha. 2 versus 2. Abiz has absolutely no idea of the forward face of the short presence. Now BK1 on the other side of the site, held out in water, would have been heard on the drop down. They are making their way right around slowly to catch up to Ramp, to get that kill and to keep the streak running for Oryx.
A very good readability in that round from Oryx. Just not being stagnant, searching for information. Kind of meant for the B players. Stall for time, and our rotations are going to come down from cons. You get that first incendiary out to short water. Second incendiary is a little bit more on the bomb site directly. And while there's not a huge amount of damage actually being done by those B site players, it sets up the connector rotation. Nate can come out from the short sandbag, get in with a multi-frag, end up with 3 in the rounds. And now with a 3-0 start, Odic will be very happy with the beginning.
Good stuff to go with. Aruganeta still bringing out whatever force buy they can afford here with that bomb plant bonus in mind. Abiz flashing his way in towards short alongside his teammates. Woody press forward, is just going to charge his way into the top mid area and top long position. Matios is the first casualty to the Galil. Ponta's AWP missing an all-important shot, but the Rifles hold themselves together pretty nicely. Woody, especially with his double, providing Ponta enough breathing room to get the kill, get out of the way, and a 3-on-2 goes the way of Odic.
Yeah, very uncomfortable here for the T's, because not only are you separated from one another, but you're down by 1, and Odic once more are making that info play, but not solo. They are aggressing together out here from Monster and into short water. Abiz pretty much going to go down towards a short water.
Swing of the AK, spray through. Man goes falling, 1-on-3. Nothing should be left for the last player. This should be an easy pick-in for a 4th in a row for Odic.
And for Odic, this is the absolute start that you're looking for. You're on the city side of Overpass. It's a bit of a punish pick to come through for your opposition, and you get off to a fiery start. You're not offering a lot of bomb plants. You're not offering a lot of consistent gun rounds. For Relentless, a bomb plant might just get something out here from DICE, but there's going to be no more than that. 1v3.
Yeah, plant bonus at best. Even then, Ponta's AWP is posted. Does get caught on the shoulder shot. Low HP, so that's an easy enough frag. Can he isolate these next 2 fights is the next big concern. The Molotov's down as appropriate, gets himself back out towards bank. No information gained by the last player, but they are slowly creeping in. They're going to have to reveal themselves relatively soon. Relentless, so wary of a B-Rap and everything, but it's all down to that mid and long face. They are creeping up, revealing nothing of themselves. Smoke on the bomb. Can he line up the spray at the right moment? It's tapped once. The Rifles swing to get the headshot, and there's no worries for Odic today.
Just those 1v3 situations are always going to be so difficult to work, because when you haven't baited out enough util, they're just going to have that for the retake. There was 2 smokes to work with. They put one down onto the bomb. You tap it. You got to draw the fight out in the open, try and get that swing up. Ponta, I mean, it was actually quite surprising that he missed out that first duel, but still from the bathrooms was very successful. 4-0. Odic will be very happy.
Indeed they will. Bomb plants keep coming in for the T side though, so they're going to keep buying up as appropriate and keep giving those guns in, constantly fighting back as much as they can, producing the pressure against the Odic camp. Swing forward, aggressive as the Odic side, and they pay for it. AWP and Rifle to drop 3 players, 4 players, untraded, as finally Aruganeta get control.
What was that, 20 seconds into the round? Just straight, duel after duel, creating an opening kill out there for Monster. Odic tried to go slightly aggressive. They tried to get on the front foot from Monster, looked to fight early, and just basically lost everything. Matthias can get an exit kill, but this is going to be a very strong first round going the way of the T's.
Turning their situations around. Good efforts to get the bomb plants, to get the damage against the CT forces, but unable to really hold dominion over a round until this point, and it's a hell of a round to gain. Last player should end up dropping soon enough. Indeed, no man stays alive. And you can see what that does to the economy state. They will be able to buy, but there's a couple of players that are much lower than the rest of them, so drop weapons, produce a much larger amount of expense in this than you otherwise would for a regular rebuy. Odic. Swing round potential against them.
Get the AWP in the hands of Ponta, who, again, has been one of the AWPers of the team that's been a part of the organization for about 6 months or so. Still hasn't felt as if he's been able to show the same level of performances that he did on his previous teams of the Black Dragons and the Arctic roster. But for Odic, they'll know how important that weapon is. Now, they're waiting for a timing to get the boost up to look out to Connector and see absolutely nothing at all.
All grouped up are the T-side individuals. Ponta's AWP is ready for them to start making their moves up long. Only the one player in this side of the map. Going to get joined by the player outside of connector at the moment's notice. Flashes are being sent. Do not catch that man at all when he lands his killing blow.
That's an easy shot from Ponta. Now, Matios might be waiting for a flash from one of his B players to at least search for an opening kill out here from Top Con. Slow jiggles out from Park and into Party. Odik have even brought a third player to rotate up. This is Woody to try and help out the A defense.
AWP trying to challenge on the T-side line. Trying to return fire, trying to remove Ponta from play. There has been a semi-significant thorn in their side. Oh, crack angle faced upon. Very nicely done as Abiz takes the advantage right back for the T's. 30 seconds though. They're going to make the execution happen. Woody, his SMG, is trying to play the smoke. He's not seen until the very last moment, and he doesn't catch Zoc in time. So 2 left. Turtle out in mid, challenged upon by Abiz, leaving it all tonight alone in the backside. Back over towards Bank in heaven. Just got to save.
And Nate just can't do anything. And I want to say that that round is pretty underwhelming. An opening man advantage, the AWP on A, really 3 players on A, with your 2 players that are defending from the bathrooms and from Bank, with the 3rd player up there in Con. They've already cleared out all of short water. The info play was certainly there. They had the recognition of what was happening in the round, but individually they just weren't able to create the chances to win it out. So a 2nd round gained and a very good T-side round for them.
Still on the shot for Ruganetta, and Odik are down to basics. Like I said, the reset potential, the swing around in the previous, and you see it swinging the way of the Argentinian core. AWPs, AKs are standard, USPs is all that they can challenge with on the Odik camp. Let's see if anything can get produced in terms of the lucky casualties. Again, they are going to group up. See if anyone gives them what they want.
Now, for Odik, 1 kill would be nice, and that's pretty much everything that you're going to be able to gain out of this one. Ruganetta start getting a bit of a round streak going, start getting a bit more of a feel of just how competitive this overpass is going to be for them.
Now, all grouped up, allows the AKs to mow through them all. Unfortunate that they're not going to get any casualties out of it. They got close to Zoc. But expected round from the Ruganetta camp. 3 on the trot for them, as you mentioned, building into this round streak and building into this map up. The rifles will return from the Odik side, though. Their chance to shut this down and defend their lead.
And I mentioned for Odik, we haven't seen them win a game on HLTV for about 3 weeks or so. We haven't seen La Ruganetta actually play on HLTV for about 4 weeks. So there's 2 very different contrasts between both of these teams. But both are very determined to be able to get the victory, to be able to get this best of 3 under wraps. Nasha with the AWP had a very important duel of that AWP v AWP, sort of pick, I suppose, out from long towards Bank in the previous gun round. Let's see what he can do in round number 8.
It seems like they are going to focus his AWP onto the boost position, which actually seems like it would be the right call if they can open up the doorway in time. In the end, he does focus more in terms of getting into the top con area. Abiz instead going to wait for them to make their way through the corner. Dry face for the kill on the first. Looking to swing aggressive, but doesn't catch that second man. Matios is involved as Knight and Ponta get their returns. Also held out in mid. The AWP struggles now being the lone player left alive on the T side. It's all fallen to pieces here.
And Nasha could not do anything out there from Con. A very good timings of just the distraction points. The first duel that incorporates out there from short water, then kind of brings less attention from top of Con too. Has that swing in from Party. And Abiz would have felt pretty disappointed that he got an opening kill. He got that first 1-for-1 out there from the short sandbag, but no one else can kind of step up and help out in the round.
Odik will do well enough to keep themselves held together. Case of just getting this last rifle out. Nasha known about from all angles. Pondo's just going to slowly make his way down, dive forward, get his kill, never mind. No need to be peaceful and careful about that when you know exactly where the last contact is. Or grab the AWP, will grab 3 AKs for their trouble. Plenty of firepower at the moment. 2 to the good on the Odic side. Of Ruganetta at least have held some strong rifles, so they will bring the guns back.
And this could very much well be one of those rounds that we look at in reflection, Jay, and say that that was the one round that allowed Odic to get a lot of one-sidedness in the first half, a strong lead potentially moving into the second. 5-3 with this kind of buy, you'd be satisfied. Abiz, aggressive, a lot more aggressive than what he was in the previous rounds.
Are they ready for it? Woody certainly seems like he's got an idea of something going on short.
Well, if they walk short sandbag to take short water, they'll have to clear him out. Otherwise, this could be a lot of damage done.
Well, no noise has been made on short outside of his aggressive push. The players over at Monster are drawing attention towards them. Just drawing utility out on the Odic side. Another smoke to come down to that position as the bomb starts to make its way away. The first minute sees no major action, just suppressing the T-attack.
Well, I want to make the statement, Jay, that depending on how this kill goes down, it's going to dictate the rounds. Because you could see that for the Argentinians, they have a lot of space. They're taking the front side of party. They're moving into the bathrooms. They are going to keep walking on a contact, and this individual moment is going to be massively impactful to the round in either direction.
30 seconds to the clock. They're going to have to make their move in soon. Abyss is going to be left as the lurker player on potentially a connector. Wrap and rotate to cut off. It's Matios in with his kill. Trade from Relentless. Ponta gets involved with the AWP. The bomber's committed though, and Zok goes down anyway. Nasha left all alone to get the picks as appropriate with an AWP in his hands. The rotations all come in far too late, even though Abyss does get Turtle in the end. Nasha should not reach the bomb site in time. It's a case of exit. It's a case of protecting these two guns because it's a 6th minimum hit by Odic.
And that round was very flat just because it was so slow. Now, there's probably two ways that you could rectify that round and make it more positive. Either the lurk needs to strike earlier and keep the B players at bay from over-rotating, or the A players need to put more pressure, I would say, what, 10 seconds earlier, so you can force that over-rotation and then bring that bomb back down towards connector. Even when that walk comes forward out of B, the bomb's not moving. None of those A players are coming back down to connector at all.
Well, 3 left in the half to make up for Laura Ruganetta. Once again spread out on initial contact, pressing the issue over on short, but not so far as to aggress towards sandbags this time. But outside of that, it's very quiet, trying to work a different angle. BK1 has seen the angle and will take Woody's head clean off his shoulders.
That's a bit ridiculous. Woody was actually even watching for it. And now there's a bit of a walk contact behind the smoking monster.
Turtle spotted. Abby's doesn't take the challenge. Now Nate to move in. The spray back kill is returned by the M4. That's still a 2-for-1 trade. And Nasha to remove the last of the monster presence. Now Matios and Ponta. 2 versus 4, seeing the smokes coming his direction. Gotta dive down on towards water. I think he just hit the silent drop, so they might not be aware of his exact positioning. BK1's gonna check it, but does get traded back. 1-man advantage reduced to a 2 versus 2, but he's not aware where the rest of them are coming from. He still gets relentless, and Nasha turns back towards Ponta, knows what our AWP is, has got to go recover the bomb and get it planted now.
And Nasha's got an incendiary, so he could put that down to graffiti and stop the rotation. Smoke clears and AWP fires. Now, I want to say, Jay, that was a very poor coverage of the site. There is a lot of time on the clock for La Ruganetta to be able to clear out everything they can. And what happens? There's, what, 45, 46 seconds, and they're just making individual maneuvers. They know, after BK1 goes down, that there is a lone player at the pit position, and it's just individual swings. There is not a single dual swing, a peek on a contact whatsoever, and it's a very good holdout from the single M4 on B.
You got a bit twitchy towards the end, but getting 3 kills in what was basically 1v1 scenarios. Like, you're right, they should have peeked together, they should have tried to trade him. Fast execution coming in from La Ruganetta now as they try and make amends with a much faster paced round, but Turtle still takes them out. Abyss close next, Mac-10 gets on site, does get the 1 trade, but they are dealt with so quickly. Odic are on a roll.
And when I actually look at the scoreline, it probably is a bit misleading. This game's actually been quite competitive. This game's actually been quite close. There's been a few rounds where maybe 1 kill makes a difference of whether it's 4, 5, 6 kind of T rounds. So to see it 8-3, I mean, even 8-4, 9-3 kind of scoreline, Odic will be so happy with the performance they put up.
CT side going swimmingly, and La Ruganeta have only got this next rifle round to try and close out a consolation in this half. Heavy-handed over at B, aggression from Ponta, the top fragger, not missing this time. Abby's caught short, cleared up, turns back in for a little bit more. There's another rifle on that short presence, doesn't know when to reface towards it. Nate does get involved in the end. Ponta trying to get adjusted towards, but a second CT player has come in on rotates. BK1 doesn't know how to adjust towards it. The USB is good enough, but Nasher and Zok get back to a 2 versus 1. Somehow, some way, the trades have favored the T side.
And that molly's going to buy them some time. Matthias can go Monster, and this is something they might not be detecting, just how quickly he can backstab in from here.
Asher's going to check it. M4 just about wins the fight. 40 HP, though, has Zok to contend with. Kit is on him. No smoke available, though. Can't go for the Ninja. Has got to hunt for this one man. Checking Monster, checking short, but unawares of the positioning of Zok on site. He's recovered a smoke now. He could theoretically go for that Ninja Defuse. Puts it up, forcing Zok to peek. He's seen him now. Looks to engage upon and go back towards the Defuse. Tap it, hold it all the way. Zok tried to call a bluff that doesn't exist. He's done enough damage, though. He's caught the kill, and it will be an 8-4 half for Odic.
Whew, just about. Got a bit nervous there. I actually thought that Matthias might have been able to win the entire stick. Not to be. 8-4 at the turn. And from Odic's perspective, once more, it's been a pretty competitive half, but it doesn't show that from the scoreline. So they know an opening pistol, an opening anti-force by an opening rifle round could just be enough to close out this map, which once more is a punish pick in this best of 3.
Talk about the risks of punish picks in general. I mean, they could go one way or the other, honestly. You're hoping to exploit those weaknesses, and for La Ruganeta, you're hoping to throw some curveballs because of the fact that you are such a new team, a new 5-man unit. Maybe this second half could be where they show a little bit more of that potential behind them. It's what we're looking for in this kind of match. Only 4 rounds to make up, but the pistol could make that feel like a much more difficult outcome than it already is. Julie's on 2 players. Ponta try and lead the charge in for Odic's pistol execution. There are a lot of players on the B bomb site. Boosts are more pertinent from them as damage will be sustained by utility. The Julies get nothing out of it, though. Ponta and Turtle deal with all aggressors. BK1 once again in the backside, trying to hold his nerve over on this water position, looking for Nate. Nate catches him, Nasher known, and Turtle dishes out the killing blow. 9-4 on the Odic board.
And for Odic, what is a helping hand in this best of 3 is that you've played your opposition before. Now, obviously the maps are going to be different and the full 5-man lineup is going to be different, but you're going to be familiar with the playstyle. You're going to be familiar with maybe some of the tendencies of what you can expect, and can you look back at that best of 3 on reflection and say, we shouldn't be a team that goes out in last place in these res tournaments. We should at least be going top 8, top 4 realistically. They have shown some decent crossfires and decent protocols over the course of Overpass, and they are being rewarded with a scoreline.
Looking for the 6-round lead here in the anti-eco. La Ruganeta, of course, with the USP stack, this time over at Jungle. Nate should check for it, and will eventually do so in the end. They've got the bomb plant as standard. There's no one really on the site defensive, so they've rushed up to get this plant forward. And it's just a case of what these pistols can do from here. A couple of kills would certainly be lovely, but unlikely to say the least.
Yeah, they are just hoping that one of these AKs gets greedy and starts making an aggressive maneuver out to Graffiti, wrap to Heaven to hunt down the last few pistols. But no one is really challenging this area of the map.
Matthias is there to receive the firing squad. On the defuse, they're going to go for it. They're going to try and play distraction here, but in the end, they are dealt with regardless. Not enough time, no kits in play, and AK has been recovered by Zok, and another kill coming in for Nasher, but actually a third player, yeah, actually does go down towards the bomb, so respectable damage being done there by La Ruganeta. Yeah, certainly good stuff. They just get one of those AKs out at least, but that's a lot less than what they brought in.
Well, if they had one kit, they win that round, 100%. I mean, there was a lot of players that left the bomb site from Odic. Yes, they left one just to kind of spot to see what was going on, but even after contact, no one was close enough to get back in there. Well, Ruganetta, though, are running out of rounds, and even moving forward into this first gun round, you don't have the funds to be able to get Nasher on the big green unless he wants to go glass cannon. And indeed he does.
Still yet to see that start from La Ruganetta in this second half, and that's what they need to get here and now. The Eco has set up a wonderful chance to swing momentum again, to decimate the economy of Oryx. 3 rifles had to get brought back in. A Galil for Turtle, the MAC-10 held in by Woody from the previous one. And no loss bonus available to the T side. It's do or die. A tactical was taken by the CT forces in this one, and they're going to make positive off the back of that. Good start from BK1. Matios, first to fall.
Yeah, that HE not doing any more damage, but that spam sure does out towards the divider position at the bathrooms. Oryx have actually contacting in 2 separate parts of the map. So rather than being pack heavy, they're going sort of double con, double short water, and double long. Now, for the CTs, it's actually turning into a bit of a gamble stack. They haven't aggressed out to the short sandbag. They haven't made an info play monster, but they are keeping 3 players to A.
Minute to play with as Nate can take one more to add to the advantage of Oryx. AWP shot does connect through the crack angle, and a second man of Turtle falls. Woody suddenly left in a very precarious position. Can't afford to lose that bomb, but now been revealed with his utility set and the smokes that do spot him. The flash is also sent over, and Nasher just leans further forward, trying to catch his contact. Unawares, he's repositioned. His teammate comes in with the backlines. He's caught those 2 kills. Ponta, player of the tournament so far. What a moment, and not one that should put 11 on the board of Oryx.
If I'm Nasher, I'm just fuming. I've just had 2 extremely impactful kills. Where's my teammate? Why is he not watching long? How is that timing exploited everything? M4 on the retake, can't make it happen. Oh, man, you would not want to hear what I would have said in that scenario. It's the idea that Ponta is literally in a position where there is not a lot that can go the direction, and he just catches the timing. No one is watching long!
That's indication of what you could see from a brand new project. Coming into today, we hoped for the best out of the La Ruganetta side, trying to make improvements to bolster up from the previous top 8s they were getting in the LATAM series, but what we're seeing instead, especially in that last round, was miscommunication, lack of the appropriate positions and protocols in my eyes. And for Oryx, it's a punishment and a half. AKs versus the pistols. Half-bought upgrades at least get the first kill onto Zog. Bit of a stacking towards that B bomb site with the 5th player joining them. One has gone down and Relentless as Nate can get involved. Zog's Deagle does clap back to a 2K, looking for more out of this, but finally missing a couple of bullets known towards the T-side line. His teammates are playing possum, though. They are trying to catch them off guard. Nasher is still caught. A 5-7 drops, and it's all to this Deagle to ace clutch this round for La Ruganetta. I know he's somewhere close. He's covered off by those smokes. A little watching from Toxic, dealt with. Map point for Oryx.
And really here for La Ruganetta, this was a team that made top 8, like we've mentioned twice before. A team that had even taken Imperial to double digits. A team that beat the likes of 9Z in their decider game, in the first decider game of the LATAM American Series #1. These guys can hold their weight. These guys can put up decent results. But right here with the 2 new players on debut, Jay, their opening map of this best of 3 series has not featured any of that.
Eight map points total for Oryx. And for Ruganetta, it feels like the end might be nigh for their attempted punish pick, and it's not worked the way they wanted to. CT side has not gotten started. It's been too strong for the Oryx camp, and the Ruganetta squad got to try work a monstrous comeback. It starts here in round 17, but so far it has just been a 1-for-1 trade.
And it comes back to the whole conversation of the lack of scoreline differential at the turn of the half, having some competitive rounds but not being able to close them down. 12-4. 1-for-1 trade already. You've got Turtles searching out here from short water, waiting to see if there's going to be an info play from the monster angle. He's got a teammate from at least Connector holding a short sandbag. This gets very defensive from ODIC. They slow the clock down massively.
Utility being sent as appropriate. Stopping any real contact in from Monster. 35 seconds on the clock, and the execution seems to come down towards this A-bomb site. Zoc is in the corner. The Orb of Nasher looks to take fight. He spotted at least one, but is he ready for them? No, they're backing away.
Let's try and see if they can maybe catch them off on a reposition. Time is very low. ODIC need to end towards B, but now they might cancel and go back to A. Oh, they've just run out of time now.
Oh, Nasher even with a shot straight onto Nate. It's over. 10 seconds. Bomb cannot plant itself over on short as the engagement as Zoc goes well towards Ponta. Woody's got nothing left to cower in the corner. They will just have to concede one back. La Ruganetta keeping control for now.
Yeah, ODIC just looked lost in that 4v4 when they finally start moving into the bomb site. There's just kind of a bit of a press towards A. Seems like it's an A fake and going back down to B, but then the B player that's way in front of the bomb kind of loses the fight and it all just falls apart. La Ruganetta have got 7 rounds to try and bring it back towards an overtime, but I'm still even looking at this half buy and thinking 1 hero AK, a couple of upgrades around it. This could still be a bit deadly.
Gotta look at that hero rifle most importantly and see whether or not it can compound. Woody, a lot of pressure on him. I mean, he's got upgrades surrounding himself, the Deagles in particular for Nate and Turtle. Onus rests on the AK, one of the only 2 players with the Kevlar, of course, held in from the previous round.
It shows that they really don't want to put too much in it. I mean, Ponta, obviously he wants the AWP, but he's on 4,500. You've got Nate not even buying down armor. They're happy to put a little bit into this, but they're just trying to see if they can strengthen a couple of weapons to be dropped. If they could take even one of the AKs out of BK1, that could be something to move into the next round.
Every little helps at this particular moment. La Ruganetta would love to convert upon this round and start to build an economy state that can't be cracked by ODIC. They just need the 1 round win. If it isn't this round steal, then oh geez. 30 seconds to make it so.
Ooh, AWP misses. Now the contact can come through.
Zoc getting himself second kill back of the AWP, unawares of that AK at BK1, who gets involved with a hell of a transfer on Matios, and all wonderful sequence. And indeed, 4 do stay alive.
Yeah, good hold there from BK1, just when there was a bit of emphasis towards a bomb site. There's that 1-for-1 trade with the AK. You think, okay, 1 more kill, they open up the bomb site, get the bomb down, then it looks a bit scary. He denies any accountability for it. Had a teammate rotating in from Con fairly quickly. But BK1, the in-game leader of the team, the 25-year-old, was the reason that got denied.
Turning up the heat for the Ruganetta side. ODIC. Now bring their guns up to the fold. You mentioned the lack of needing to invest in the previous round because of the hero AK, because of the money where it's stacked up, and it leads towards this gun buy, the AWP pin, the AK's on 3. Nate's trying to press aggressive here in at mid. He's got his teammates backed up over at long and the mid entrance to try and join him. The AWP of the CT side is standing to defense.
I'm not a massive fan of just how much respect the CTs are giving. They're not fighting for any territory whatsoever, and it's allowing Turtle to get aggressively into short water. It's allowing Nate to get this lurk smoke and just work an opening pick, and indeed he finds it onto BK1.
Nasher's looking for his man, though, does get a responsive. The bomb carrier just bursts through to his headshot, and Turtle catches Relentless, getting a bit relentless, aggressing in towards that B short control. And now the B site is pretty opened up. ODIC don't know that yet, but they are considering the options. And indeed, that bomb is, I thought it was going to recommit. No, it's back in from mid. They're hunting onto that A bomb site for now.
Yeah, they're being very fakey about this once more. Time is running low, and the walkout to B from Turtle should give them the indication for the bomb to come into Cocon, but now they've missed that opportunity. They have to end A with the late player of Turtle to try and cut rotations, but he'll be able to say that the A players must still be on A.
18 seconds to plant the bomb. It has to be a commitment from here. Do they suspect it's backlines? Do they think that they pushed in from mid? They certainly feel like it. Plant put down. Zoc will realize that no one's here on the B site. Thought about those rotations, and they'll hear the wraparounds, of course, from Turtle. We can potentially punish these guys. Swings in from the back, misses his moment. But he knows everything that Odic need to win the round and win this opening map of the best of 3. Abiz catches Woody off, but takes a ton of damage in doing so. The Orpa Ponta 21st pick onto Zoc. Matios suppressing the last player, and that's it for La Ruganeta. 13-6, Odic takeover pass as we head to the break.
For La Ruganeta, I think across the board, Jay, it was just one of those scenarios where I don't think they capitalized enough on those important rounds in the first half. They had a couple of rounds where it came down to some late game situation that they just couldn't quite get the round over and done with. And when you have an 8-4 scoreline going down at the turn, and you lose pistol, and you lose the sort of the next gun round, you're not working with many rounds. The scoreline's just going to be really hurting you.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of looked at overpass and looked at the whole punish pick position, and we thought to ourselves, it's like, yeah, it could be a bit of a 50-50 case. I wasn't 100% sold on it, given La Ruganeta's position. I was hoping for a lot more out of that round, but look, it is a brand new team. We are sort of themselves are feeling out where they stand at the moment, and there wasn't all that many encouraging signs. I know that you said that the scoreline was a bit misleading in the first half, but 8-4 is still 8-4, 12-4 is still 12-4, and at that point, a comeback seems very, very unlikely, and now we move towards that Anubis, the Odic map pick. It definitely feels like right now they should be able to take control of a 2-0 series.
Yeah, they should do. And this will feel like sweet revenge for Odic. Again, they're a team that haven't been that successful in the recent few weeks. They got eliminated by these guys in the last Res tournament. Now you come in with a fresh attitude, a fresh mindset up against a team that's now made a couple of changes, and you look pretty comfortable across the board. Didn't get tested a huge amount there on Overpass. You now go into Anubis, one of your strongest maps in the pool. Close in 2. Try and get a good victory to start off the tournament.
Well, it is Odic's map pick, now up by 1 in the best of 3. A chance to secure the first victory in the 3rd LATAM series. As we head towards a very short break, we'll find out how far La Ruganeta can go. Can they take any unpredictability about themselves and throw a few more curveball into the mix? We'll find out on Anubis.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Not exactly the debut that we wanted to see from La Ruganetta, and not the debut that they would have hoped for in the opening map of the best of 3. Overpass went pretty handily the way of Oryx, and I have a bad feeling that Anubis is going to be the same. My main issues with the Ruganetta side is more down to fundamentals and the team play aspect, which, again, you can forgive for a team being so new, and you hope that they can work on that going forward in the future. But for the here and now, it doesn't indicate to me that Anubis is going to be any more successful for the Argentinian core.
This is even a roster that in their last few times that they played it in the Res LATAM Series 2 event, they struggled on Anubis. They couldn't even really keep it that competitive. Whereas for Odic, it's pretty much their go-to map. I would say between that and Nuke, it's normally 1 and 2 for the maps that they enjoy going to. So knowing that your opponent struggles on it, this should be a simple 2-0. Odic shouldn't get challenged a massive amount here on Anubis at all.
Yeah, you mentioned Regional Series 2 and the results of the La Ruganetta old squad and the 13-8 that we saw from the likes of Odic feels very similar to the scoreline that we saw just a moment ago on Overpass, right? So it feels like that, again, the favourite squad walking into this matchup, the one that should have been favoured on paper, feels like they're going to walk out to this one with a pretty handy set of map-ups that, of course, set themselves up wonderfully for the opening game of Group A, right? Like, it feels to me like this is where it's going to go. There's nothing in that last map that screams to me any sort of success. Of course, we don't have a lot of history from the 5 players together, so it's a case of seeing how far you can go for Ruganetta and seeing whether or not you can make this look any level of competitive at all.
But at least their T side has got some decent competitive natures, but their CT basis doesn't have a lot of victories, doesn't have a lot of results to name. Woody searching, opening out here from House, and Zoc is trying to tempt any aggressive maneuver.
Sees so many of them, spams up, gets damage, a kill found, doesn't quite make it a second, but BK1 is going to strike elsewhere at Electric, open up that B bomb site by default. He will be the only defender for now, but that bomb is ready to commit. It could even go towards the A site, and even the La Ruganetta side have made their way back out.
Yeah, this is all just a matter of timing on the positioning, because this is actually turning into a stacked up bomb site. This will have to be a retake heavy position, and BK1 has kind of jiggled out towards CT, and he's only seen one. He doesn't know about Matios.
Good flash, keeping Turtle at bay. Plant can be secure. La Ruganetta are going to try and work their way forward, but low HP across so many players. Turtle has got to do the heavy lifting here, but he gets mowed down by Nasher. Woody left alone, has to run away and save onto the Kevlar. 4 HP, he can't do anything here.
And this is an Odic side that actually put up some impressive performances at the RMR on this map. They beat Elevate in a best of 3 where they picked it into map 1. We also saw a 13-4 against Red Cannons, who's obviously playing up a little bit later on. So even at the highest level of local competition and on-LAN environments, this has been a very strong map for them. So even though it's a pistol lost and it's not the start they're looking for, we can expect a lot of consistency from them across this entire map in the first half and moving into the second.
Yeah, good way to kick things off for the T-side basis. La Ruganetta putting their best front foot forward and now looking to take control of the early portions of the matchup. Just establish that early groundwork here, something to work off against the Odic side. Of course, the rifles will be the main sort of points of contention. But a good first half may be a bit of a must here for the Ruganetta camp.
Now, this could be expensive. We're getting at least an information search of what looked to be a fake A-rush. We saw previously on Overpass that USPs can do a lot of damage. Remember that round where they all stacked up at Graffiti? There was 3 players at the T-side that dropped.
And led to the economical damage that allowed the early streaks to go the way that they did. Fortunately for Ruganetta, they have made their way back away from the A defaults and start pressing the B bomb site. Got Molotovs to clear out the back lines, and the Molotov, I think, actually was supposed to go out towards the cubby corner.
But the glyph that we like to call it in the UK scene.
The glyph. I like that call, actually.
Well, it's the hieroglyphics, isn't it? That's where it's sort of shortened. Because you don't want to say hieroglyphics every single time you're trying to clear out that cubby corner.
Say that 5 times fast.
Oh no, exactly he's going to trap me there. He's going to trap me there. Yeah, this boost as well. A lot of people might be familiar with seeing it on Smooya's stream by accident. Apparently Smooya was playing a pug, got the boost out, and was like, damn, now they know about it. And it was only a pug.
How do you find that by accident?
Well, like, he showed it on accident, I mean. Like, he
Oh,
found
I see.
it,
Okay.
and he showed it, and then he realized to himself that he was playing a pug, not an official. And was like, I've just given away the secret.
There you go. Founder of strategies. Big doggo in Butterfield. Oh. No such presence here from the Onyx side. Couldn't use that boost or any sort of stack involved towards the A-bomb, so they get any damage. They get the MAC-10 out for Woody, but that shouldn't mean much here. The rifles will return from the Onyx side. Wouldn't be surprised if he got into the M4 as well. Ponta certainly will do, and Ruganetta actually might face the MAC-10 here.
And this is now the 6th time out of the previous 15 best-of-3s in which Odic have picked into Anubis. Odic will look to try and see if they can respond in round number 3 almost instantly. Re-smoke down from Matios out from mid. Not a lot of pace outside of just the canals for the moment, and the spam is very good for Nate for some damage. 2
HP to BK1, certainly fantastic on the opener, but the kill goes the way of Nasha. Zok took some damage out towards mid. Matios down 11 HP himself, so very low bars across the board, but the opening kill has gone the way of the T side once again.
Woody wants to upgrade that MAC-10 out to the M4, and the HP bars with where they sit probably favor Odic in this scenario. It's just whether they can at least adapt off of the fly. Now, it's turning into what seemed to be a bit of an info play with a double up from mid. They need a good returning kill, and for the T's, there is no mid presence. There's nothing outside B. It is pretty much just a full A commit.
Ruganetta need to put those 2 high HP players in pole positions here. The nades, if they're timed well enough from Odic, actually could take some casualties away from contact. It put a little bit early there from Turtle, so execution not as fast as they thought it might be, but Ponta was closing the pins, so it's going to have to be the full A commitment with no escape routes here. Turtle and Woody can't combine against Relentless. Zok gets back, BK1 takes his own teammate out, and Zok pays for it. Abyss drops dead. BK1 versus 3. 2 HP from the start of the round. We'll close out with a casualty at the end. Very good damage done to Odic, but ultimately the round goes their way.
And I get the sense, after looking at how Overpass went down and now coming out to Anubis, that when you reset on the T side, this is obviously from the perspective of La Ruganetta, you need to get a move on. You can't slow the round down too much, because frequently Odic are always going to be looking for information. And while we can both sit here and say that HE came in too quickly from camera, that backstab from Ponta is basically already presented before they've actually cleared out the bomb side. They are so quick to adapt and read the round.
La Ruganetta facing early damage despite the lack of damage that was done in the previous USP round here. Nate's going to get caught off guard by the Tech 9. The AK starts things off. Ponta on site can deal with 2, but ultimately gets overwhelmed.
A trade back from Matios, blinded, gets close towards that kill out from jail, but the bomb doesn't quite cross out, and Turtle is actually setting up a very big backstab at B main. This is going to take him a while to get involved in the retake.
Probably a bit too long. He's now being watched by Zok. AK expecting it to be the face-in from mid. I'm not quite aware that Turtle can come in from spawn. Exit kill, headshot gain, 2 versus 2. Matios starts potting around the smoke. Time is very, very short on these 2 players, though. There is a smoke for Turtle, so if he puts that out, it's going to have to be a quick and instant ninja defuse, because that's the only chance they've really got. The incendiary over electric would certainly complement that pretty well. On the defuse they'll get. Smokes down, Turtle plays distraction, gets the kill. Matios holds it all the way in. At the very last second, they're stolen it from La Ruganetta. Unbelievable from Odic.
Well, the bomb's just not even planted for them. And that seems insane. To double up electric in a 2v2 when the bomb's not default means that you are going to have a really difficult time to defend against it. All it takes is one incendiary and players are just running out in the open because they have to take duels on the bomb site. They can't sit back. That retake didn't have a lot of legs, but it looks very clean.
And we stand at evens as a result of that. Odic continuing to dish out the damage. La Ruganetta only bolstered by the bomb plants. And Ford rifles in this next round. 2 of them are Galil's plus a MAC-10. Abiz Seed's going to get caught off guard first and foremost, and Ponta will drop very quickly after the fact. That's full send into the A site now. Matios will try see if he can get some trades in. MAC-10 players seeing Abiz turns that orb into a secondary casualty for himself. 2 players standing on Oleg. They have been overwhelmed here in this one.
Well, that is just a round where fundamentally the A players just don't deliver on the impact. You go for an aggressive maneuver with 2, and it's an AWP and a rifle in which no one is sort of finding success. So you know that recovering that round isn't going to be easy. Even the flash off of the wall to try and get in through camera, get out to bricks, try and keep fighting, doesn't quite happen. So a couple of opening kills, present a 3rd round, and they'll be very happy with that. La Ruganeta take back the lead quickly.
3-2 on their board. And Odic felt like they were going to really test them in terms of their mentality game and the kind of rounds that they're pulling off.
The economy is in a really poor position for them as well. I mean, double eco status for Matios, Turtle, and Woody. They'll have to buy it down here, and luckily enough, they've at least got 1 M4.
Second one bought in with the money held up. The rest of the players should be forcing the issue as well. 2 5.7s, and that should be about it. Ponta gets the PT-50 out just as the last pistol is brought in. La Ruganeta. Austin up and move for the AWP's first peek in. Ponta first caught. 2 players made their way ahead of the game though. Nate gets himself a couple of kills, looks for the triple, he lands it, but Soccer snuck past them. They've gained so much more though. The bomb is in CT control. It's a 4 versus 2. He's got to strike perfect to get Nate down and win the secondary fight to bring it back to an even man stance.
Turtle's given away some info out from A main, but they have not been able to catch off where Woody is. They know that he's the B player, but there's a lot of time stalling going on. He's regressed out through main and is starting to set up the backstab towards mid. Now, he probably won't be in a timing to be able to catch off that bomb, but he will be in a timing to be able to pick up a rifle.
Yeah, regroup in mid and grab the M4. Turtle's got another one that he can grab at his feet. I think there might have been a couple of AKs dropped up there at top. I'm not 100% certain. They are just going to rock the 2 M4 A1Ss instead. La Ruganeta are going to prod into the A-bomb site, realize it's open. But they also should start to realize that as a result, Odic may have grabbed those guns. The utility send, of course, will indicate it's an A play. Now, how much can they gain out of the retake?
The bomb goes down. Abyss is in a pretty good position if they can set up the crossfire. He swings out very wide and misses that first duel.
It's all on Zok now. 4 kills to try and close out this round. Already 2 to his name, but half HP to do it. It's not like Odic are in a better position, though. HP bar has been so low across this matchup. Turtle fought upon, second player not seen. Zok gets out the way, repositions tapped once the M4 watching. The quick swing now revealing footstep noises. Zok being hunted upon. Woody gets his kill and should know he doesn't have enough time for the defuse. He'll get out of there. He'll save one of the rifles. Dishing out damage is appropriate to La Ruganeta, but not securing the round for the force buy that Odic had brought.
I wonder if Odic actually force buy again. Now, they'll know that the T-side money is actually pretty good just because they weren't able to do a huge amount of economical damage in the last round, but recovering an AWP, look, they probably do play it safe, to be honest. They probably do just upgrade nothing around it. La Ruganeta, for a moment, I actually didn't think that was going to be winnable. I mean, once it gets forced into that 1v2 post plan, I'm kind of thinking that round is over.
Yeah, it's turned into a hell of a time for the La Ruganeta camp. The first tactical has been called in by Odic, though. They realize there's some things that they want to change. Now it's a case of changing them. CT side. Have those upgrade pistols only, as you mentioned. Lighter investment round for them. Go towards the guns in round 8. It will allow La Ruganeta to get towards number 5, though.
And we've had this discussion before about Woody, the in-game leader of the team. He's a very good hybrid AWPer. So knowing that he saved in the last round, he's not going to give that AWP over to Ponta and make him buy down armor. No, he's going to try and get as much out of this as possible. 2, 3 picks in a round like this could be very rewarding for what can then be distributed in the next few gun rounds.
Any damage would be lovely for Odic here. Suppressing with what little utility they have. A smoke used out on the B bomb site for the only player that's out there. It does start to force those Canals players to rotate. Zoc about to face the firing squad in mid, seeing Ponta damaging up to 10 points of health. Nate's going to make his way in as this Turtle. They do overwhelm and grab one of those AKs, so well coordinated there for the CT forces, but now they make their moves in. Molotovs and smoke sent up. Matios is going to get forced back here. The two riflers might be best to hold on to these weapons. Everyone else, though, let's see what they can get.
Yeah, just squeezing in another couple of picks could actually be quite rewardish. Ponta, I mean, he's just seeing nothing. No one is even fighting out here from the backside.
5-7 does catch the AWPer off guard as he misses a shot. Ponta is going to get caught for it. 3-on-3, the USP has not enough firepower to go for this. And now Nate and Woody need to reconsider themselves. They are going to look for the exit frags. You can see Woody setting himself up back out towards main, catching Relentless, so damage has certainly been done towards the T side. Nate struggles to come forward against BK1, but he does get it. Unfortunately, they do have a kit. Actually, you're right about this. They go to the defuse. Abiz is going for the big old flank. They're going to hold it all together. I can't believe this. Odic have just stolen the round.
Indeed, they have. Well, having a kit in play really helped out that round. We looked at it previously in a couple ones where you don't have a huge amount of money to work with, but sometimes the right kit on the right person could just be enough to get the round forward. Oh my, La Ruginetta. They will not be happy with how that transpired at all.
I mean, how can you be? Oh dear.
It seemed done. Kind of looks, again, you're looking for some exits, but I'm looking at that one. As soon as I see that Nate picked up that kit, I'm thinking, man, if BK1 goes down there at Pillar, that's just it. He's just going to get on the bomb.
Well, Odic trying to keep pace and trying to usurp La Ruginetta.
That actually could be the round. Very similar to Overpass, where you just absolutely destroy them from that point onwards. You get a round streak going. You get yourself out of what would have been a 2-5 deficit and get yourself closer to 6, 7-ish kind of rounds on City side and really recover this first half.
Would echo similar sentiments to the last La Ruginetta squad that took them on this map up. It was a 6-1 scoreline before Odic started bringing it back on their CT basis. In this context, they've just got themselves a 2-for-1 trade. Matios sacrificed for Nasha and Zoc, the AWP player, is tentative about the mid-face. Smokes also at Electric, should start to clear in a moment's time. AK and M4 combination for the crossfire. BK1's going to get seen. They don't have a chance against Nate. 2 kills to his name, and well, Odic are taking full control now.
A lovely sequence. Normally you see either the HE to break the smoke out there from Electric or even just a jiggle on the backside. You very rarely actually see them fade the smoke, and they do it individually, as by 2, I should say, rather than just allowing 1-for-1 trades. They kind of peek together. They just get absolutely slaughtered. And now we were looking only a couple of rounds ago at some players being on 10k money for La Ruginetta. It's 4-4. And players are struggling to get funds together. With 2,400 loss bonus, you can buy down lightly, but the investment of the full buy has to be in the next round, and that allows Odic to be able to take the lead.
Woody and Relentless go back and forth early on towards these pistol rush tactics. They're going to try and get involved towards this B bomb site, secure a plant, which actually might be a successful endeavor, especially as that incendiary from Ponta misses. So, indeed, cash bonuses heading into round number 10. AK and M4 picked up, see if they can do any more damage here.
Matthias needs to try and help out Turtle to get into a good position. They're going to pressure the AWPer.
He misses a shot, allowing BK1 to take him aback. Matios does deal with Nasha, though, and aware of where the last player is holding from. Smoke in the way, gets involved with it, shot does miss out, and they can return fire. Odic taking some damage, taking the 5th round and the lead.
That's a pretty good eco. That nearly turns into a bit of a threatening steal. I would say strong utility usage there from Matios, where they know that they've overextended towards Temple. They know that the last player is going to be there. So rather than widening up the angle, just put the smoke down, wait for the fight to present, play it quite calmly in that 2v1. Don't allow it to get too chaotic and start getting threatening of a bit of an eco steal. 3 casualties, bomb plant. La Ruganeta, though, this is where you want to strike. This is where you've at least shaped yourself up with a good eco. Now put it in with a successful rifle round.
Odic, look at how far forward they're going to take it as well. Woody fighting onto one. Abby's caught. BK1 dealt with. Relentless can trade back, but Turtle's AK being supported by Nate. He actually does drop over at Canals, but the bomb gets dropped by Turtle, facing in for more. Nasher is so low. His teammates caught off guard for it. Turtle about to get backed up by other players as well as part of the CT defensive. The AWP just going to be able to cut the rotations as Nasher tries his best to recover something, but nothing's going his way.
And they're just not pulling these duels aggressively. Ponta is just continuing the re-smoking down, just adding more utility to E-Box. A minute on the clock, time is there. But with the 2 players in A main, they're just going to keep recycling the nades to make it more difficult and shave more time off of the T's regaining the bomb.
"50 seconds. Back away, flashes, still not sending Nasher in for the fight. He's such low HP, he's just going to go grab that bomb. Has escaped the ire of the CT forces, but Turtle was happy to try put a smoke up. Unfortunately, it misses. I don't think it matters too much, though. La Ruganeta are rotating to the B-bomb site.
And for Ponta, he just needs to go 1 for 1. If he's out on B, as long as he gets 1 kill and either falls back to Temple or just goes down, that's enough. That's enough to get a successful retake in.
15 seconds, Mollies. Sail out towards main, missed shot of the AWP. The HE should take Nasher down. Somehow he's alive to secure that bomb plant. Just about taken back by Matios. He's a hair too late to deny the plant itself. So Zoc now versus 3. Orpa knows exactly where he is. He gets that first headshot. That second spray does damage both players. About 46 or less. Matios trying to creep away from Zoc's last known position, but Turtle comes in from the back lines to deal with him anyway. So Odic will hit minimum 6 for the CT side.
And very frequently, Jay, we have the conversations about in MR12 being really consistent in gun rounds is the way to kind of press ahead in maps and in series. But you also need to remember that the rounds that you should 100% be winning need to be taken because you get punished so much harsher. And those are the ecos, aren't they? They're the rounds we're talking about when there's limited upgrades. There's maybe a hero rifle. There's maybe just Woody with an AWP and a couple of upgrades of some 5.7s and a P250 in a kit that wins out a round. That has had massive ramifications to how the late few rounds of this first half's gone.
The streak that's come together has set Odic up to guarantee not to lose the CT half. And remember to call back to that last map up from the previous series. There was only 2 CT rounds in it for La Ruganeta. Abiz has caught the first pick, but Ponta's now starting to hit his shots again. Casualty returned to a 4 versus 4. Matios expecting a mid boost. Smokes will start to clear when he face on Zoc. He won't do so just yet. Eventually he does get that kill, and the nades compound damage to the T side.
Now that HE towards BK1 does a lot of damage, and Relentless gets close towards spotting him just on the other side of that resmoke towards main. 2 players out from Temple, and they've actually been given the respect to move into the bomb site, and BK1 goes down.
Ton of damage done to Matios and Woody in this round as Relentless gets forced off at 40 HP himself. But both players on the B-side defense, a light breeze might get the kill. The bomb starting to form up with its backup. Relentless creeping his way into the bomb site. Odic may have to play this carefully behind the smokes and wait for the 3rd man to rotate the position. Ponta is on the way. But the plant should come down.
And they might have to tap it to draw some fights out in the open. Nasher is desperate to force this into a 2v2. AWP needs to get the jewel, and actually 2 of them present at the same time.
Relentless with a quick swing ahead of that AWP's position. Ponta continues to close in the pincers to the backstab. Is anyone aware of main? No one's watching it right now. Are they exposed? Nasher certainly is. Burst fire. Where's the second man? Checks out the pillar and holds the clutch together for Odic to take the half at 7-4.
I really feel for the La Ruganeta teams and players because, man, they've had some frustrating rounds. They've had frequently across map 1 and map 2 rounds that they should be winning that they just can't close. And in that one there, you've worked so damn hard to recover a 2v3. You've slowed the round down and you're searching, right? You're not forcing in the plant, you're not tapping, you're just searching to see, can we get a couple of picks? And I would say almost instantly, the AWP gets one, the AK gets another. You then get into a 2v1 post plant and you lose the clutch. You lose it to Woody, who doesn't even have the AWP anymore. He's just backstabbed with the AK in through main.
Fast in from mid, goes the CT forces. Nash is going to try and count for them. He's unaware of the first player that fell, though. He caught that second. Meanwhile, Ponta continuing to hold his nerve out of the main control. Canals has been cleared up. No one can attack from Electric. Ponta lands a second. A third flick, not so much, but Matios and Nate are there to clean house and replicate the score lines at the turn of the half.
I don't even know what I just witnessed there. We had a run boost aggressively from the T side to go fast in through mid into Canals, and the CTs just did the exact same thing, but yet somehow, whether it just be the timing of the entire thing, it was undetected from both parties, and that round almost seemed as if it was over within, what, 30 seconds? It was just, it literally, as soon as they got out of spawn, the round just felt over.
Done and done. Mowed through by the Oryx side, and now their T side status sets up again. They were really able to run away with it in their previous map-ups, and unfortunately La Ruganeta don't really have, in their previous roster at least, doesn't really have much of a CT basis from, so I don't know how much you can really count into this next one. Again, fundamentals missing over on the overpass CT side. Ponta and Turtle are trying to draw out those opening couple of kills. They've got one of them and damage on the second and third. Zoc and BK1 do hold the man advantage for La Ruganeta, though. Mid-control established. Bombs got to back away.
Ponta searching for that P250. BK1, I mean, it's risky for him to overextend too much further in this round just because of the HP bar. Out to the B site on a split. Nasha, I mean, he might have to be the guy to multi-frag up here. A 1-for-1 just might not be enough, because BK1, you're expecting falling gonna quick.
Gonna start to press in from main. I think you heard a footstep, though, with Electric. Both players start to swing. He waits for his moment to strike, but surely should go down pretty quickly off the back of the execution, the split play in from the Oryx side. They are firing to the back lines. BK1 checked upon. 3 versus 3. Still 2 players in the back. Nasha is going to get caught off. Zoc holds his nerve for a headshot on the first, not the second. Nate now in a clutch. Knows exactly where Abiz is coming from, but the Julies get the headshot in on first contact, and La Ruganeta take number 5.
Well, just about. They had a pretty good crossfire out there on B. You've pretty much got 3 players all peeking on each other's contact. And then right at the tail end, the Julies wins out. So Odyk can't be much in for a force buy, just off of the basis of no bomb plant bonus, no cash injection. La Ruganeta, I want to see a good round streak from them. And not just off of the basis of getting closer to tying up the scoreline, but just looking at how the rifle v rifle rounds went in the first half. They need all the rounds they can get.
Zoc caught first by Matios' Julies with the HE, damage being done, rifles in his hands. Nasha will try and hold on to his nerve and make it a 3K with just only 13 points of health left on him. Well held from the Julies player. And Woody, his teammates have gone down all around him, so Odyk should look towards the round 15 bye with an 8-6 that La Ruganeta have started to close the gap on.
A decent work for the M4 to, once it gets recovered, obviously, to try and peer in for more damage out to Connector. They got close to trading out Nasha. He was very low, but not to be. 2 rounds of the difference. And for Odyk, they play a lot of Anubis. I mean, when you kind of consider the rest of the map pool, they play quite a bit of Ancient, they play quite a bit of Nuke, and then Anubis up there at 7 wins and 4 losses in the last 3 months. And you've got Matios, Turtle, Ponta, that trio that's very consistent on this map. They are looking to strike and close this down quickly.
Smokes is appropriate. HG's prodding away at the HP again of Odyk. La Ruganeta have started things off pretty well. Without the opening kill, though, for either side. Maybe Nasha might get his crack of glory as soon as he sees one ahead of the smoke, which first one of which will start to clear. That flashbang does catch him off, though. They see where both players are coming in from. Nasha's first shot rings out, but he doesn't connect.
AWP trying to see if he can shape up and reposition once more. Jump spot over, still only sees Nate. He's not seeing anything else.
Continuous shots as Nate starts to press on further here. Flashes of the CT side will catch him. Nasher is expecting someone to boost up. He's unaware, however, that they predded forward and started to rotate back. Matios, meanwhile, inserted in at mid. This looks to be an A-split.
This is actually a pretty good read from La Ruganeta. The issue is 4 outside A main and a late player in through camera. Abiz does not have any utility, so just a straight-up fight. He gets the first.
And the second, with Zok following suit onto Woody's trade. Advantage held by the La Ruganeta camp. Flashes against Ponta ahead of that Molotov, trying to evade more damage and information coming his way. The backstab starts to close in for Matios, though he gets those 2 kills. Again, one man has bailed out the Oryx side. A 2 versus 2. Will he swing on BK1? Yes, he will, but he won't get much more than damage. Plant now needs to be secured, open for heaven. Risky for Ponta. It doesn't pay off for him, as La Ruganeta convert 3 on the CT side.
Expecting that backstab to come in slightly quicker from A main, and has to play the risk knowing that you're down a low without util to plant open up for heaven. Strong read on the scenario, 3 on A, and obviously the first point of contact is very strong. A double kill comes in, your second teammate that's also peeking on the contact goes 1 for 1, so it's almost instantly a 4v2 once the exec starts raining in. Yes, maybe Matios for a moment strikes back with 2, but across the board, that was a strong rifle round, and they're setting in a bit of an example in the second half already.
One more to equalize. Certainly seems like they're going to get it. Odik struggling on this T basis, letting the early streaks build in for the underdogs. Allowing a way into this matchup. Those flashes are sent. The mollies come down as well. Abid's going to hold his nerve, spray through on the first player as he swings back towards Woody. More contact at the T side, dealt with on the backstabber. BK1 and Nasher do go dropping, however, so an angle of rotation available. And they almost caught the Tech-9 off guard. The bomb was up there in main, though, so as it's dropped, the round should go with it, at least in theory. I say that. Nate's still fighting back. His M4 fights under Abid. Zok trades it. Matios, 1 on 2.
This is workable. And knows the info of both of the players down on A. Just needs to draw this first player in the pillar out in the open.
45 seconds, though, considering the wraparound, the rotate could be available to him. Did they hear those footsteps? I don't believe that they did. They check out main, realize the bomb is gone. Matios, hearing footsteps of rotates to catch that kill against Zok, okay. Unscoped at the wrong moment. Deagle needs the perfect headshot. He doesn't get it. La Ruganeta equalised the scoreline once again, 8 apiece.
And that is probably quite frustrating from Turtle, because he knows if he gets that 1 Tech-9 kill, that round is on. That's seriously on for the steal. It would have been a 3v2. It would have just disrupted the CTs on rotations. It would have been an upgraded rifle to work with. Sometimes 1 kill can define a round, and that Tech-9 just not quite being able to capitalize on it allows a tied-up scoreline. La Ruganeta have had to work very hard to bring it back to 8-8.
Now they've got to take the lead. One thing that they did see at the start of the map up, now look to try and close the map with it. Odik facing aggression from the CTs. Once again, Abiz is pushed all the way in towards water. Turtle has absolutely no idea. He could get caught on timing here.
Yeah, they know no canals and nothing outside of A, so it should be either B main or mid. BK1 is in a strong position to catch anyone repositioning in mid. Abiz should get a pretty easy kill onto Turtle at some point in the round.
Case of point is when it's BK1 to open things up out in mid. I think Ponta has seen him. Can't quite get the returning frag. Turtle finally gets caught off guard by Abiz, and now they've sprung their traps. 5 on 3 with no damage return to La Ruganeta.
This has looked very awkward for Odik now. They've got mid, but they've already lost 2 players. This might just not be recoverable. Woody with the drop down, try and initiate the B split.
Relentless hearing him coming. Molotov sent towards that glyph position. Smokes out over at main temple. Relentless burns, but stands his ground. Eventually falls towards Matios. Ponta struggles to get his kill in. Finally, BK1 drops, but he's lost his teammate in trade. And Nasher can turn the lead to the CT side.
This is turning into a bit of a choke now from Odik.
Yeah.
You've had a couple of rifle rounds. I know, obviously, it's only 2 rifle rounds out of 5 rounds, but their Anubis is probably one of the strongest maps in the pool for them, in which they've had results against international competition, some of the very best in their region. So to kind of see yourself going up against a team that's unorged, a team that have 2 players on debut, and not even see a single bomb plant going down in the second half, they're struggling to find success here.
Another tactical taken by Odik. I think they're starting to recognize the choke themselves at this point. 9-8 on the board of La Ruganeta. They have usurped the favorites now on their own map pick in a situation we thought was going to be a pretty easy 2-0. It looked like an easy opening map. It, on paper, should have been an easy second. But here they are having to deal with hero AK setups. Nate with the upgrade pistols, the Tech 9s and the Eagles. Slow contention from the T's, but they do go fast into the execution in the end. BK1 combines with Relentless to get the first kill, but BK1 is traded back. Relentless, known about Nasher, protects him from the player that faced forward first. Nate is caught off guard. M4 in the hands of Ponto. We'll try to see how we can work around that, but Nasher is still finding AWP frags. Mathios picks up the AK again, gets the kill. Zog, known about close over at the temple entrance. Plant is going to get tapped once, but they are looking for more fights. They are looking for a man advantage or to sneak that bomb in from underneath the nose of the CT side. Have they been heard? They certainly have been now. Zog's going to give chase, but it's a slow walk up from the CT retake.
And they're going to have to fight instantly. As soon as they tap this bomb, they're going to have to fight.
Ponta holding the back lines, expecting Abyss to make his way forward. The AK now known about as Zog catches Ponta. Mathios, an impossible 1v3 as La Ruganeta taking number 10.
Odik actually do a lot right in that round. So first off, they try and trap Relentless out there from Glyph, and that AWP has probably had the kill that wins the round for them, because they were trying to swarm him from the jail perspective. They were trying to come out wide, but that reposition out from CT just denied Relentless dropping earlier in the round. And then it kind of gets into a position where you tap the bomb, you draw the fights out in the open, doesn't really happen. You try and get yourself quickly through Temple, rotate that bomb into A. At least you're getting a cash injection and you're getting a couple of kills. But Nasher, that one kill has saved the round of Odik Steel. Oh, aggressive B main smoke. This could actually be very fast out from main.
Waiting for the right cue. T-side default, saying a lot more resistance over towards this mid position, but you do see the walkout from that B-bomb site. Mathios unable to receive contact as Turtle starts working his way up over at A main. Relentless has finally started to take some fights, but neither player able to dish out the damage as appropriate. HG's back, 5 points of HP done. Walk-ups in various positions across the Odik default, none of which are realizing any results here.
And Nate has finally been able to strike against Nasher. A good kill out there on B. Relentless is just getting jiggled now. All of the attention's being drawn, and now Woody gets one of those kills in through mids.
Abyss caught next, 5-on-3. Relentless tagged to just under 60 HP. Nate with a kill, back to now 2 alive on the La Ruganeta side. M4 caught next. Zok versus 5 should get caught off. I say that, the bomb is on its way in. If there's a hero moment in this matchup, it'd be right here, right now. There's the first, no more. Odik have finally ended the streak.
And probably should be an eco. I mean, Nasher and Abyss are the only ones that can actually buy. They might go down to a hero M4. I'll be surprised if they go hero AWP. Odik with a very strong round on a response. So some really good picks being initiated. The kill from Woody out from mid was just straight towards camera, and actually he was able to get all the way towards CT. So that one kill kind of pretty much destroyed the round, but obviously Nate has a lot of impact through E-box and out there to the B side. But for Odik, strong round, and it's had ramifications now to the economy state.
Another tactical by the CT forces. They try and figure out how to dig themselves out of this hole.
I'm surprised they're buying here. I mean, they know that Odik have only just won a single round, so they can get close to resetting them. But this is a risk. This is a risk when you're up by 1 to have, what, 2 MP9s, a pistol, and just an AWP and M4?
Could have gone to evens and got the truer full buy. Instead, want to shut the streak down early, and perhaps that is a More mentality-based call. We've seen how quickly Odic have turned around and ended streak into one of their own, and Abiz is involved for these first 2 kills, so maybe it was the right call. The M4 picked up and puts down 2.
Just so aggressive, not even a flash that can come through there for A main to help out Turtle to get that refrag. Very sloppy there from Odic. Nasha could be up in an AWP v AWP duel though when this smoke starts to clear.
Slowed down to a snail's pace. AWP v AWP battle might be the next one on the table, but Ponta doesn't see anything and opts to fall back instead. Meanwhile, Matios starts making his way forward. 60 seconds on the clock. Man advantage still held by the CT forces. Odic are starting to prod that B-bomb site.
This could be a tough B defensive. They might rotate the 3rd player in, but Woody's trying to hold that attention in through mid. And yes, Zoc is actually moving away from Temple and outside of B now because of that attention.
Nash is watching with the AWP here out of Electric, though. Timing's everything. He misses a shot, though. Gets a second chance, but it's still cut back by Matios. Sock involved. Ponta returns to a 2 versus 2, and the Molotovs keeping BK1 at bay. No, he charges forward. Pistols are pulled. Glock is good to get the returning frag, and the resmoke keeps Abiz at bay. Plant secured. Retake is on.
He's just going to walk forward of this, surely.
Ponta has no idea. Slow, careful, zero information given up. Man goes falling. Where is the last though? Where is Woody? Abiz has no idea. And it's a big old backstab to try cut off any Temple presence. And Cinderis come out towards main. Footsteps heard on the defuse. He's tapped it. His back's turned right to the AK. And Woody can keep the round together for Odic.
Yeah, well, that whole round, first off, 2 massive whiffs on B. That AWP should 100% be getting that kill towards main. That's a massive miss. And then even the M4 of Zoc, he really struggles in this next duel to kind of not be able to follow up. And then for BK1, what is even happening? 2v2 and his teammate with a rifle behind him is he's just running through the molly. I don't know. There is just so many question marks in that round, and it could just be Odic taking the game now.
Almost certain they'll take the lead. Corner stack in from La Ruganetta. All 5 players out of mid, and Odic, of course, committing towards that A-bomb site. It feels like the walk-up should be considered, and smokes and Molotovs will be there for extra insurance. Again, it's a case of what can this eco do in damage terms? Can the CZ get anything? Can the stacked up USPs get anything? Certainly can't get the round here. Especially with no early kills going their way, with the teams playing as far away from CT contact as possible. No lurks out of mid, which is where the 4 players started pressing. Ponta's there with the Orcas to ensure they don't find any sort of presence. The AK of Woody is in danger and actually does get picked up, so that's 1 rifle for the next round. But no more.
And it could very much be the situation out in Anubis where La Ruganetta get off to some good starts in both halves, but when we get deeper into the rifle rounds, that's where they can't show the consistency. Now, that last round was a 5v3. We mentioned it or I mentioned it at least in quite a few gun rounds out there on Overpass of not closing rounds they should do. When you've got 5v3s that are going to take you closer to at least map point, to trying to see if you can steal this in the series and move it into a 3rd map, they've got to be taken. This is now 3 rounds in a row, and Odic have finally been in a position where I would actually say the pressure is against them. The pressure is actually on their opposition.
I would agree. Wonderfully played comeback here from the Odic side when there was serious pressure from La Ruganetta, and you start thinking back to rounds like the pistol steal, like round 20 with the 2 fantastic opening kills, but followed up by missed AWP shots to concede back to the Odic camp. And for La Ruganetta, you think to yourself, man, we should have won those. And those 2 may have made all the difference in the world to this map up. Ponta looking for his first fight, doesn't quite get it. He starts missing his own AWP shots, down to 2 points of health here.
BK1 strikes out from Electric and Resmoke goes down from main. Matios tries to strike, but without teammate support, they give away another couple of opening kills.
5 on 3 with low HP on the AWP. Now Turtle's dropped. Woody's all that's left. All of his teammates have been just picked apart piece by piece. And last player left in Electric, unaccounted for as of right now, but surely that should change at any moment. As soon as he fights that first player, as soon as he wins that first engagement, it should be all over from there. At 10 points of health, there's nothing left in the clutch.
And we've seen quite frequently that for Odic, they can lack discipline in some of these rounds. They can just get caught in the moment right there. There's over-fighting unnecessarily. As soon as they lose that first casualty, they need to reset. They need to start working back and maybe taking mid or going back out to canals. They kind of get caught in two minds. They get hesitated. Matios just tries to make a kill happen through main, but he's got no support. La Ruganeta win a strong round, and now double orbs, double AKs. This could be them at least getting to 12-11, at least securing an overtime at an absolute best.
We'll play out all of regulation at least. Orb setting Vanasha against the Orb with the T side line. Shots from Turtle catching BK1. Abiz is at least there with a secondary Orb to land onto Ponta. Nasha needs to hit a shot. He does catch Nate in the back as Matios and Turtle turn the trays back. Zox involved to a 2 versus 2. Chaos once again in the opening defaults, but finally both sides are forced to slow down.
Woody's been able to work a lot of space consistently in through mid, and now in a 2v2, that's where they're opting to act. Reposition has already come through from CT, but it's going to be late. It's going to be very delayed. So contact might not be made from either Beach or Heaven.
Bombs inbound from mid will not get cut off by Zoc. He was focused on coming in from Beach.
Oh, this is aggressive.
Comes down to this fight that Woody's going to win, and Zoc gets caught off guard for it. Abiz now left in the 1 versus 2. Orp in his hands, Kit's on his pouch, knife pulled out against Woody though, not expecting him to be so close, and Woody bails out his team once again. Map and match point for Odic.
Woody, to me, may just be the MVP off of the basis of his individual impact rounds that we've seen in this second half to claw it over the line. That's a 2v2 where he re-aggresses in two different pressure points. Aggressive out in Beach and then aggressive in camera. That's the in-game leader stepping up and securing the victory for Odic. Getting one more round in, which you've got to say, they should be winning round 24. Look at the buy stay.
For Masters at best. Odic heavy-handed towards the B play once again, much faster into this round this time. Smoke set, BK1 trying to play anti-flash. His teammate gets overwhelmed, as does he. Nate involved against Zoc, can't quite make it a triple, but I don't think it matters. Tartlin with the responsive, 4-on-2 for the post plant. This round is done, this map is done, this series is done as well. It's all a case of formalities on the kills. A 1-on-3 for Nasha. Suppressed by so much utility, no kit in play, no time to work with, no presence of mind or on the site or in this one at all. This is 13-11. This is Odic taking the first series in the Rest Regional LATAM Series number 3.
Yeah, Odic had to work very hard for this 2-0. It was certainly not an easy affair, especially come down onto map number 2. Who it hurts for most has to be La Ruganeta, because I can honestly sit here and say they should have won map 2, man. When you get an 11-13 loss and you had some of the rounds that they should have won that they didn't close, they should be winning this map. We should be pressed to a third.
Yeah, they will be looking back on those map rounds that they lost, right? Again, I mentioned them before. The USP one, which they left the bomb site open, the 2 versus 3 turning into rifles picked up, and then a couple of trades that snuck in the defuse, and then, of course, the 2 massive frags at the start of round 20 that ultimately turned towards whiffed AWP shots and eventually the ultimate victory for the Odic side. Those are the 2 moments where it really got thrown away from the La Ruganeta side. And again, you can't hold it too much against them because they are such a new team, but it is things you have to account for going forward, because Group A is going to be much more brutal from here on out in my eyes.
And it's one of those sort of counterpoints in CS and in a group stage like this is those are the mistakes that's going to lose you games. Those are the kind of small errors that are going to make it that you're not progressing forward into the playoffs, getting into another top 8 position. For Odic, this is obviously a very good turnaround for them. They've been on a big losing streak recently, haven't won a game for a few weeks now. You've come in, you've been tested, but you've got away with a 2-0. Now they can look at stronger competition. You can look at that winners matchup, because this is a team that should be contending for playoff positions. So at least getting a 2-0 to start out the group, that's a positive result in itself.
Yeah, 100%. Like they should be a team that now makes it into the playoffs from here. I think about the likes of the other teams in the Group A, and I do feel like that. Yeah, they are going to be tested by Fluxo and Solid, but with the way that they play today, they've got some very good foundations behind them. Have to mention, of course, Ponta being top fragger of the board, but you also mentioned Woody as well, having the impact moments, right? And so many of those over the course of that second map, especially. I think he nearly tied up where Ponta was by the end of that last map of Anubis. So a lot of positives for the Oryx side across multiple players on the board. And look, they were the expected victors today. They got what they came for.
Indeed, they did. And again, Woody sets an example. Not only is the in-game leader for the team, but he's a guy in likes with Turtle that are very experienced. You've got some younger guys on this team, your Ponta, your Nate, your Matios, who haven't played at the same level that Woody and Turtle have on the Tier 1 environments and out there on MIBR. So just using that to be the helping hand, look to progress forward into the bracket. I'd love to see Oryx up against Fluxo. That could be quite an intriguing game. I know they've had a little bit of history between one another, so to see that in a best of 3 that obviously we're expecting that should qualify yourself into the playoffs, that could be quite a good draw.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to what that potential could leave, even with the likes of Team Solid, right? Like you mentioned, of course, that they are within the top 2 of the circuit for LATAM at the moment. So that could, again, be a very testing matchup and one that could sharpen quite a little bit in terms of the overall standings for the LATAM series. But again, that's a focal point. The Fluxo Solid match we'll be taking on a little bit later on today as our third best of 3. But that was just our first best of 3 that just ended a moment ago. We move on to our second after a rather extended break, and it's the other opening game over in Group B. Red Canids versus W7M, a one with a little bit of history behind it as well, Dwayne. So a lot of excitement coming up over the course of the opening day of the third series. As we head towards our extended break, we'll come back with the rest of our opening matches.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back to the Rest LATAM Regional Series number 3. We're into our second opening game of the tournament as we continue on and move over to Group B's part of things. Earlier on, we did see Odic take their first victory and the first win of the tournament so far. Now we'll find out who else is set to put their first victory on the board as well, as Red Canids will be up in action, up against the boys of W7M, Dwayne.
Indeed, and this is, look, a matchup that's got a lot of history. Both teams are very familiar with one another, but there are some changes for the Red Cannons roster. We've just seen that Destiny got benched only a couple of weeks ago, and we have not yet to see an official replacement. So the coach is going to be stepping in as that 5th player for now.
Indeed, that might throw a few spanners into the works here for the Red Canids side, although they were able to deal with it pretty well in previous events. So let's find out how far they'll go in terms of this one. Of course, it is the opening match of Group B, where things are again going to get very difficult for both of these teams. But as you mentioned, Dwayne, there's a lot of rivalry between these two squads. 11-5 on map wins. That's just to show off exactly how much has been played over the course of the last handful of 6 months or so, basically going back to August of last year, which is when we saw that these two cores really come together pretty well in respect to that. Now, Red Canids are the team that have the most victories on the board in terms of comparing the pair in that overarching history. But that whole roster move, man, like that issue when it comes to the standing situation now, is that going to be a massive effect for Red Canids today?
Maybe not a massive, but it will be. I mean, it's obvious, right? This is going to be them not at peak form. I know that Rai's been able to get involved in a few games, but he hasn't played that many. I would say the form has still been very good, though, for this squad. I mean, they've won 10 out of their past 11 best of 3s on HLTV. So far in the last month, they've won 25 maps and only lost 8. So there's a lot of victories coming. It's just whether they can prove that in a bit of a derby matchup.
Well, look, in Rest specifically, they've done very, very well. They were only entering into the second of the LATAM series, and they were able to place second place in that event, right? So obviously, very high standard set for this particular tournament circuit of their own right. So the idea of going to grand finals and trying to take a victory once again to, try and usurp the rest of the opposition and start to look towards one of those top 2 placings. That's really one of the key goals for Red Canids in the grand scale of things, in my eyes.
They probably should have won that grand final as well. They had a really good map number 1, and then map 2 and map 3 both went down at 11-13 losses. So they'll use that last tournament as a bit of fire, a bit of fuel to go that one step further, get into the playoffs again, and try and win the entire thing.
And possibly one of the reasons why Team Solid are within that top 2, but that's by the by for the time being. Let's focus now on the opposition, because you said, of course, Red Canids currently facing roster changes, facing stand-ins, and that's completely the polar opposite for W7M, because these boys have been together since W7M Academy.
Yeah, so they got promoted from the academy team to the main roster on July 1st of last year. They then added their coach in October, or August, I should say, of 21st of August of last year. And that's it, right? That's the only changes that we have seen for this entire team. So it shows longevity of the roster. It shows belief in the roster that they've got. And they've had some decent results recently. I mean, they were able to get top 8 in the first Res event. They were able able to go top 12 in the second one. Just looking for a little bit more consistency in some of those deeper placements, I think.
But I think certainly you can say they're the grindy team of the tournament overall, right? Like, I mean, you look at their results so far in this year, and I honestly feel like I was looking at Monty's rap sheet from like early 2023, right? Just because of how much they're playing at the moment. A lot of qualifiers for this team, and only the main staple events of the EPL World Series and Rest themselves have been the key online cups that they compete in overall. Unfortunately for them, not as many deep runs by comparison to what Red Canids are bringing to the table. So once again, you have that experience versus a team that have yet to truly achieve what they really want to achieve. So how do we look at that, right? Because like when you have a team that aren't really achieving things, you look at like in the last matchup, they made roster changes to try and press forward and capitalize upon the momentum that they've already established. But that hasn't happened here for W7M.
Yeah, I would say that for the Red Cannon side, they're always going to be the favorite, just because, again, they've got some experienced players. They got Hardzao that obviously played on Pain. You know that they're a roster that was at the RMR. They're a roster that actually nearly kind of came through to qualifying to the major. Even in ECL this season, they've already been able to beat Imperial once, which is one of our favorite teams here in Res. So they've got the results, they've got the backing. It's just now about being able to consistently make it happen in Res. I mean, anytime you go from a playoff position of getting it into the grand final, you've got to be looking at the majority of teams in the group stage and saying we should be beating them. Even without a fifth, we should be beating teams in groups.
Yeah, but by all accounts, right? I mean, both teams have been able to make their way out of groups. Obviously, Red Cannon's going to playoffs. I know that there was a bit of a group stage struggle from W7M last time around, and that was in part due to a victory by the part of Red Canids, right? The last head-to-head was back during series number 2. That was a 2-1 that favored the Red Canids side. Things were looking extremely confident for them. They went on to go to the grand finals. W7M didn't make it that far, so maybe a bit of redemption involved for the former Academy side.
Yeah, for W7M, you mentioned that loss. The game after the decider match in the group was against Solid, and obviously we know those were the two teams that made it all the way. So it seems as if they do have those difficult struggles against some of the top teams in the region. I've seen some losses against Bestia and 9Z quite consistently. We've obviously seen a lot of losses against this Red Cannon side. So while we know that they can kind of get into playoff positions, it's always these top teams that are going to be tough against them. And looking at the veto, Vertigo should get banned. I think the pick should be Overpass here for the Red Cannon side. And then Ancient, Mirage, or Anubis options.
Indeed, Overpass and Ancient will come out as those first couple of picks, which is very similar to how that last best of 3 went down as well. Mirage, the decider, so actually we do get the exact same maps. Order is swapped because Red Cannons have first pick this time about, but that does indicate positive things for the Red Cannons overall, right? You've got the victory on the board against the W7M side, and they've obviously been able to prove themselves in that particular context of the best of 3 itself. The only caveat I will say is that they were all 13-10s on all 3 maps. The W7M now facing up against a weakened Red Cannons side might smell blood in the water here.
Yeah, it probably will. I mean, W7M can look at this game as real upset potential. They can look at this one and saying, without a fifth player of Destiny, who again is quite an experienced player in the region, we can get ourselves a bit of an upper hand. At the same time, though, you've got to put the result up, and that's something that this team has just not really been able to do consistently.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, they've only got one best of 3 on record against the likes of Red Cannons to the favour of W7M, so there's a little bit of work that needs to be done still. I'm just wondering whether or not they're going to look at that last head-to-head and look at that last best of 3 and think, well, they weren't that far off the mark in terms of the scoreline. So now a case of just finding those 1 or 2 rounds that would make the biggest difference in the world, and then to turn around the series victory and take an opening game and return some upset potential. So I don't think it's impossible to W7M. I do think you are right in the initial assessments, though. Like, Red Cannons certainly are walking into this matchup and this tournament as a key favourite to watch out for across the entire set of 16 teams, essentially. So they should be able to take this series on paper. It's, again, a case of how much you look back on that last head-to-head.
And unfortunately, even the track record for W7M doesn't look ideal. They've won just 4 out of their past 13 best of 3s on HLTV. So not getting a huge amount of results, not getting a huge amount of wins. Whereas for Red Cannons, they're looking to start a little bit of a match streak again. We know that they can get into streaky positions. We know they can win 3, 4, 5 best of 3s in a row. They're looking to keep that going.
No, between their best of 3s and best of 1s, there were something like 7 in a row of the victories of the Red Cannon side, only shut down by Case very recently, so and that was only a single map affair. So, yeah, again, you know, getting involved to re-establish a streak of matches on HLTV would be Red Cannon's perfect sort of position to hold on to. So, again, favourites by default, but can the underdog show us some more surprises? We're about to find out as we get into our first map-up of the best of 3. Red Cannons very quickly into this T-side contact have spotted out the first Azidi. But he falls back off the initial phase.
Yeah, they just slow it in, wait to see if they can catch a reposition. And for W, as said, there's actually a lot of rotations. They've made an info play aggressively out from Monster, and because Foku just sees nothing, they can keep 4 towards A as a stack right now.
And Julie set in common contact positions. USP storms in, spots several, takes his fights and receives a lot of damage. The Julies do tag up and take down the first casualty. There are trades available for Red Canids though. ZD's going to get forced back out as his teammate storms in, gets tagged up and eventually removed from play by the Glock face. ZD gets involved outside along. They haven't accounted for Jay-Z in the bat lines. Eventually does get overwhelmed. 8 points of HP for the next man as well. Surely shouldn't get much more out of this position. Indeed he doesn't. So now left to the last man versus 3. The Julies overwhelmed by the Glocks. A triple in for the opening pistol of Red Canids.
I'm not really sure how that happens. In terms of a setup, I don't think you could ask for a better round there. You've got the Julies in a close range angle to get an opening kill in the bathrooms. You've legitimately got 4 CTs defending that A site. The read is there, the stack is in heavy, but the crossfire just kind of gets broken apart. David Devez comes through with a lot of impact. He ends up with 3 kills, and yeah, it was a round that probably shouldn't have gone the way of the T's at all.
A solid way to open things up when it felt like W7M were starting to take all sorts of control in the opening picks. Overwhelming that HP advantage though, and now turning in towards the basic ecos of the CT side. USP is across the board looking for the early guns. Red Canids doing well to evade that connector stack. Unable to quite deal with Sadsin. Eventually does get overwhelmed, but still taking 1 player down on his lonesome. That's not an easy feat to take.
And anytime you've kind of got a history between both of these teams that are just building and building in the majority of tournaments that they're playing, that it seems as if it's only ever a few weeks, maybe a month until you face off against one another again, you are, from at least the underdog perspective, getting hungry that it's just frustrating that you can't get the victories. And you're always getting overwhelmed, that now the opposition with a stand-in, this is your chance to take it all. Try and get those rifles up in the early rounds. Now, one aspect of Overpass that I would say, maybe in this entire group stage or even this entire tournament, is that I actually reckon that Red Canids is the best Overpass team that we have. They are incredibly solid on this map. It's their go-to in best of 3s, and they don't lose it very often. In fact, they actually have some really one-sided stomp scorelines on this map.
Yeah, no surprise that they picked into it. 3 map win streak in a row as of right now for the Canids camp. Beating out Odic twice and Fluxo once. As you mentioned, some of those scorelines were pretty significant. The 13-5 on Odic does stand out the most.
Even the grand final matchup against Solid in the last Res event was a 13-6. I mean, just a proper slapping in the first map of the series.
Should be able to take this last rifle down. There it is. Nicely held together by the T sideline. Again, just dealing with those eco pistols as much as possible. A couple of players worth of damage is still respectable for the USPs. Now they turn towards the rifles and have to convert upon that to a decent rifle win.
And we talk about it quite frequently, I would say, in just the general landscape of CS, of longevity and keeping rosters, giving it time. This, I feel as if from an organization perspective, is nice to see that they are adamant that these are the 5 players that they want to continue, that they haven't kind of gone in with upgrading some experienced players, that they've kept it very young. They've held the youth.
Will it pay off for them here? Mentioned the concerns when it comes to posting up the actual results for W7M. Nice best of 3 win right here would certainly be lovely, but will it be possible? As of right now, Red Canids are the ones in control, but very early doors of the CT side. Again, first rifle round is in effect, and it's a very slow contact from the Canids camp, slowly pushing their way in from mid, and the one man that was there to defend it has fallen back.
Now, Foku out from Divider. If he gets a good flash timing from a teammate out on the rotation, he could do a lot of damage off of the back of this.
Third man has rotated. Bomb carrier has been spotted. The kill gets found and immediately they explode into action on the execution. Rigi is going to have to try and hold his lifeline here. The flashbang does catch Jay-Z off guard, but he gets his 2 kills anyway, whilst mostly being blind amongst them. Hardzao, nothing that he can do. Caught out in the open with flash assist and all. And a 1 versus 4 for the 3K man of the pistol. Does find that first kill onto Stormzy, but 35 seconds to find the rest.
When it was the coach to offer up the opening kill out there to Divider, you expected a lot more on the bomb site. But that pizza and truck corner just did so much damage. And Jay-Z still alive after getting 3. He might even make it 4.
18 seconds. Davidu should be able to check that corner at least. The jump face now seen him. Jay-Z does get caught. Adjustment does actually land that second kill. If Zedi wasn't there, then perhaps it would have been a chance at the clutch, but just way too fast to act, bringing home the first to the CT side.
Yeah, that round was probably a lot closer than what most people would have expected. The Red Canids didn't have much in that 1v3, but they make it expensive at the tail end. Sadzin helping out, and even with the flashes, Jay-Z does incredibly well.
Triple in, as you mentioned. Still impressed that he was able to get that secondary kill out there, but expensive round for W7M. Red Cannons will know that, so they're going to buy back into this one. It's still looking very awkward, though. 2 Deagles to back up the rifles, one of which is an AK, and the other 2 have downgrade Scouts and Galils. Boku, first player to face in, taking the M4 shots, unable to dish out any early kills. Very fast up from this AK up towards long. No one's accounted for it.
Yeah, this is a really good timing. Foku could just get completely caught off guard.
Indeed, jumps right into the man. Kill found. And the bomb site is opened up for it. Smokes are very deep. Sadzin can't do anything to deny from here. The plant should be secured.
And Molly can go down out towards Dice, but it's pretty much too late. Followed up by the HE. I can't see any backing on this retake whatsoever. There is at least a spam kill that presents for a moment that they might go for it.
AK picked right back up, though, for Red Canids. Hearing flashes coming forward, footsteps taken. Zedi takes the AK out permanently this time, but there are M4s picked up for Rigi in particular. SMG makes his way out, Scout watching from long, player watching out from the birthday party, catching the player in con, dishing out so much damage. Storms in, finally dealt with 3 on 3, but they're on the defuse. No one can deny it. Nobody can deny it at all. No, Nathan comes up with a Scout headshot, the perfect moment, a second kill, and Rigi's there to close it. Red Canids come up with another.
Well, I'm not sure how they expected to get a 10-second defuse off without a smoke and without a body block. I mean, that's just never going to happen, is it? Yes, there's distraction being made from connector perspective, but sticking a 10-second, you need a smoke or a body block, and neither is there. And Venom Zera pretty much wins that round just off of the basis of the entry kill that he got out from long. A very good timing. Unfortunate there from David Devez that he can't kind of work his way out to more of a safe position. And that was an easy post plant.
Yeah. So they got into position. It felt like they were a little bit further out of the angle, but they did find it in the end. W7M back down to the basic USPs, and Red Cannons can really start to take over a decent streak off the back of that. Nithon involved with his Mac 10 this time. The M4s do lose a fair amount of it, but Deagle able to fight back. 3-for-1 trade, make it 4-for-1. Hardzao picks up the Mac 10 and continues to put in the hurt, stack up the cash, build the economy damage that was done so early by W7M, and Sadzin shouldn't be able to get much more out of it.
I don't really see Riley in too many playing positions. He's been the head coach of a lot of Brazilian rosters. Santos, Team One, 00 Nation, and Paqueta. Did have a little bit of an international stint in Europe where he was the coach of Finest for a moment of time. But more familiar in the head coach role than as a permanent fifth or just even as a player for the majority of his career. So I can expect that they will get a fifth player somewhat soon, considering they've already benched Destiny and it's only been a couple of weeks. But it could very much well be the majority of this tournament, maybe even the fourth Res series, that we still see him helping out the boys.
We'll find out where that or how that transpires in the near future. There's an infinite number of players you can get your hands on. Right, so just who's going to be that right fit for the team. Again, a wider discussion to have about that. W7M, however, having more immediate discussions about the matchup itself. Down by 3 rounds they are. And nade damage again, very well placed on Red Canids.
And that first HE was a good spot of information and actually got very close to an opening kill. But we've seen a lot of park and sort of party front side of the bathrooms gained in the early 30, 40 seconds of the round. This time around, it was more B pressure out from Monster. Still very defensive. CT's having some retaking nades out to the boost in the short water.
Low HP across 2 players on W7M. Both are held out towards that B bomb side. The high HP numbers are starting to stack up over on A, and this actually is the right call to make. Mac 10 is sneaking past the M4. Sadzin, I believe he just made a footstep. Smoke start coming in from the long presence. Smoke towards Barthen's about to clear. How much they're going to see? They're going to see all sorts of success. 2 kills found, 3 now untraded by the Canids. Zera trying to get involved, does take 1 pick, only 1 pick. And Nithon left alone. Bomb on his back, no idea where the CTs are at. Pulls it out at point blank against ZD. Another very confident round for the CT side.
And we've kind of seen 2 different shapes, I want to say, of competitiveness of this game. We've seen some really one-sided rounds in the CT direction. We've also seen some pretty comfortable rounds go the T direction. So consistency, I would say, hasn't been there for either team as of yet. And that was a good timing where, rather than playing deep on the bomb sites, you kind of have a bit of a dual swing on that front side of the bathrooms, and it just catches the Red Canids off just ever by a small margin. Aggressive with a lot of players out to Monster. This could be a pop or a faster maneuver.
Very fast indeed. Incendiary's held, but they do get cancelled. Zero waiting for Stormzen to make his move in. He peeks into 2 players. That's 1 kill found. Rigi with another follow-up as well. 5 on 3, making it 2 out of short. This has been picked apart by Red Canids. How fast they respond to the confidence of W7M. This is looking stellar.
Oh, even just a straight spam kill out there from Heaven. Man, oh man. I like the cancel where, well, I say cancel, it's not even really a cancel, is it? They're in a position where they haven't committed, but they're on the front side of the utils. They're just waiting for a reaction, and as soon as there's even a jiggle, as soon as there's even just a little bit of movement out there for the monster wall, it's just an instant entry kill, and then it falls apart from that point onwards. Cracking entries, very sharp. And it very much will be the W7M side maybe only getting single rounds in this first half, that any time they look to follow up, they just instantly get denied.
The way it shapes up for the economy, that's not a positive thing. Boku might even get away with the AK. Fortunately, he does. No, he doesn't. Never mind. Hearts out comes in from T-Card, and just look at the cash amounts available for the CT forces here. With that AK, it would have provided a bit of firepower into the next. Probably a half buy at best right now for the CTs. God. Coaching server. Brilliant stuff to crack open the site. W7M definitely weren't expecting that. Tactical called in early.
And for Red Canids, they certainly got some upgrades to the roster when that whole Pain team just kind of fizzled out overnight after a really good run at the Major. They're able to get Knife on Hardzao, which in that sort of combination was Big Uzera, which was probably the best 3 players. So to get 2 of them to move over to the Red Canids certainly increased the output, I would say, of just where this organization can go. Out at the RMR, they went up against Wildcard, which was Stanislaw and Ko's team. Had a 13-1, had a tight loss to Pain, and then went up against Odik in the best of 3, where they could take a map, but unfortunately couldn't quite get the best of 3 series under their wraps. So back here and online, getting closer to another LAN qualification. Could be up for grabs if they can go deep once more.
A lot of points available if you can hit the top 2. If you hit the top 1 especially, as we mentioned before, you almost guarantee yourself the LAN spot, especially during this late stage of the circuit for LATAM.
And their points are going to be important here in the 3rd event, just because they didn't play the first. Just because you didn't even get a little taste of maybe a top 8 or a top 4 to just help yourself along.
The discussion to come back to later on during the playoffs here and now. Ace are making it out of the group stage and getting through the W7M camp. Of course, only pistols are pulled out for this round, so should be easy enough pickings to establish your minimum 6. And 6 on the T side as well, with W7M having constant economical problems, not able to string rounds together. We'll have the buy up in the next one to try and resist Red Cannons, but we are seeing patterns here. We are starting to see how this favorite team can just springboard momentum, and it will just get completely out of control for the underdogs. Maybe one exit on the lurker is the best you can really hope for, and that's not even all that likely. Stormzin does catch the likes of Davi off guard, but indeed that one rifle will stay in for W7M. The round, however, falls the way of Red Cannons.
Yeah, Davi is the highest rated player for Red Cannons on this map in the last 3 months. And the one man from Chile has been a real hot prospect since joining up. Came into the organization about 6 months ago over from 9Z. They're just always on the money with impact. They're a star player that's going to help them in a lot of best of threes. This has looked as if it's going to be a very tasty looking scoreline, 6-2. I mean, we could be looking once more at another 8-4 kind of half.
Another rifle coming in for the W7M side. It will start to alleviate some of the investments. We'll try and put a spanner into the works of that particular assessment. 2 AKs, pretty decent for the CT side. Not a bad eco considering that. It's been the buys that should be received. Can't afford to drop orbs on ZD's part. Sad's going to get given one of his own. Let's see how much they can make up near the tail of the half.
And we know that for the Red Cannon side, they are one of the teams that obviously can go undefeated for quite some time. And take into account what they were able to do last res event. Went into the opening game, into the winners, didn't even have to go down to the decider. Completely undefeated in the EPL World Series as well. Only dropping a couple of maps in the entirety of that tournament. Stormzin, aggressive, even completely blinded. Just as it starts to fade away with a flash, that's when he gets the kill.
Dinks down from Jay-Z as well. Hardzao caught. 5-on-3 being gained. Red Cannons trying to work trades here, particularly on Venom. You gonna see the jump face? Yes, he will, but he will not pull the trigger. That's just info for the CT side. Foku caught off guard, however. Responsive is there. The AWP is Sadzin, unable to hit his shot point blank against the coach of the Canids. Slow walks in, eventually lands his kill and reinstates the 2-man advantage.
Oh, that was actually quite close. If that AWP goes down, they just lose every advantage in the world. Resmoke comes down, but Venom's there is already on the other side of it.
Flash sent, allowing him to peek into the M4. ZD with a trade back, but Nithon trying to keep this round together. 1-on-3 for him off the back of that one kill. 2 players left. And hunting for the next man on the defensive. He spots it. He's caught Jay's head, but he's unaware of where Sadzin is. He doesn't come in from heaven, though. He's back at Graffiti. Orpa on Orpa action. Who's going to see who first? Who's going to take that quicker shot? Might be all down to timing ahead of the smoke. Clearing man's caught. Sadzin makes it a sad day for Red Cannons. They can't convert the half just yet. W7M respond with another.
Just at the tail end of that round, the expectation is that he's going to come from Con. Because remember, he got that kill against Rai out there in the front side of party. So just off of where he was, you're expecting a connector rotation, come out to the short sandbags, come out to Monster, and instead it's actually the real wraparound back to the A side to come through from Graffiti. Good effort, though. Very decent trades there from Nithon, because in my eyes, that round didn't really look on for the most part.
Yeah, by all accounts, Orpa versus a 1 versus 3. Like, that should not have really yielded as much as it did. Excellent training game from that 2 versus 4 situation for Red Cannons. You can see what it does to W7M. Money's still not fantastic for them. There can be a full rebuy for Red Cannons, but there's SMG limitations over on the W7M side. Trying to play range as well on the boost. That nade does not catch Hardzao. He's allowed to walk up Con uncontested.
They're still yet to see that follow-up round come through from the CTs, yet to see a bit of a streak to come through from them. This is the one with a relatively strong buy. AWP out from long, yet to take a contact, but you'd expect it to come in fairly soon.
Sadzin just posted to wait. Is he going to expect Hardzao? He's seen the gun barrels, so certainly will do now. No flick required, advantage taken by the CT forces. Nathan expecting him to rotate it back or for Poku to aggress the issue. Is he going to give him what he wants though? Perhaps not. They have to hold their nerve.
And that jump spot at Die still didn't see anything. HU placement could be on to Mass if it goes down to Divider in time. A 3 up on A with the AWP to long. This is a good position for the CTs.
Time starting to run out on Red Canids here. Start to commit that bomb in from Connector. All sorts of footsteps will be heard. Stormzin's going to hear them diving out from shore. That will call in the third rotator. Flashes do very little towards the CT side, but he gets caught looking the wrong way. Knifethon trades back on ZD to a 3 versus 3. Jay-Z, known about, can still deal with the bomb carrier, and Knifethon trying to recover once again. His backup in Davi gets a kill. 10 seconds though. Bomb plant can still be secured. Will Sadzin play this careful? He will. Orbs in his hands, but I think he was hurt on the drop-off.
Yeah, he definitely was. You can see it instantly. You might as well just save, surely. I mean, in a 1v2 when you've made noise, there's no way you can commit for it.
Won the last clutch, but this one seems a little bit too far gone. Indeed, he does think better of the attempt. Hold on to the big green. And concede the half to Red Canids. Continuing to see these patterns for W7M. Some confident responsives across this CT side, but unable to convert back-to-back rounds. It's starting to become a significant problem for the CT side, only with a couple more rounds and a half left to go. You haven't got enough money for a true buy in this one. I don't think you force.
No, I don't think so either. Now, when you're in a situation where time is low and you've got 2 on B, your crossfire needs to be very tight if it's aggressive. Otherwise, you might as well play defensive. And I witnessed that last round with the elevated angle out there from default looking down to Monster. And that player on default was hesitating between both Monster and Short, which tells us that crossfire wasn't very strong. There wasn't belief in literally the peaks on the contact. And that looked very awkward from W7M. And for Red Canids, I want to say that for the most part in this first half, I've been really impressed by their consistency. Like, they haven't given that many round opportunities to their opposition. Hasn't felt as if they've allowed sort of any comeback involved. Every time it's been a round, they've had a very good response. And just even the economy management, the rounds that have been taken, haven't had many players alive.
Broken investment for W7M. They do force the issue. The AWP's caught so blinded, as is his backup, just caught so dead.
Well, round's
Instant
over.
advantage. Yeah, there's nothing left in it. It's just SMGs and pistols.
It's a shame, because when you have these kind of rounds, you need to get as much out of the rifles as possible. You need to get as much impact through that big green, and instantly, it just gets denied.
Flash timing perfect. Deagle trying to get something out of Short, hearing those footsteps, but gaining nothing for it. I think Foku also just fired back onto Hearts Out. Doesn't matter from range. The AK is going to win it out as Venom Zero gets Storms in. Elsewhere, it's an 8-3 for Red Canids, starting to get well out of control against W7M. And they forced into that round, so it's another force back for the follow-up.
And I'm actually getting quite concerned for map 2. Ancient was quite close between these two teams last time around. The Ancient track record is actually fairly decent for Red Canids as well. They've played it 15 times in the last 3 months, 9 wins and 6 losses. Looking at just the whole aspect of how they're playing here on map 1, it's concerning for what could be a 2-0 victory.
Already the opening frag has gone the way of the T side.
They've just given way too many opening deaths, haven't they? We've seen quite consistently, I would say more so in the last few rounds than the entirety of the half, but last round and now round 12, you're losing opening picks in the first 15 seconds.
Just the notion that last time around, this map ended up a 6-6 opening half.
It's somewhat competitive.
Can't say the same for here and now. At least Jay-Z gets one back onto Venom Zero. Storms in, takes a decent fight and a dink down onto Davi. Starting to try and turn round 12 back towards their favor. 60 seconds remain, and they've taken a lot of map control away from the T side. This CZ, though, has an AWP on his backup, so needs to hold that angle.
The B players have got to slow this down, but Raihi is actually watching out for it. If this AWP drops, that's round over.
Timing's everything, and it's not right for the big green gun. The bomb's still out in the open, actually being contested by the CT forces. That smoke in the way is going to have to allow that pickup to come through from the T side. Red Canids back in the man advantage, and the A site is open right now.
A lot of time to work with. Flash around the corner, and that's just misdirection. Not seeing very much at all. Finally does at least bait one out.
Shot ringing in, short player starting to act. Davi gets his kill onto Stormzy in the end. Lurk out from the coach as well of Red Canids. 13 seconds, they have to go for the execution. He's making noise back here, just trying to pull distraction, trying to pull the rotations in the SMG. Ree's going to get caught off. 5 seconds, plant needs to be secured right now. ZD can't quite deny from his exact positioning here. Red Canids hold their nerve, they hold their kills, and they hold a 9-3 T side.
Well, if you maybe told me at the start of the day that that they've got a new 5th player and the coach isn't playing, I'd believe you. Right, he's played very well over the course of this T side. Very involved with some trade kills, very involved with round victories. So to see someone that's very frequently not in a player role holding a weight to a very high degree right now.
It's not encouraging for W7M that those guys that were top performers in that last head-to-head, Jay-Z, Asadzin, ZD, just not posting the same kind of numbers on the CT side of things. It's allowed this scoreline to get to the point that it has done for the Red Canids camp. 6 to the good. An all-important pistol win that needs to come together so well for W7M, else they'll be done and dusted here on map 1. USP's pulled out, storms in, already gets the goosh down, doesn't at least allow that first frag. The Julie's come back for Hardzal, but maybe overextending a bit too far. Man advantage for the T side.
This is still workable if they get the right info, and Davi is fairly aggressive out to the bathrooms and isn't seeing very much and is actually starting to move further forward. So that gives them the tell, okay, double up on B. At least set this crossfire from Heaven. The issue, obviously, is the HP number for the Heaven player of Nithon.
One good tag's all you need. He's got to play contact with Ree. Turns away from it, footsteps are heard, and he starts to play the careful kind of game. Smokes down to the bomb site, takes his fights onto Foku, just about comes away with the kill. Knife and also gets involved from Heaven, eventually landed that one headshot, and Red Canids have started to turn this one around.
Tap that bomb once, draw some fights out, but it's still not coming.
Glocks need to find their fight. Sadzin gets out of the way. Davi, first up to face, damage has been done towards him, seeing the player at Heaven and also at Round. They have all the info they need, they just have to start winning these fights. Damage is coming in against the T-side forces. Sadzin can't hit his headshot finally. He goes down, Nithon suicides his way out of the Heaven control. But Davi's on site to clean up the last player and bring home the pistol for the Canids.
You would be fuming, wouldn't you? I mean, obviously, this is in hindsight rather than the here and now. But they know, man advantage, player goosed, we should be winning that round. Just as long as we're coming out together, as long as we're trading, we should be able to clear out B. We should be able to get the bomb down. And while there's the cash injection, it's not a pistol victory. Yet to see someone on the W7M side get up to double digits as well. Red Canids are probably going to get away with their most one-sided map victory in a little while.
I'm certainly feeling like it right now. At least W7M have a buy-up with a bomb plant bonus so they can try and contest round 14. But much like the pistol, it needs to be a round win, springboard momentum from there, because Red Canids at this point take all players out. Disallowing another bomb plant in this round would lead to nothing to work with in the rest of the buys up, and a 12-3 potential match point scoreline.
Well, this proves how strong they are fundamentally, that they don't even have a 5th player and they can still play like this.
We talked about it during the pre-match, the idea that this is a former academy team on W7M. Red Canids have tons of experience and they're putting that to effect. Hardzal, 2 headshots to close out his position in the round. Nithon does get challenged, is wary of the player sneaking into his position, but bait and switch with Davi, set up for the 3K, sacrifice worthy of Red Canids on 11. W7M, just no luck on overpass.
They just haven't shown up to play at all today. They've had some convincing rounds in the first half, but consistently, they just haven't been there, and they're getting slapped about. Hard's out with 2 very clinical kills. I mean, how that stray bullet comes onto the secondary kill, I won't know. But for Davi, all he needs is just a bit of distraction towards Dice, and he makes that look easy for himself.
Upgrade pistols, half invest kind of round. Knifen's already caught the first. Decent flashbang potential for Foku to get involved here alongside ZD's Deagle's shot, but the trades of Davi on the back of the B bomb site will look to fall out of position and try to see if he can deny the HE damage on towards the man. Sadzin is all that's left. And ZD drops, exposed in the open, still gets away with one more decent frag, but any more than that should be a bit of a pipe dream from here. Needs the most perfect headshots with his Tech 9. The bomb plant at least gives them cash amounts for round number 16. Actually does catch the next man off guard, spotting Nython here. Surely Sadzin doesn't pull off the headshot of ages. Here's him coming out from bridge, plays it smartly, plays it silently, sees the gun barrel, and he's caught a clutch that evades map point for now.
Nicely done. A bit of individual impact, something that we've been hoping for a little while now. That round didn't have much in it at all, not in terms of investment, but also in terms of winnability. Out on B, trades are pretty solid. For, okay, maybe a bomb plant, but no more than that. And then all of a sudden, it turns into a round steal.
I mean, well played on the patience game for Sadzin to come up with the picks as appropriate. The challenge on Davi shouldn't have been won, but just let all the information come your way. Spot the gun barrel, get the first here, the footsteps get the second. Wonderful clutch.
What about the follow-up, though, Jay? That's what I'm worried about.
I was going to say it forces out a force buy from Red Cannons, but they know what's coming. It doesn't get the kill. The nade stack doing so much damage to these 2 players, but they are alive.
Well, it's missed HEs. You can see it on the trajectory path. They didn't go deep enough. If they go deeper out to the boost, you get 2 kills there. So that is a lucky sequence that goes the way of the Red Cannons. Nython, boost up on the signpost, doesn't see anything, and it's turning into a fairly heavy stack on A.
Failed the run boost, but fortunately they don't need it because no one's watching long as of right now. The 5-7 in the bathrooms playing double duty to both of the entryways. How much is Hardtime going to get away with? Seeing 2 players getting 1 out. It's a 4v4.
And no flash to allow this FAMAS to get aggressive. Around the corner, the jiggle baits him out, and now it could be very difficult for the FAMAS to fight again.
Indeed, Sadzin wins out the engagement to bring them out advantage in for W7M. Red Cannons needs to have the M4s on 100 HP, and both are placed out over on the A bomb site. In fact, it's going to turn into a gamble stack with these last 3 players, and they are fortunate the W7M have no such lurks. Bombs out towards long, has to commit towards A site from here. Venom Zera receiving a flashbang, but taps his way through, blind the victory. Kill found. Players in the back are going to get overwhelmed. The Deagle stands for Davi, but doesn't get away with a kill or a clutch. 3 kills for Storms in, and a 5th round for W7M. Force by dealt with. Red Cannons have to play on.
Just some good utility usage on the site here. While there wasn't a flash to clear out the bathrooms, they flash over long, they molly down a couple of times, they even smoke to give themselves some coverage up to the tail of the truck. It's all survival rounds, though. I mean, we can't be in a position where we can realistically say that any sort of comeback could be on, maybe closer to double digits, but for the Red Cannon side, they're going to close fairly soon.
See those MAC-10s get involved first and foremost for W7M in this round. At least going to try and ensure that no shenanigans are done with these Zeus's and pistol stacks. Hanzhao has info, but no more for the Canids camp. And you are right that at some point you are going to see that one breaking round. For W7M, it's a case of just taking it 1 at a time. Making up as much ground as possible. At this moment, you don't expect the comeback to come to fruition. It's really later on during the matchup when they really start to equalize against Red Cannons. You look at that. But now, 11-6. The gap has closed to 5. Hard's out. Going to try and catch off the MAC-10 user, but when that headshot comes in, so no Zeus kill overall, and nothing really much in the round for Red Cannons.
Now, both teams participating in ECL this season, but both are looking at very different records. For the Red Cannons side, 4-2, with even a victory against Imperial and 2 against Odic. For the W7M side, they are 7-7, and 2 of them have included forfeit wins. So I suppose competitiveness is definitely going to go the way of the favorites. 24-7 for Davi. He's probably going to close on 30 or at least close to. He's been very impactful, and the first half performance from him allowed the 9-3.
Now we just have to see him find that last little bit of oomph. M4 in his hands across the majority of the CT side forces. You have that one from Arsene that might cause a couple of problems for Red Canids. There is another gun by, another nade stack also at the ready, or at least it looks like it was going to come to ready. No boost this time to receive it though, so it would be wasted util.
Davi can tell his team just how much impact and how much utility is coming out to be.
Flash is perfectly timed for the FAMAS to get a kill onto Foku. AK sprays the storms in, makes his move up. Venom's Arrow is going to get caught off for it, but the trades are so quick. And from beyond the grave, even that HE can get Sads in 4 versus 2. Jay-Z's on 7 points of health, should get found out. And ZD, I mean, he's just got nothing in this round. 1-on-4, bomb in the open. This is going to be number 12 for Red Canids, and that is the breaking point you were talking about, Dweg. Nice opening in terms of the clutch, but not much more for the last player of the team. It's map point for Red Canids.
And it's a very good protocol with just the util set. Anytime you see the triple HGs, that gives you, as a player or even as an in-game leader, the tell that it should be a B-pop, that there's a lot of players outside of Monster, so be ready. Instantly, you can see a very good flash from the sort of boost graffiti player out to the left-hand side of the pillar, and it's just a pummel of util, isn't it? There's a re-smoke to the left-hand side of pillar. There's HEs going down into the smokes. They were so ready for that B-pop, util-wise.
Now 6 map points for the favorites here. And W7M well aware of the back foot that they stand on, must have been aware of it from a very early portion of this matchup. Could have very easily been a 12-3 at one point. So at least grateful that it looks like number 6 will be the minimum hit. Adds in, work his way forward. The AK so fast. It's Davi. 2 kills found, the third less so, but Knife-On's there with his AWP to try and close out the rest of the long presence, including mid from Hards out. Storming will drop to him, and Jay-Z is all out of options. It will be 13-6. Red Canids will take home map 1 of Overpass.
And I'm considering to myself, did they lose to Red Canids, or did they just lose to the one man that dropped 28 kills and 8 deaths? Davi has had a sick map of Overpass. Constant impact, constant round-defying plays. And Jay-Z is just hoping to see if he could just get 1 kill to even prioritize the bomb to go down to try and make this happen. This should be a 13-6 scoreline. A very good performance to start off this best of 3.
Indeed it is. Now that Knife-On's seen the last player, he could just peek in and make the finishing blow happen, officiate that scoreline, officiate map 1 for the Canids camp. And you are right in terms of that assessment for Davi. Like, just 28 kills is ridiculous. You even see this last sequence here, how fast the adjustment to the headshots were, and just his AK play being absolutely stellar for the Canids camp. It's a hell of a play you have to watch out for going forward, because it certainly was down to him mostly as the reason why they were able to find so much success in the kill counts.
We always know for this roster, it's kind of Davi Duas and Venom's Arrow. Those are kind of the 2 guys that put on the majority of impact, the 2 star players that are always going to put up good numbers. In this game, it was just a takeover. I mean, he seriously put a very uncomfortable position on the opposition. And again, I look at Ancient with how competitive it was last time, with the decent track record I've seen on Ancient recently for these guys, and the performance on map 1. And I could very much see a 2-0 in this best of 3 today.
Yeah, last Ancient was a victory for them. It feels like that in terms of the best of 3 context, it's their perfect opportunity to get into a map pick of their own. Like, yeah, it just feels like right now they're on hot form. I'm hoping the W7M can try and turn back situations, because they have been able to trade maps with Red Canids in the past. But I also look at this and think that they're going to have to get their minds together and really readjust things going into that Ancient pick. It is the pick of the Canids camp. They are up by 1 in this series. Can W7M return fire and take us to a 3rd in our second best of 3? We'll find out after the break.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Very encouraging stuff from Red Canids as they put home the first map in our best of 3 between them and W7M. Had a lot of high hopes for W7M on Overpass, but at 13-6, there's not a lot of hope going into the next map of Ancient Dwag. I have to say that some of those stars went missing. The team didn't feel like they were right up managing to the star players over on the Red Canids camp. Davy, obviously, the guy that stands out the most, 28 kills, 8 deaths. Gonna be a tough task to deal with him going forward in my eyes.
Yeah, indeed. He's a good performer out on Ancient as well. I would say that Vemanzera normally is going to put up more of an impact. He's going to be a bit more consistent when it comes to kills. But look, when you put on a performance like that in map 1, you're expecting a lot more. So even the track record of Ancient recently, 2 wins out of the past 8 on HLTV for the W7M side. Look, it's been rough on this map recently.
Yeah, I'm just not as sold on it. Admittedly, one of those wins were against Solid, which obviously, you know, top team in the circuit as of right now for LATAM. So it does indicate there is some positives here and there for them. But against a team like Red Canids, who, as you mentioned, pick into this one quite often, you consider their last 8 has been more wins than losses overall. Like there's a lot more to be positive about for the Red Canids camp here in this context. So I do feel like 2-0 seems like it's on the table for W7M. A lot of work needs to be done now to try and convert us and take us to a 3rd map. It will be a tough ask from the word go, and we go with the pistol round.
I'm keeping an eye out for Sadzin and Foku. Those are normally the 2 guys that claw back the majority of performances on this map in recent history. Out to the A site on what looks to be a contact. Davy is going to be the only player to defend. Now he's in from Donut, watching the mid-cross. This P250 on a contact.
Foku tapping his way forward, trying to hit the killing blow. At least draws Davy's attention away from the re-execution. He knows that they're coming in now with the smokes coming down. They haven't lost a casualty yet. Eventually he faces onto Foku. If he can't get the defensive, he will get the opening man advantage.
And they've got a smoke and a kit, so that can go down onto the bomb or even out to A main now that they've got Donut.
CT's forming themselves up for a very backstab-emphasized retake here. Davy's still looking for a second pick. He is starting to get low on HP, as is Knife on. Both him and Hardzow fall to CD, who makes it a triple on Venom Zero. One man dismantling the main focal point of the retake of Red Cannon, so the pistol will go the way at W7M.
Okay, so a positive start, even after the distraction in through mid was unsuccessful with a kill. It's ZD out from the big box that deals with basically everyone from A main that's coming in on the retake. So a recovered pistol allows the first round to get gained.
Very nicely done. Red Cannons will once again be put on an early back foot. Much like was the case for W7M on that overpass. The momentum could really aid the likes of the W7M camp, considering how powerless they were over on the first map. Well, a slow approach to get there at this moment in time. See if the Mac 10s can try and get some cash available. They do lose one of the AKs and the bomb being dropped over there at Cave, so Foku's going to have to get it right back, and Venom Zero will get dealt with next up. So not too much of an issue in that exchange.
And this is where you would hope that that W7M can kind of treat this with more emphasis, because again, it's a map they're more comfortable with. You're up against a team with a coach. This is where you should strike it and send it to that final map of the series. Rai, though, is actually doing a lot of damage. So for an extremely light eco, 3 kills and an AK to be saved is actually extremely promising for the opening rifle round.
There was an opportunity presenting to get 4 kills out there against Sadzin, posting himself up to ensure that rifle stays away from Red Cannons if possible. Knife-on will play the defensive elements, taking that B-door control back over towards the T-spawn entrance, and will now just ensure that no one starts to make their way in against him. And you are right, straight USPs. And I have to say, some 6 shots with the USPs. I'm surprised how many individual fights were run there by Red Cannons. does lead to this situation where, again, economy problems will start to come into effect for W7M. It was one of their key issues in the first half of Overpass. If it becomes an issue in the first half of Ancient, it just shows that we've learned nothing between map to map. Rifles will get brought in by the rest of the Canids.
And this opening rifle rounds, I want to get a bit of a gauge of maybe the play style of pacing. Just kind of getting more of an idea of where some of the exploitations are going to lie. And Nython on that big green is going to be very impactful, you'd have to imagine, on the CT side of Ancient. It doesn't have the best of ratings on this map in the last 3 months. So this might be the chance for him to try and turn it around with the big green investment.
Boku facing in first, flashbang to catch the stand-in coach off guard. Kill initially favouring the T side. Blind sprays to the M4s. The AK is a bit more successful than it though, finding Foku in the end. Molotov to send forward. Will they get Sads in? No. Venomzera eventually fires away, eventually gets that kill in. Advantage now for the Canids as he looks for even more. Davi finds one out a cave. Player on site is damaged up heavily, dealt with by the wallbang, and Stormzin's lurk all the way back on the A-bomb site. Can't do anything as the B-side defense falls apart. Red Cannons take the retake and take their first round.
And I say it quite frequently, Jay, on Ancient, on a T-side perspective, you've got to be taking map control on B. You can get good entries on the bomb side, but you need to be taking space back. And while they did a very strong job utility-wise of making it an easy kill out there from the wood cubby corner, not taking long made it very difficult. They had cave, and that was kind of it. Hardzal, obviously, he gets a pretty good timing here where he gets one kill and obviously just the follow-up spam. And then Venomzera, he's just playing behind the util. He's legitimately just spamming behind that long smoke. And then they know that ZD is out there to default, so just draw him, that he can't move. It's an easy kill from Davi out in the cave.
With the number of players that stayed alive, Red Cannons have quite the amount of AK potential. 3 of them in play for this round. W7M buying back as much as they can, but can only afford 2, including the one that was safe in the previous round. Khalil's on 2 others. Mac 10 for JZ. We've got that A-bomb site now under siege. HE's getting sent pretty deep. A little bit staggered from the push of W7M, so we're going to evade most of that damage. Flashbangs do try to catch players blinded, but it's the blind kills past the smokes that get the success for Foku and ZD. 5 on 3. Damage has been returned towards W7M, but they've just got no vision, Red Cannons. They have to fall back and save.
Yeah, we're seeing, I suppose, a bit of a bug, a bit of a mechanic at the moment in the game where a lot of players, when there's a smoke and a molly very close to one another, that you can kind of sit on the edge and give yourself a bit of a peeker's advantage. Now, that was obviously what was trying to be created out there from CT, but Foku was just kind of pre-firing the smoke, just kind of tapping away, trying to see if he can catch a stray bullet, and it just connects instantly. And then the breakage of the smoke allows the secondary kill to come in, so not the response that Red Cannons were looking for.
It's the one that W7M will get. 3rd on their board. Now Red Cannon starting to suffer to those individual rounds. Oh, the nade to open up the smoke, actually. That's what gave ZD that kill onto Davi. The first one was just pure spam. With Red Cannons, of course, saving those weapons does enable the cash to come together for another reinvestment. We will see the AWP in on Nython, the AK out for Venomzera still.
And this could very much be, what, a 5-1 start? And if it is, that would be the ultimate response from map 1 to map 2.
Turning the favour in many different ways. Foku and ZD take the early damage of the HGs down over at lane. It's more of a top mid sort of contact from W7M. Red Cannons are forced to hold their nerve in their respective positions. Smokes involved towards Red specifically. Here at Donut, it's blind sprays. That 2 catch a kill. Davi got so close to catching ZD as well. He's wary of the contact. He got the tags up as well, so he's understanding of the information. A man advantage taken by Canids.
Yeah, put the AWP in Donut and make the M4 go away. Very good bait setup. And Davi's seen exactly what's going on towards A2.
Sprays through, seeing them jump ahead of that smoke. Davi with another good kill to his name. JZ takes it back. The AWP is baited at the very edge of the smoke, but Hardzal's there to deal with the low HP of JZ. Sanzin is all that is left, unrevealed to the CT side, but it's starting to connect the dots here. Understanding if he's not there, he's out in mid, he's out on the B-bomb site. or just somewhere where you can't do much at all. This will be a second for Red Canids.
And I know this is only day one of LATAM 3 here in the Res Circuit, but Davi Duas is starting to get closer and closer to a bit of an MVP player kind of conversation. Just the guy that we always look at, that's going to put numbers up, that's going to be impactful, that's going to win games. He has gone from map 1 to map 2 to just being a pivotal piece.
Certainly MVP of day one. There's still another week of action, a little over that to go before we actually crown a definitive tournament MVP. So,
but I mean, look, the team got to second place the last time around, and he was a pivotal player to do so. We're expecting these guys to make playoffs, to go in deep. So I imagine that if that is the case, he's going to be the reason why.
Well, still many more hurdles for Red Canids to cross. Certainly encouraging in terms of the opening best of 3 for them, that he is continuing to show that prowess. Stellar map 1, top of the board in map number 2. Only 2 kills in this round, but it didn't matter too much. His teammates were right on point when it came to trading out, following up upon the impact that he gained at the starting, opening, and defensive.
It's getting a bit back and forth, though, with these last few rounds. So both teams are trying to reset each other's economy.
Just out of the save weapons of Red Canids and the bomb plant bonuses to W7M that are able to sustain these buys. In the last round, the savings plus the AK saved. Execution seems to once again lean heavy on the A-side defense. Davi puts his nades and incendiaries out. The blind sprayer Hards out, catches Sads in. Davi just playing off anchor on the signpost position, seeing so many ahead of him, getting that 1 kill. ZD and Stormzen do trade back to a 3v3, but Stormzen is extremely low, almost as low as Venom Zero was. I thought those HEs would do more.
Hey, you'd expect that they certainly would do a lot more. Now, they've got a mid lurk and they've taken Temple. They need a kill, though. That is what they're searching for. And it slows down massively. No one's really overextending. No one's making noise. This could be a freeze for a good 20, 30 seconds just to see who's going to make the mistake.
Nifon's AWP is scoped in and ready to receive them. There's only 1 smoke that can block off the CT contact positions, and they don't even know if Donut's been taken out from mid. There was a lurk of Foku, but he didn't extend that far.
I can't see how they get the bomb down. I mean, they just have to peek this AWP dry, really.
Nifon's holding that crack angle. It's going to have to be quite an extension from the Galil. 30 seconds. W7M start to make their moves. Utility has been thrown towards Donut. Now the AWP can start swinging into strike. He doesn't see anything center of the bomb site just yet. Now the low HP player has been seen. Zorm's in court. ZD going to be allowed to cross back as a result of that. His backup score of Foku. Forced to fight. Does win that first engagement. But 10 seconds. Red Canids going to play the timer right here. The plant might well be secure, but everything else going to be very difficult for him. Actually, he's going to be allowed enough breathing room to get back to the back of the big box, but Venom Zera gets him getting no further impact. 3 apiece as Red Canids will equalize.
I'm actually quite surprised we're seeing so many A-leans from the T side. I don't know, I'd be expecting a little bit more of kind of mid-defaults and challenging cheater and kind of working B. We're actually seeing a lot of execs from just the perspective of how they want to maintain the majority of the early and mid rounds. And Nithon, very clean. And this is just a bit of a timing. Default player tries to get back out to safety to kind of watch that brokey and the temple drop and just gets caught by literally the slimmest of margins there of the AWP up.
Upgrade pistols only for W7M. Missed utility, unfortunately, with some of those smokes landing and flashes inside of the main position. Fast execution out. Lineups available for Davi, getting himself 2 kills. Is going to get forced back past that smoke, but his teammates are once again well coordinated enough to get back involved in this. Drop that bomb. Look to the back lines. Don't quite deal with ZD before he takes down Hardzal, but Nifon's there with his USP to trump the upgrade hand cannon. Sads in, having only a Glock and 18 points of health with no chance to do any sort of damage to work anything of any worth in this round. The lead has been gained by the Canids.
Now, Jay, this is where I have to really dumb it down, right? And just look at this as literally just simplistic terms. Davi Duez drops nearly 30 on map 1, and he's the A player. Why are we still seeing the opposition go towards Davi's position? They know where he is on the map. They know how much of a sick player he is. And I'm just thinking, the one way to quiet a beast is to avoid him, to be able to go in opposite directions and challenge elsewhere. And all it feels like what's happening is that the main star player just keeps getting impact.
Now involved is Hardzao. Sadzin gets both those kills from beyond the smoke, and Davi is once again forced to make his way away from that A-bomb site, get the kill in from mid, and maintain the 3 versus 3. So even despite the other opportunities you mentioned, the mid defaults you wanted to see from, they still can't catch a break. Venom Zera, also a beast on the B-site defense, hasn't had much of a chance to shine, but gets involved with that kill ahead of Ram. Is he going to try and deny the Incendiary? Will certainly dish out the damage, but Foku's going to be allowed that kill. ZD's caught by Davi from beyond the smoke, and Foku 1-on-3 clutch, aware of all 3 players, but needs to isolate each individual fight and lose very little in exchange. Caught looking the wrong way as Riki takes him down, and Red Canids have 5.
And this looks quite rough, to be honest. I mean, I actually think they did quite well there with just the adaptation, aggressive mid out from elbow. They do well on the trades. They go 2 for 2. They get up onto the B side. Really good repositioning, though, from Venom Zera. He just instantly gets that kill and just gets out of there. Just retreats, plays the man advantage. And for a youngster, a guy that's only 19 years old, he plays that perfectly.
Wonderful stuff. Still very broken by states for W7M. Only the Galil can be afforded here. Jay-Z caught Matt 10 tagged up. Davi with another 2 to add to his tally. He is just farming no matter where he is on the A site, out towards the mid face. Yes, up against pistols in this one, but 12-5 overall on Ancient.
And I'm honestly considering, or maybe just wondering, when are we going to see them slow play it? The majority of rounds here on the T side of Ancient have literally just been rushes. Not rushes into bomb sites, but rushes to gain opening territory. And at some point, you've got to slow the pace down. You've got to run the clock.
It won't be in this round. Davi, a quadra held by him with the AK support as well. Minimum 6 by Red Canids, CT side. Going swimmingly once again. And a tactical is called in by W7M because they have really hit brick wall after brick wall here. And maybe they are discussing the idea of slowing things down, trying to be a bit more methodical about this, play a bit more patient and try and force or just wait and bait a mistake out of them. One thing I do know is that mid and A are going to be difficult to take for the T side because of that rotation potential, because of Davi's positions. He is just a monster right now, and W7M just can't seem to deal with it.
Yeah, last 3 months for this team, he's played 70 maps, positive 163 KD difference, and averages a 1.19 rating. Map 1 was 2.39 and nearly 150 ADR. We've now come into map 2, and he's pretty much got almost as many kills as his entire teammates combined.
W7M, quick into lane. This time Hardzau's caught, but Davi's still ready with that AK. Engaged down to less than 30 points of health, so it does indicate a 4-on-4 that they can try and work from here. Flashes in against Davi. He doesn't panic, though. They back off the back of those trades.
Oh, the coach gets aggressive out there from Cheetah. 1-for-1 position and just gets in that first and doesn't get traded. Oh, that hurts. You've worked so well to get that initial mid-contact in. You've put emphasis down towards Donut. You know that Davi's low, but you've lost your advantage. The bomb is still outside of T-spawn. You've got a minute on the clock, but it doesn't feel as if there's much to work with in this round.
I'm able to grab that bomb and walk into that A-bomb site. Nithon, however, his AWP actually gets swung upon. And that provides a little bit more working room here for the T side. Davi, is he going to be ready for Storms in? Absolutely not. AK actually does win out the fight against the Star. Finally, following the noise being made by the man. Smoking a little bit deeper from Venom Zero, of course, revealing that he is close to contact. Stormzen is going to be ahead of the curve here. The bomb plant will be secured. Are they going to be ready for the retake? Stormzen is caught. AWP missing its shot. Tagged low to a 2 versus 2. Sadzin Creeping around the edge of that smoke, he's caught damaged up. They can't quite find the killing blow though. The AWP of Jay-Z also backed up. Fought upon, Venom Zera with the kill. Jay-Z to a 1 versus 1 against Venom Zera, who gets himself a casualty against his name. Quadra for Jay-Z, and finally a bit of positivity for W7M.
Yeah, there is, and that's probably where I'll come in and just take it straight away. That round was won to a 1v2 clutch, and that's it. I'm not banking on that consistently. I'm not banking on the idea that we need to see some late individual clutch scenarios to be able to pull this map to make it a map victory. I need to see more consistency. I need to see stronger rifle rounds here from the W7M side if I want to give them the benefit of the doubt of closing Ancient and moving it to Mirage.
Red Canids trying to post up an 8-4 half. The best case scenario is 6-6 for W7M. Damage has been sustained on the T side, and a casualty goes against them once again. Davi with the opening. AWP Assadzin incendiaried off, faced upon by several rifles. Meanwhile, the real execution's happening over on this A bomb site. Assadzin just being a thorn in their side, a distraction point as the retake will get set up.
Now, Hardzal gets quickly into Donut, and they're hearing him move away from T-Spawn, so they just know, focus on the bomb site, and he's probably going to come into elbow or A-main late.
They're making their way in, understanding that if right now this is a 5-on-3 retake for all intents and purposes. Smoke deep. Does just about cover off the bomb. ZD gonna get checked. Eventually he should lose his teammate as Storms in. Venom Zera stacking up alongside Hardzal. They get those kills together. 3-on-2 on the defuse. They'll go. Jay-Z with the pick back. Hardzal is caught. Venom Zera also drops the same as Red Canids again rest on Jay-Z to bail them out.
He's had 2 back-to-back insane rounds. That got very uneasy. That crossfire, I mean, that tree position is always really solid in a post-plant if you can get distracting elements, because it's just such an off angle, but it even gets pre-aimed, and then Jay-Z just has to try and come out from Temple, move into Brokey, and get away with a 4K. He is surviving his team right now.
And Red Canids finally face some resistance now to the awkward buy-stay of the CT side. W7M. Heavy damage sustained to their own right. Mac 10 on a couple of players. Fast execution seems to come in towards this B bomb site. So many players out of cave, and ZD lines up the 2 casualties required to basically take away most of that firepower. The 5-7 of Hardzal trying to get involved here, trying to hold a defensive on his lonesome, but it's a pipe dream and a half. And Jay-Z gets another kill to his tally. Nathan can get 1 pick and a second on the MP9. Take no damage in return from range. Finally cost him his life as Sadzin makes it a 1-on-3 for Davi.
Davi expecting a little bit of a rotation or a lurk out there from Red. A 1v3. Might be able to get a cave player, but no more than that.
And even that doesn't come through. 3 kills to ZD in this round, 6 apiece for W7M as they recover what was looking like a very awkward outlook at one point.
Yeah, I thought it might have been 8-4, 9-3 kind of scoreline. So 6-6 is legitimately a fantastic recovery.
And once we saw the 6-3, I was worried we're going to get a repeat from Overpass and the 9-3 half the Red Canids took to start things off. Not to be in this case. W7M now move to the CT side, move to defensive half, which has statistically been the worst of the 2. Will it end up being the same case right here? Red Canids. Pistols set in for them and quick into lane.
Slow down when they get out to the doors. Julie's in an unorthodox position, back default solo, and actually going to get mollied.
Foku burning, should be known about, takes a fight and somehow gets away with as much damage on Davi on the drive-by. Is that going to be a difference maker later on in the round? The taps of the USP blinded. Foku's going to get spammed up to 7 HP, so damage has returned towards the CT base. It's a 5-on-5 for the retake.
That got to be a miss smoke there from the CTs. They put a smoke down on default. I'm not sure how that managed to come in. Another smoke goes down to Cave, and it just traps the T-side players in.
Swing forward to Venom Zero, sees the low HP man, but Sadzin is there for the responsive. 4-on-4, HP bars favour the CT players as the defuse starts to come back. Is there any Molotovs or any swing? No, they're not going to get to it in time. Body blocks and everything as W7M take that aggression, punish it, and run through with an all-important pistol lead.
And they'll look to force buy straight away, though, surely. Everyone to drop, bomb plant in, kill bonus as well for Nithon. Get him on the AK, get that force buy up. And just instantly swarm the bomb site. Anytime you've got to play with a kit and you've got mass players alive, as long as challenges are being made, you're pretty much going to stick the 5 seconds. A good effort. And a pistol round goes the way of them to be able to take the lead.
Still see the buys at the Canids camp. Trying to respond very early to that pistol loss, and if they can do so, then that might cause further problems for W7M. They know how much is at stake here. And they are playing a very different style of T-side now that the guns are broken out. You mentioned how pacey it was on W7M's T-half. Red Can is the polar opposite.
It's also a round where, because they're force sport, they're not going to have a huge amount of util unless they go down to pistols and MAC-10s rather than the majority of rifles. So you have to slow play it just because you can't contest. Out on B, there is a jiggle to ramp, but that one molly actually drives ZD away for just a moment.
Clock is getting run pretty low. Taking lane, putting the smokes back. HE's trying to respond for the CT side, but Venom Zero is the man that gets caught off over at K. A counter smoke involved as ZD sprays down damage, getting a kill onto Ree. Davi swinging, just can't catch Foku in time. Plant will just about be secured as Davi sneaks past the CT defenders. They're making their way up real quick here. Awkward bomb plant position now that the backup has been removed from ramp. On the defuse they will go, and Davi can only get the one exit. Number 8 for W7M.
Now that HE missed, and what I think it was trying to go down to was the little window inside a cave to break open the smoke, which obviously would have allowed Venom Zera a bit of an easier chance of getting an opening kill on that split into B. So some misutility hurting in that round, and just no one delivering when that bomb goes down, no one being able to get some extending fights. I mean, this is just a freebie out in cave. And then for ZD to get on the other side of the long smoke and just start spamming instantly.
These rounds are getting dismantled very quickly on the part of W7M. Red Canids, all that patience not paying off for them. Flash is sent, HE's down, Venom Zero is not going to be allowed to have anything of the Deagle in the mid phase. Half invest round with the upgrade pistols for Red Canids. The Eagles try their taps as the M4 start moving. Nithon and Ree going to be ready for the position. They do take the first fight unawares. The Storms and his press hards out. Does get one Tech-9 pick back alongside Davi in his trade. 2 versus 3 with those responsives, but so much damage being done towards the one man means that the bomb will be lost permanently. Davi is nowhere near the scene.
And might be able to get away with one more pick in this one, but that should be all. And this round streak is slowly turning into something very dangerous. 6-3 to now 6-8, then 6-9. If you're not responding in the next rifle rounds, mate, this is just going to be over quickly. This is going to be sent to a third map.
Should be number 9. Red Canids from potentially another one-sided situation at the 6-3 we saw earlier to now getting nothing off the back of that. Lead negated, 6 in a row total for W7M. The Canids hopefully taking a tactical pause right here before their next rifle buy, because they might need one to discuss future tactics, because W7M are starting to run away with this. AKs will be out, max loss bonus in effect. All important, must win.
A very aggressive out from Elbow. Instantly storms in, tries to get back out from Donut. Doesn't look to fight though.
Damage done to 2 players. 3 more specifically. It's Davi, the opening casualty of Foku. starting advantage, all important for W7M, the man they've struggled to deal with all series long so far, but Hard's out, trying to take his place, extending way too far into the hands of the AWP, as ZD finds Nathan also outside of the B doors. Advantage taken and extended in a matter of 2 single engagements. Foku, I think, just spotted that coach as well. Smoke's all clear, Smoke's all reinstate. Venomzera needs to win this fight against ZD, and ZD's just not taking it.
Just putting the re-smoke down, this is really well played. Just when Red Cannons had the, I suppose, space to make an aggressive play happen out from Red to really challenge the AWPer, it's the success out from lane that disrupts the round. A work in from Donut and Red extremely passively. Even on B, it's quite deep. ZD is backed off all the way to deep long.
Foku is in the back lanes with him. Venomzera. Careful about position, just checking out those corners. Will plant behind the totem. Footsteps will be heard. How can Rigi support him? AWP involved towards CT access. There's one decent kill, a second also found, but 2 more to get into that clutch. Nothing in success of the round itself. W7M continuing this streak all the way through Ancient. Number 10 secured on the CT side.
And you have to give, obviously, huge amount of props to Jay-Z to getting themselves in this position. He was, without a doubt, the defining factor that tied it up at 6 apiece. Without his 1v2, without his 4K, we could be looking at a very different scoreline, which obviously puts a lot more pressure on the buy state, puts a lot more pressure on the scoreline. It's just been successful to the tail end of the half, and then even stronger in the second. Haven't given the T's much of a look in. There's been some competitive rounds. There's been some bomb plants, but no success with actually being able to stop this streak.
This is initial momentum swing that's enabled ZD and Sadzin to also come into their own. ZD, top fragger at the board, starting to try and match Davi's numbers, which seems like such an impossibility considering what we've seen so far today. Foku challenging damage past that Sheeta. Warbangs returning back and forth, but ultimately favoring much more on the CT side here. Half HP for the coach stand-in, and very little tag damage done in return.
Trying to see if they can force the CTs aggressively down from mid is just not happening at all. Lane's been taken. Not a huge amount of util. Smoke off short, smoke off long. Hard's out from the bottom of ramp. Would love an entry.
Doesn't get it though. ZD again with that shoulder bait that's just baited in info, taking very little in return. Sadzin does burn quite heavily. T start making their way up. Accountants in the area comes forward. They do get that kill. The AWP shot doesn't connect on Sadzin's part. He's ready for a player to pop out of that box corner though. Nade sent on towards Rigi. 30 HP for the man. The AK trying to bait them in closer as Foku gets involved. Rigi with a pick, Nathan with a follow-up wall bang shot. 1 HP for the coach. Finally dealt with by Jay-Z. 2 versus 2. Bomb's got to cross out from Rap and got to do it on his lonesome because Jay-Z's caught another kill and Stormzin's right behind him. W7M cannot be tested on CT side.
Look, the reason, even in that round, that it goes the way of the CTs is there's a missed long smoke. And it's one of those challenges where if you're missing basic utility, you're going to get punished. You're not going to come out successful. You can't afford on a map that has been played 15 times in the last 3 months to just constantly be missing util. A massive gap out there at long, and it just gives no protection to getting into the bomb site whatsoever.
Another tactical, because I hope they picked up on things like that. They have to clean it up. Because this is really starting to look like W7M pulling off what we thought was going to be a difficult returning map.
Well, you consider that the 3v2, if that long smoke goes down successfully, the coach probably gets out of cave at least alive. I mean, not that he would have been alive for too much longer, considering that he was on 1 HP, but he wouldn't have been killed off as easily. It would have had to have been spam bullets to the unknown.
The 8-round streak for W7M. Starting to close in on the map point and possibly the map win. Utility sent in a standard defensive, tries to hold out from mid. Stormzin trying to insert over at lane. Migi tagged and dinked down by Foku, so well placed with a wall bang. There's your starts.
Red Canids have constantly looked to pressure lane, constantly been given freedom to take it. But it's just the constant denial of these rounds. And Flash ready for the ramp, the jump spot, sees nothing.
Galil trying to press for Davi. Nithon gonna walk his way up as Foku can't get caught distracted, needs to hold his nerve with the cross-firing. AK-47, damage done to Hard Zao as Nithon has dropped 5 on 3. They're trying their best to get the trades together, but they're finding so little success for it. Even ZD gets involved. He's finally found his Venom Zero, trades back the top box player, 2 versus 2. But look at the HP for Red Canids.
It's so awkward, and they're waiting for the rotation. They're waiting for the mid player to come donut to shelf. Jay-Z is coming from elbow instead, and it's time stalling, and he's not even coming to shelf. He's just really waiting for the reposition. If they go back out to spawn, or they drop shelf and go towards donut to A.
25 seconds and 50 HP total on the clutch. Smoke set out towards short. Sanzin's going to hold the back lanes, but of course it indicates further presence from Jay-Z. If they're going to go, they're going to have to go right now. Another smoke down at long. Venom Zera. Safer plant can't be denied from this position of Sadzin, and the man over at Cheetah. Hard Zao caught off, damaged up so heavily, cannot really win that fight. Venom Zera, all that's left, held out in a corner, unknown to the CT side as of yet. The resmoke will come on towards long, cut off that one position to the CT basis. The AWP shot rings out but doesn't connect. The 8K wins both the fights, and Venom Zera keeps Red Canids in the game.
It comes down to the 19-year-old to step up when required, to end the streak of 8 in a row, not make it 9, not allow them at points. 1v2, they try and peek together, they know where he is, but they can't get the shot off. That is a sick 1v2.
Couldn't have gotten worse from the outset, though. Venom Zera, the man that set up that round in the first place, appropriate to close it. And now look at Red Canids, new breath of life, a second wind in this game. Up against the pistol players, can rush their way into that B-bomb site, no resistance. Jay-Z's already caught out a Cheetah. They've taken all the map control you want out of a B-site post-plant. Now it's the case of seeing if they can fend off the upgrade pistols.
And the issue I have is it just too late? I mean, you're looking at a 6-11 deficit, now 7-11. There is a lot of ground to cover, and one mistake on an anti-eco, an anti-hero upgrade rifle, just legitimately any round can just steal it away, could just push it to map point.
Any exits for W7M would be lovely at this stage. It does seem like one will come forward, so catching the Galil off guard. More focused on the rifle buys inbound for round 20, though. As you mentioned, a lot of ground to cover. A lot of things that need to get done to truly make this comeback a secured comeback. Canids. A rifle loss here would throw any potential off-kilter for them. Losing 2 stages of loss bonus, so money will not be good for them. Round 20 is another must-win.
They get the shelf smoke in case the CTs go aggressive and take lane. Nithon with the NWP with a good spawn nearly opens up that round with an opening kill.
Smoked off as the CT players get out of the way. Hold their defensive as standard and flash their way in to start taking peeks over at ramp. Knife on Dorp instead, scoped in for a shot that just connects to a tag, not a kill against ZD. He is lucky to be alive.
And they're putting pressure on B while they've still got just that one mid lurk. Venom Zera down there at the elbow, the coach out there to the front side of Cave. Flash into Cave will actually not present a peek. Instead, it could actually be an info play. Double red and double donut means that there's only one on B playing deep on a retake.
Smoke towards long and short. Flashes over from Davi to start finding entries. Counter flashes will keep the T-side players blinded as Davi blind sprays onto damage of ZD, continuing to compound with the initial AWP shot that connected. the very start of the round itself. Blind sprays, however, favor W7M once again. Jay-Z with the opening pick.
They need to get another kill, and they need to get one in quickly. Venom Zero on the off angle, struggles with the first, but still gets it.
Flash blinded, panicking with his spray. So many players around. Long needs support. The AWP also revealed as Zini gets Rigi next. Hards out with one. Spotting the header, storms in, connects it to a 2v2 with Nithon's AWP pick. Sad's in back with his own AWP v AWP trade. An AWP v AWP clutch. Nithon known. Heard of the tap. The USP comes out to do some damage, but Sad's in. Doesn't have time to hold himself in this. The Glock will just check position. Will lose his life, but Red Canids will gain 9.
And that actually seemed to be the one to close. That was very successful on the retake. And they get away with a spam kill out from short. They deal with Venom Zera on the off angle from ramp with only a 1-for-1. That's a 4v2 at one point. But Nithon just puts up so much time stalling with that big green. And in the end, the time's just not there to make it happen.
A round that came down to the wire. All 5 players falling for the Canids can still afford the AWPs across the board. W7M have some decisions to make at the buy of their own. The AWP stays in, but money is not great, will not equate to a full invest. To go half C's in this round. It would lead Red Canids to number 10. I don't think W7M take the risk of a force, though.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's actually shaping up for what could be an overtime. I mean, just the CT economy, it's going to be quite tough to try and get it over the line with how many players have been dropping. AWP is at least in a position to put on impact.
Sad's in. Not aware of the players making their way in from main, is watching the right-hand corridor. Shadow seen, kill found. Hards out court, rotations are inbound, and he's not going to get traded back by Red Canids. They apply the brakes before they exit out of main. Smokes and Molly start getting set as the T's are stalling out this one here. Might consider the rotations with the player outside of lane, but they're going to continue to commit here.
A very good utility usage there, just to make sure the AWP can't find anything. USP are going to try and put pressure, but the bomb doesn't even get denied. It just gets stuck there.
There's only 3 players on the bomb site itself. W7M are setting themselves up for a retake here. If they overwhelm quickly, then Rigi's going to have a very difficult time about this. Got to go in soon, though. Hits in play, and as they lose Jay-Z, it's a 4 versus 4. Davi gets another kill as well as they start charging their way forward, losing all sorts of pistols. Sadzin's going to hold that AWP for another round, assuming he can get out of red with it. Indeed he does. But it's number 10 for Red Canids. 1 more to the good.
And now all I'm just reflecting on is that 1v2 from Jay-Z, that 4K that he had in the first half, and think if just one or either both of those rounds go differently and go towards Red Canids, this game's closed in 2. This game is just done already. It's always the what ifs, and those are the rounds that kind of put nightmares in your mind, that always come about with reflection. Because when you start getting to score lines as close as this, it comes down to raw impact on who's going to close.
And whose mistakes get punished the most. Final tactical called in by W7M. I think Red Canids have 2 in their back pocket. I think W7M realize, however, that they stand at a precipice of winning and losing. Round 22, once again, has so much riding on it, and the Canids will realize this as well. They don't have any loss bonus. The only thing that they can get in extra cash is the bomb plants. But at this late stage, I don't think bomb plants are going to do you much good here. Max loss for the CT side, but both teams investing heavy. This one could decide the game.
Insta elbow and insta door smoke to come through for the CTs, but fast out from elbow. And it's not even a contest. The CTs aren't fighting for mid.
Just saw one with the HE to crack open a smoke, but Jay-Z from blind again gets Venom Zero, and now the CTs start moving to aggressive. Down ramp into lane. Foku is going to get hurt. All sorts of footsteps being made out by them. A resmoke from ZD. Will they start to try and punish it? No. Nades are up. ZD takes some damage. No casualties against W7M yet. Will Hardzao start to look for some? He may well do so. His teammates are doing some damage, but ZD comes up with the kill, and further casualties set up by the CT side.
The CT's actually dropped 2 smokes on the same position out there from the door, and that would have been recognized by Red Catters, so they kind of want to put the emphasis on spamming through and fighting because they know there'll be a lucky util. The HP bars are low. Is this still recoverable?
Foku's AWP going far away from any sort of contact of the AWP, but Nython gets nothing out of the flick, going so wide. Davy, the top fragger, dealt with by ZD, and W7M have claimed map point.
That's a fantastic round, because it really limits what can be bought here in round 23. Red Catters, they'll look at the majority of duels and say, we probably should have won that opening duel, probably could have got away with the second. That fight up there from Shelf, how different it could have been. The spams, just when Venom Zero tries to get away.
Two map points for W7M. Red Canids still have those 2 attacks. They're going to take one here because the buy is broken. The potential of Ancient is seemingly whittled away. Oh, dearie me. Just when they thought they were on the comeback, just when they thought they were going to equalize against W7M, it all falls apart at the wrong moment. And the damage done compounds to pistols, a Galil, and an AK. That is it.
It's surprising that we're not even seeing one of the rifles in the hand of Davy. I know that he hasn't had the same level of performance here in the second half than he did in the first. But he's an impact player. He's a star player that can get you out of trouble. Aggressive lane maneuver with the util once more. Jay-Z waiting for aggro and elbow.
Hardzao swings in with his Galil, face up against the AWP Assadzin, who just takes an immediate peek and pick advantage. Once again for the CT side, Galil can get recovered, but that's not the way they wanted to start.
ZD's aggressive and by himself and catches off Venom.
So well played in terms of his ramp control. Top fragger of W7M right now. Nython getting dealt with by Sadzin. Perfect timing on the AWP shots. Can't get Davy to follow it up, but I don't think it matters too much. The 2 versus 5. Damage done to the last rifle to remain. The Deagle desperate, totally focused on Red, unawares of the impending danger from Donut. Not a lick of damage done to W7M in this round. That might be the perfect round to close out the map up, and indeed the AWP will land the killing blow. 13-10 for W7M. We're going to map 3.
Indeed we are. And honestly, the tail end of the first half was a very good recovery, but we saw some really good CT sides from them in the second, constantly looking to try and sort of pressure down lane, fight for Ram, make it uncomfortable to the T's behind the B doors. So all in all, a very good performance and enough to be able to send it to a third map decider.
Indeed, and we saw contrasting to what we saw on map number 1. I mentioned that the stars really went away for W7M, but like ZD, man, what a match he had. Like seriously sick stuff to come through when they started to get momentum. He was just running riot. Could even challenge the likes of Davy, who towards that second half, the very tail end of the map up, he went rather quiet in terms of impact, right? I know the number step kept coming in, but he wasn't that key difference maker that found so much for his team like he was over on Overpass.
And it shows just by the scoreline that Red Catters didn't quite take the necessary key rounds when required. They were up 6-3, and then they were down 6-11. That 8 rounds in a row, just, it made from a scoreline perspective just so uncomfortable to come back that it just wasn't really ever there. And in the end, with a 13-10 result, it's once more another best of 3 in which both teams trade map picks.
And we will go to a third map as a result. Mirage is coming up next, our last of this opening game. Who is going to take the first victory of their group? We'll find out after the break.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy.
world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Well, we started this series with massive concerns for W7M. Maybe those concerns might shift the way of the Red Canids side from going 13-6 on the opponent's map pick to losing out your own best of Ancient. Now we move towards Mirage, where the map analysis definitely feels very similar to what we said about Ancient, right? You've got Red Canids who are currently on a 6-map winning streak. They look very good on it. They're very proficient at it. Same can not quite be said to the same extent over on the W7M side. But I feel like right now the victor in this series might come more down to just on the hour performance more than anything else.
What we've seen previously, if you look at the majority of head-to-heads, is Mirage is one of the maps that's just seriously one-sided for whatever reason, in either direction. Kind of date back to all of the officials, even towards last year. There are some sort of 13-2s in there, so I don't really know what to expect. Map 1 was obviously quite comfortable. I would say Map 2 was fairly competitive. So going into Mirage, I have to favor the Red Canids side. I've been way more impressed with their Mirage recently, and for W7M, the last time they played it was obviously against these guys.
Yeah, indeed. It was the 13-10 victory for Red Canids as they took over that last head-to-head in the second regional series. So we're, of course, looking at a chance to return revenge on the W7M side. I have to debate you on the point about the second map looking rather competitive, though, Dwayne, because the scoreline might certainly look like it was one of those, one of those, very close affairs. But remember, 8 rounds in a row for the likes of W7M. There was a period of time where things did not come together. They were really looking a little bit lost at the very beginning of the second half, in my eyes, over on Red Canids. I don't know, man. Like, things just really didn't seem to come together for them. And again, part of the reason why I look at this and I say that on the hour performance is going to be the most decisive factor for me is because the difference between the two maps was W7M and their stars. They were absent over on Overpass. They were firing all cylinders on Ancient. That's going to have to be the key thing for them to take Mirage, in my opinion.
I mean, we were talking about it on Ancient. If Jay-Z doesn't win a 1v2 and a 4K back-to-back rounds, it's just a 2-0. And you can use that to the same extent of how the tail of the first half went, and then obviously moving into the second, where you're not actually seeing that many rifle rounds because it's the pistol and it's the first few rifles. So, yes, there was a round streak of 8 in a row, but to me, that was a very competitive last map in which it probably could have been a 2-0 if a few rounds go differently. So, our Mirage for W7M, I mean, you're still fighting. And anytime you're fighting in a best-of-3 history where you've kind of you haven't been able to stabilize the majority of series in your direction, go out there and try and take it. Go out there and try and prove that you can upset this series and that you can take it in 3 maps.
Well, in the same way that round streak came together to 2 big moments from Jay-Z, the only reason why it didn't end up in a 13-6 fashion against the Red Canids was because of a 1 versus 2 from Venom Zero. So keep that in mind as to how much those individuals are going to have impact in this final map of the series. W7M, a key chance to try and return some ground in their rivalry against Red Canids. Red Canids facing early resistance in the group stage. Can they get their first win on the board in the opening games? It's Mirage and the Pistol to try and find that out.
For Venom Zero and Davi, they are top performers on Mirage in recent history, so watch out for those 2 guys once more in this series. 3 on B, and what looks to be an apartments lead. This is actually quite promising from the CT perspective.
2 smokes getting sent down, flashes in for W7M, taps the Venom Zero, unable to come together though. Stormdin's going to find that opening pick against him. Hard's out, back out in the back corner. Goosh down heavy, Stormdin can get Davi out towards the short wrap, and Sadzin deals with the central site anchor. Nython is all that's left, Rigi gets taken aback, and there's USP versus 4 players back at the market entrance. Jay-Z is going to get caught, second player backs away.
A very good pistol round to come in for the tees, and Stormzin's actually been a guy who's been very underwhelming in this best-of-3, only averaging 7 kills on map 1 and on map 2. And even in recent history, he's definitely a supportive player that doesn't get the limelight of an impact, I suppose, star individual or someone that you can expect to always put up numbers. So to come out of the gate against what is a fairly stacked up B bomb site and get 3 kills, that is at least a very positive start from their sake.
Try and get those early streaks together like they did over on Ancient. Pistol taken, Red Canids will try and utilize these USPs, which have been rather successful, surprisingly so. Davi especially finding Foku, the first bullet accuracy of that USP, getting one of the players to drop, but nothing more should be gained off the back of that. I say that, and Nithon gets away with another kill, but Sadzin is there for his 3K, taking control of a 2 versus 2 situation. They are still fighting back here. These pistols are trying to do some more damage, trying to steal one away from W7M. They don't quite get away with any further casualties. An ace for Sadzin in the end, but still for Red Cannon, it's 3 casualties.
That was way too close. But even out there in top mid, there's not even any head Kevlar being bought. Yeah, that is what we've seen some real impact on USP rounds over the course of today. Maybe it's something that we can expect here in LATAM.
Oh, certainly Red Cannons are showing up that they've got something behind the pistols. Loaded them up with full metal jacket rounds, perhaps. Oh, now up to the rifles, see if the M4s can be as impactful as their smaller silence weapons. Of course, AKs across the entire board for W7M, and an early swing round that could turn things the tide back in the favor of Red Cannons.
Opening spams back and forth in top mid, but the jump spot's still coming through from Hardzao out to the mark. Oh, I should say from the van position rather than through market for his teammate. It's going to be a mid-B split. Very quick to act for Hardzao.
Smoking it anyway, Rigi waiting for a contact and does get damage off the Hardzao can capitalize upon it. He's waiting and hesitating for his chance to strike on the player on the apartments, allowing Stormzen to get into the bomb site. Does get taken aback, but JZ is overwhelmed by Nithon. Low HP from Sadzin's part will take him to a single man on the clutch. Venom Zera aware of the one player on the bomb site, but the second man lesser so, and his sneak forward will catch the bomb carrier. Now set up the clutch again.
Now, this is a chance for him to rectify yet another 1v2. Timing is everything.
Set up the Red Cannon streak at the second half of the last map, and now in the first half of this one, he will draw out the opening for the CT side, denying a bomb plant and denying economical advantage for W7M.
Well, I'll put it this way, Jay. If we see gun rounds consistently like that with the chaotic trading, I can't tell you who's going to win this game. Because when games get into that play style, it is legitimately just a few kills that are going to make the difference. I mean, that is just so back and forth. It was difficult to even dictate in that round who was going to win it.
Forced back from W7M will try and reapply the pressure to Red Cannons.
It definitely looks weak.
Well, we saw what they could do with USPs on the CT side. How about W7M start taking some leaves out of the Red Cannons playbook? Execution utility being set for fake smokes down towards connector, and the Molotovs coming in, try and indicate for the execution towards the B side. 3 players here to defend against it, and good double, triple in fact, actually stolen away by Nithon, as Ringy will drop. Foku, 2 picks for his name on the Tech 9, unawares of Hardzao, who does get involved, and is aware of the last player as well of Foku. Caught by Davi, it's 2 apiece.
Well, real red from the Red Cannon side. Obviously, they know that double eco. They'll know that the buy is going to be limited, and they're expecting the readability to be a B-pop or some sort of split, because it's very infrequent that you see that ninja box being played. So 3 on B with the player boost up, you're never going to clear it. So, yeah, very easy round. And for Red Cannon, I mean, this is the perfect chance to make it a bit of a round streak and to start building on a lead.
Should be that third by all accounts, because there's only blocks in play for W7M. They get a bomb plant out of the A-bomb site here. Venom Zero is focused on the ramp, and then let the player cross back, but does deny it in the end. Struggle to get that second, but does do so eventually. The Eagle back in from mid from Stormzen, gets no further casualties. All 5 alive for Red Cannons, building upon that economy state, building upon their round streak and the early lead that does start to go back their way. W7M in with the gun buy.
A lot of moving parts in the LATAM region as of right now. I mean, you know that Nissim has been pulled away on loan from Sharks out to the Pain organization. He's been brought back. I mean, Stewie 2K playing out on Legacy. You've got Cold Zero and Taco starting up their own project. So these next few months, getting closer towards the summer break, it's going to be quite intriguing to see who is able to capitalize on some extra pieces.
No extras involved in the early portions of round number 6, W7M. involve themselves in the underpass and top mid positions. Careful placements behind those smokes. Eventually they do start to take mid control. And Nithon starts to realise that there might be action going on here. His AWP tries to reposition, but careful towards the sniper's nest. Can Foku get caught off guard? Not to be. Davy instead taking direct contact, sees his shoulder up in the corner, dealt with by Sads in a quick responsive scene. The player also back at bench. A Glock is called out for him. Hardzao is forced to fight with the M4 and does win it out with a significant weapon advantage. Wary of the second man, his head's just barely been seen above Van. Thompson's gonna have to fall back.
Oh, ZD, good kill, nearly a double. Nithon getting into the bomb site, sees another player and tags him up while that bomb's moving back into spawn.
Rotating onto that A site where Rigi is still holding for. Smokes on, storms in. Starting to back away to open space. Will he get caught by the Orpa? I don't know quite just yet, but this is got to be the round sealed right here by Rigi. Spam to the head. Good night, Sweet Prince. Good night this round. I say that, and Stormzen actually has taken the Orpa down, so it's a one-on-one. M4 repositioning itself. Bomb will get picked up by Stormzen. He's going to try and escape back to that B bomb site, which is the right call to make.
He's actually unreal that he's been able to pick up the bomb. Oh no, hang on. Is he got? I don't think he's got time now.
Don't tell me that's the mistake.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, just.
That was a little bit too close. Imagine getting caught up in the murder hole. Now he's fighting against the stand-in coach. Aware of his rough positioning and lands the headshot. What a clutch from Stormzen. Given all the breathing room in the world, almost fumbled it, but came up good in the end.
And that is just a crazy round in and itself. I don't even know how you could unpack that one. Obviously, you're expecting the CT wants to get that first kill, that he's going to reposition somewhere. He's going to go Palace, he's going to go Ramp, he's going to go CT, wherever it is. You don't kind of expect him to be in the same position. The resmoke is just enough cover. And for a moment, it looks as if he's not even going to get the bomb down. 3-3. This could be a very exciting map for the tail end of the BO3.
W7M with the pistol success. Red Cannons turn around the economical situation, and the gun buy starts equalizing things in the first quarter. All that just in 6 rounds. Canids. Of course, they have their weapons back in play, dipping into all of the savings to bring out the AWP and the 4 M4s. 1 kit on Venom Zera. W7M. Making noise out towards the underpass in mid. Hardzao's going to try and contest it. There is a smoke in the way, however, so just information gathering for now.
This AK working up top con. Doesn't have a teammate with support just yet. The spam out there to the stairs position does so much damage.
Still, Riki gets away with a pick, and damage has been done towards Storms in backline. 20 HP, does get the Mat 10 kill in the end, though, so 4-on-4 has been maintained. That bomb still yet to get towards the bomb site. Venom Zera is backed up by Davy. The smoke giving him a little bit of cover, looks towards Sandwich and deals with Storms in the end. And the other rifle outside of Palace gets caught off by Davy. ZD is at least in with the trade of the AK. 3 versus 2 with the AWP of Nithon hesitating for the shot. Eventually connects towards the bomb planter instead. And Sad's in 1 versus 3, surrounded by CTs. Red Cannon should converge on him when they desire.
Now, there should be no chance that he gets this bomb down. Flash over high, try and bait the AWP, get out to the bomb, but there's a rifle in there at connector. That whole round looked as if it was going to be an opening kill to top con to try and work in the A-split to put emphasis out there to jungle. But Rigi does incredibly well from the top of the stairs to waste time to put damage off. And this has been a wild game. This is going to be entertaining. There's no denying that. It's going to be some real claw rounds where there's not going to be much in it at all.
There won't be much in the setup of W7M for round number 8. Unfortunately, without the bomb plant bonus, they're unable to sustain another buy. We'll see Deagles and Glocks fast charge out of JZ. Tries to get the kill onto Venom Zero. I mean, nice idea, but not enough firepower to do it with, and unfortunately unable to get the headshot in early. So 2 versus 5 in the end for Red Canids. Bomb plant outside of the B site is the best thing they can do, and that is a hard no from Hardzao.
Yeah, both of these teams pick Mirage, not all the time, but I would say somewhat consistently in best of 3s on HLTV. We've seen it picked as obviously a map pick for the Red Cannon sides 3 times in the last 3 months, and for W7M it's been 4 times. So it's normally kind of the second or third go-to. Maybe if the insta-ban lines up with your go-to, or maybe you're going into a bit of a punish. So that tells us that it's a fairly comfortable map. And just by the win rates alone, it's very high for both of these teams.
Fast execution again into the A-bomb site, and the utility is going to be a little bit late, but does come up to suppress vision in the end. The M4 of Venom Zera trying his best to catch Zadzi. He's aware of where he is, though. Top a ticket booth. The AK can return fire to the kill itself, and the advantage can be set for the post plant.
Nython needs this kill out from jungle. If he gets this, the retake's on.
Backstab from Davi, known about, discovered by the player at spawn. The footsteps heard, so there's so much attention being drawn away from the actual site itself. Storms in with a decent kill. Davi does get overwhelmed eventually, and that's now down to 2 players, no trades. Finally, one does come in for Hardzal, but he knows it's just to hold on to the AWP and save it into the next, because W7M have got another.
A strong entry to the bomb site directly, and then in the post plant, they just don't give much breathing room. That reposition to a tucked right-hand side corner makes it so uncomfortable for the AWPer. And then just the delayed response in through Palace. David Duez is kind of in a position where you want to focus on retaking, but you also want to focus on dealing with that player in T-spawn, and you just get caught hesitating between the two. So we go back and forth with not much of a round streak. 2 in a row, 3 in a row, 1, 2, 1. This could kind of be the game where both teams are resetting each other's economy. Both teams aren't giving a huge amount of funds to consistently be built.
One to the good still on red cannons. Look at Davi straight in against the AK. Jay-Z's heard it. He's waiting. 2 players on the crossfire, and they work with it against the man Rigi on the bomb site. Spray is very awkward, but comes up good for the kill anyway. Zedi with 1, Sad's in with another as Davi is traded back. But he's still got Venom Zera. Is he known about? Is he going to be accounted for? Down at dark, he waits and baits, and here's the player firing from the center of the bomb site. Kill found. AK adjustment is so awkward for Foku, but he does come up good for it. 1 out of 3 kills required on the clutch. 9 HP for him, though. The USP is good enough for Nython, as red cannons hit minimum 6.
There's incredible movement out there from under Balk, because that is one of those where, obviously, we're looking at it from the T perspective, and that's never an easy kill. If you're committing to the spray and you've got a transfer on a player that's gone up the ladder, gone vertical, and then gone pretty much completely horizontal with the wide swing, it's very difficult to get those few bullets off to the connection. That whole round is just multi-frags from 2 very strong individuals.
Lead gained by the favourites once again. The minimums hit, of course, the stick extending towards 2 rounds on the lead. W7M back to basics. HG's down for the B-site execution. Will dish out the damage, but Foku's the man with the opening. Hardzal still gets the kill on Storms in, waiting for more players to pop out of apps, doing damage on the JZ. Rigi can't catch info, or can't catch vision, has finally spotted him. That HG should get the player over at Venom Zera. Gotta be wary of the man over at bench. CD gets involved for damage. Venom Zera is surrounded. 3 players inbound. Davi finally gets out towards shore. The Venom is dealt with on the site itself, leaving a 1-on-3 for the star man of Red Canids.
Out to bench, needs to try and work that first, but just instantly opts to go for the save, recover that AWP from Nython. The B players, I actually thought, did quite well. I mean, the coach comes away with decent impact to the 1v1. Hardzal did mass damage. That left and right click HE to get into the apartments, for him to go 1-for-1 in van. From just the perspective of what the B players had achieved, I would say that's very successful. It's the retaking players that let that round down. The players coming in on repositions didn't quite find the impact to allow that retake to be on.
W7M see Red Canids and their chance to try and take us to an even stance at the turn of the half. That will be positive going into their CT basis. Red Canids. Heavily pressured in this opening. Now 1 to the good on their scoreboard. The AWP save does allow weapons to start getting passed about. We'll see the M4s on 3. Deagle for Venom Zera, however, it's not ideal on the buy.
Quite aggressive for 2, but quite aggressive for Davi to try and look for an opening pick out from top mid. Now, at least what he's seeing is no one's taking top mid, so no one's getting out to the boxes just yet.
Sprayed through the smoke. Damage has been done heavy to Foku, the HE that does get the kill in the end. So his 10th frag of the game, not being quite as much of an early match monster like he was over on Ancient and Overpass. Impact alongside Hardzal, though, the 2B defenders now backed up by the AWP of Nithon, who should get first contact out of that apartment's window. Stormkin starts walking, they do bait in the AWP as Hardzal goes down, reface the M4 supported by the AWP as Davi finds ZD. They have to grab that bomb and cancel the hits.
That's actually incredible that they recover that bomb. With the crossfire that gets established, you're not considering it to get recovered. The issue is, where have the CTs aggressed? They've got to clear out so much here of T-spawn, of mid, because it is a lack of info. They were only out to the apartments. At least they've got Sads in live. He's been very involved, I want to say, in some of these mid-round situations. And there's actually a window where no one is watching Connector from A.
The Eagle does get caught by the AK next, and suddenly the man advantage looks much more doable here. Rigi, M4, backed up at spawn. Backup is also rotating in. Jay-Z has been seen, but Davi gets involved with the one pick unawares of the closer player at Connector. Bomb will go down on the site. Tapped once, they're looking for picks. AWP not required as the M4 finds the fight on Sads in 6 seconds. Jay-Z should get overwhelmed as the smoke clears. Nithon will land it, and Red Cannons will just tip over the favourite at turn of the half.
It's another great round to come through from Rigi, who played very well on map 1 in the first half, who played pretty consistently on Ancient, and then here on Mirage, he's helping out to have some key rounds. Didn't really get a vibe of kind of who was going to come out on top at the end of that half, but for the Red Cannons, they'll be happy with the 7-5.
Two to the good. And a pistol round to close out this matchup in this second half, the final half of the best of 3. Dually set for Foku. Going to be the aggressive player as well on the A defensive, backed up by USP of Jay-Z. Smoke and flash at the ready for contact as Molotov's coming out of the apartments, the palace control rather. Flash sent, in he goes, spamming away, getting kills on 2, eventually turning to the triple as they all fall down.
Hey, that's a great setup that anyone at home can run in your pug setups with all your mates back home, because that one right there, you have a flash assist in towards A main and you wait for contact of util. As soon as you see that first smoke go over high, bang, flash comes straight in. Julie's at that kind of range is going to rip the damage. Very good gimmick setup there from the CT pistol.
Just everyone trying to fight back on the T-side basis, but Foku's having none of it. Ace in the pistol for him. Wonderful scenes from his own part, supported by W7M, who are now back within 1 of Red Cannons, and a pistol that should well turn this scoreline to evens once again.
Now, they've gone 2 for 2 in pistols, but yet the scoreline doesn't have them at the lead, at least as of the moment. So that does give more of an indication that the deeper the halves go on, the more rifle rounds that get involved. That's where the favorites can show more depth and maybe more success as well. Literally, bomb rush Palace. Hope to get a bomb plant, but can't see that happening. Actually, there's no one on A, so that probably might happen.
Sads in, only gets damage against the players out. Bomb plant should be coming down at default. So yes, they will get the cash bonus. Almost waiting for the wallbang. The HG is a little bit late to the party. So now it's a case of damage that they can do with these Glocks out here. 2 kills being found. Rigi shouldn't get much more here. Venom Zera pressured by the SMGs and eventually storms in. Will make up some of the cash that was lost there by W7M. 7 apiece for 2 casualties. But again, priority for Red Cannons. All about the bomb plant.
And that is actually a really good Glock round. I mean, on Mirage, it is so difficult to get, I would say, a bomb plant on a super light eco. But in that scenario, it was actually the CTs fighting fairly heavily for mid. You had player window, player short, doubling at con. There's no one at CT and no one towards the right-hand side perspective of the site. So get out from Palace and just get that bomb down straight away. Allows extra bits of util to be invested.
Dead set evens. Venom Zera caught off first and foremost as W7M start things off on the right foot, rushing down the apartments. All sorts of players involved. And one of the info is how many really committed here is Rigi is caught by Sadzin and his AWP instead. 5 on 3. They have to hit the A bomb site. You have got players making their way out. Well, they're decently aggressive as well, but no smokes in the way of Storms in, so we can do damage to Davi. Can't quite get the kill just yet, but it's all sorts of advantages to W7M right now.
They try and break open the smoke, look to try and fight out towards Connector. They do deal with one, but just as Davi tries to reposition out from Palace, he gets caught from CT.
Knife on, forced to fight back unawares as the second player over at CT stairs, so Hard Zao is all that's left. Firing a little bit prematurely. I'm not sure what mistake caused that there, but it gives up his position that allows W7M to get to lead.
Well, that was a hyper-aggressive round from a CT perspective. To go underpass for 2, to get the third player out there in the apartments, to clear it out and to work that opening pick, and then just play defensive on A. You know that repositions are going to come in pretty quickly from that market and CT spawn position. A decent effort from the Ts to try and recover the round, but wasn't much in it. And now a round streak is building.
Much like it was over on the last map. Not quite as an extreme comeback for W7M, but is a streak that carries over into a lead. With only pistols for Rad Cannons. You can imagine that streak would start to grow against the CT forces. W7M allowed access to that bomb site once again. It's a quick pop out of the execution utility that should enable the rifles to come in full force in the next round. It's a case of whether these Tech-9s can find any damage or any steal. That would certainly be lovely if possible, but Storms is in with the opening frag. Foku and ZD get the trades back against his casualty. Davi's desperate to keep his hold of his nerve out in the open. 3 points of health for him. Rigi less than half as well. 2 left standing on the CT side. The Deagle does look for some shots, but doesn't connect any of them. There's decent damage that has been done by Red Cannons, but ultimately a round for W7M that continues said streak. Money can still be brought back into the next. Guns will be available. Red Cannons will have a rifle round.
Well, the CTs are certainly struggling with these ecos. I mean, more so now that there's heavier investment with Tech-9s and Digs than just the Glocks. But that will have ramifications. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen now or even in the next round, but anytime you find yourself winning rounds with not that many players staying alive, you're going to get reset soon. And money in the reserve is quite light for 3 individuals. So 2 good gun rounds would cost it all, and a missed smoke out from window going to get exposed here.
Why have I seen that before, Dwake? Red Cannons once again issues when it comes to the utility lineups. JZ looking away from the contact over a ramp. It's Foku involved against Venom Zera. Pick to open up. No responsive. Sadzin just sat here with his AWP ready for a player to make his way into this crack angle. For him to take that shot and extend the man advantage further.
And this AWP is very pivotal to the entire round. Hard Zao underneath it, though, is going to catch it off.
How has he done that? Sadzin didn't see it coming. Perfect placement, but Foku's not done in mid. Nithon is caught, and he, Mike's lose some other players here. Foku, another pick back, a triple found for him. Davi and Hard Zao, 2 versus 4. Issues Incendiaries back up against JZ, leaving him no real breathing room. He is going to burn, but ZD is still here with his picks in the center of the bomb site. 2 to his name. It was really Foku that got as much as he did. 3 kills in from mid. No setups for Red Cannons. No bomb plants for Red Cannons. Money starting to become an issue. Another 5-round CT streak, just like it was on Ancients. And near the tail end of this matchup, This could be W7M looking really good.
Indeed, and that mid-smoke did cost them. Again, they would have been aware that it was missed, obviously when the underpass player comes out, but it just allows Foku to play more aggressively than what he would have been able to do otherwise. Oh, spam out towards top mid is very good for the opening kill, but the spam back in window is better.
Doesn't lead to the opening casualty though. Foku is down on 19 HP, but he is alive, and Sadzin can follow up against Venom Zera instead. Stormzin also involved elsewhere. Out in the apartments is where he faces in the just first like 25 seconds of the round. It is all W7M. 2 versus 5. Hardzao and Rigi with an impossible situation now.
And it's moments like this that reflect on if Destiny was still here. If we still had him in the lineup rather than playing with a coach, could it be different? Could it be a different result for us with our recent run of form? Hardzao and the coach need to try and almost offer anything other than, well, I mean, obviously a save is an option. The other issue is that if you do save, could you realistically hold on to the weapons? One's been detected out in mid. Time is still quite heavy, so there's a lot of time for the CTs to get into stronger positions and try and drop them after the time.
Hold their respective bomb sites. The push forward from Foku is going to get quite a fair amount of info back at spawn. He pushes all the way out towards mid. He'll catch the bomb, but he is going to wrap in towards Ram, understanding that time is certainly favoring the W7M side. If Red Canids are going to go, they're going to have to take that bomb and start running. So with that in mind, it seems like the save is going to be in play. 11 up for W7M. They've got several players that are trying to take the star mantle. Foku at the top frag position, but Sadzin, Stormzin, not that far behind him. Meanwhile, for Red Canids, it's only really Davi and Hardzao, and they're not matching up with the same kind of prowess as before. Davi is not the monster that he was on map 1 and 2. And the differences for W7M have come in to harsh impact on Mirage.
And this is where the back and forth nature between the rivalry of the two comes into effect. The last best of 3 going the way of Red Canids. The 2 best of 1s before that going the other direction. Then best of 3 before that goes back. You know, we keep kind of going back and forth on who's going to be able to take it. We obviously know that in best of 3 contexts, it goes the way of the favorites of Red Canids more than it does for W7M. But this one right here, I mean, maybe these words might come back to bite me, but this is basically unlosable, right? You're up 11-7. You're in a really good position. You've got money in a good state. You've got heavy AKs with an AWP. With what I've seen, you should close it. You really should do.
I mean, if there's ever a word that would cast us curse this beyond belief,
I mean, it's close
unlosable.
to it. Yeah, it very much is. But that's the position that we're looking at right now.
Red Canids probably have this one round and this one round alone to try and get back into Mirage. 4 to make up against W7M. Of course, they're going to all buy around the 2 save weapons of the previous. No savings. They do have max loss. The money is irrelevant almost at this stage. They need rounds.
And they need an opening pick in this one to just rectify something. A boost up at window. The scale has not seen anything just yet, but the patience might reward them.
Davi head ducked away, trying to avoid any noise being made on the drop down. Foku holding connector as well as he has done. Nays, the storm's in. You're gonna try and see if he can get the smoke popped open and look onto the mid face, but bouncing back in his face. You've got Foku instead with a kill outside of jungle. Nithon with a responsive, but 2 players have pushed Palace, and ZD is one of them. He's watching the stairs where Nithon might be re-aggressing from. Players over at short, and Storm's in amongst the smoke. Aggresses. Davi is gonna get caught. JZ in with a pick of his own. Hardzao returns, but ZD is still unaccounted for. He's tapped up 1. He's caught that second. Rigi had no idea. And in his map and match point for W7M.
And when it gets so chaotic with the trades there and the crossfires, you just have no clue that someone's on that backstab. That's a real good bait and switch, because first off, you never really see CTs aggress Palace like that against the connector play in. And then for there to be 2, for the first player to kind of strike, take contact, go down, you're never expecting a second player. Very good attention being drawn. And this round streak, they've performed very well in the second half. They have definitely shown a good level of competitiveness. It's just the AKs being saved constantly as well.
Red Canids trying to get involved with a couple of kills here in round 20. Rigi and Nython particularly hard out with a follow-up onto Foku. 4-on-2. Maybe this round will go their way, but it feels a little too late. 5 in a row to make up. W7M, even hunting for Nython, are going to get the kills for it. Davi's walked out towards the B site with that kill from ZD. They should realize that both players are on the other side. Plant should be secured. Damage on Hardzal, though. Can they make this workable?
I mean, if they get a kill, then maybe. It doesn't have a lot of legs to it on this retake. But if one kill presents, it might just be enough to send them into it.
If ZD's burst to hit their headshot, then certainly so. Hardzal might be easy enough pickings, though. That's 1 pick back, 2 versus 2. ZD is starting to aggress, but his teammate taking some time to get in towards market here. JZ swing on Davi. Caught looking the wrong way. Surely not, lads. This was such a man advantage. A 3-on-2 post-plant. Venom Zera now to hold another 1v2 to save his team, and he gets them both. Just about an 8th round for Red Canids.
Well, how many AKs are even going to be bought here in the next round? How many can actually afford it if they want to prioritize the util? That is actually a really good late round. Yes, it's not a successful retake, but you're working with 4 M4s and an AWP, kits and full util, and there is a lot of Galils. There is a lot of limitations there for the T side.
1 out of 5. As you mentioned, it's going to be a battle and a half to get the rest of them. 4 Galils on Red Canids. And of course, the full investment for W7M had plenty of savings. All Passad's in, M4s, no expense spared. Flash sent in, Hardzal caught off guard, but still wins that opening fight. JZ has to trade it. Can Davi find another responsive? Might catch him on that reload. Indeed he does.
A catch on the timing, but Stormzin's going to be quick to try and get that trade off. Now the bomb's coming back in through main, and Davi, he's just such an impact player, isn't he?
Especially in this round where Red Canids need it most. 19 kills deep, trying to match up the Foku's numbers. Doesn't have the backing of the same amount of star players that W7M have had. Especially over the longer term course of this overall map. 4 versus 2. Do lose Foku next up. So that is 20 kills for Davi. All Passad's in, all that's left. Got to save. That is if he's even allowed to do so.
I don't think this AWP's coming into the next rounds. In through market, into the apartments. It seems very unlikely now that he's been spotted on the jiggle. And gets away with 1. Venom Zera should be able to get the trade from the apartments. The high ground up against the AWP is always going to be difficult. Oh, jeez. AWP has actually done insanely well.
I mean, hats off to him for defending himself. Red Canids still around towards their favor. W7M, considering the streak that they had, then have a lot of loss bonus, and then imagine the half-bought pistols upgrades at best around the big green gun. I know they've done a lot of damage in that previous round, but it doesn't make sense to force the issue here.
It's just kind of similar to Ancient, where you can put up a bit of a threat towards the end of the map, but the scoreline's just too far. The scoreline differential is just huge. Now, we can look at it from just the money perspective and say, okay, well, you get a good buy in round 23, and round 24, maybe depending on how many players stay alive and how much investment gets caught off, it could be 50-50. So you're looking at 1 to 1.5 decent buys that can continue here to close out in regulation.
Well, this will not be one of those rifle rounds for W7M. This is going to have to be just the upgrades again. Save into the next. Go for the true buy. Hold on to the AWP for Sadzin. Play protection in this one. Part of the 3 players over on the A side defense. The AK burst facing the Venom Zera. shot from Sadzin is very good to open things up, but now they're going to pressure it. Flashes counteract the aggression. They do force to fall back in Red Canids.
And they did that. Do you remember that round when they came out A main against his AWP at Donut where you just cancel? You know where the AWP is on one of these lighter buys. Do not look to keep pressurizing him because that's when you come up with 3 kills against the AWP. Now, where does he reposition? That's what I want to know.
I'm surprised he went for that second face back at ramp. He is repositioning now, starting to move out to spawn. Does he go towards the sniper's nest? Seems to be the call here. The Eagle in at ladder. JZ is there as part of the crossfire here in the short position if they want to take it. The AWP eventually decides to go back towards the B-bomb site and hold the defense from that side of things.
I would say both avenues work well. If you gamble stack the AWP to B, you save it. If you gamble the AWP to A, and you're in with a contact, then you can do more damage in the round. So either way is decent.
Certainly hoping that he can hold on to the weapon for the next gun by here. The Deagle, the JZ, has now recovered an M4 to play with. The USP has stormed in, has seen what's going on. They're actually going to call in backup here. They might even hold their nerve of the defensive. 4-on-3 situation with W7M. The bomb plant will be received. No kits for the retake, but what damage can they do?
Yeah, one more pick of this round could be on. Davi's already been detected out from the stairs, but it's difficult to trade him with just that USP.
Still gets it anyway. I mean, we've seen them do it several times over the course of Red Canids. W7M now giving a bit of a taste of their own medicine. The CZ comes up against Hardzao. Oh, it's going to be a steal round to close it. Venom Zero has no idea of the impending danger of Sadzin, backed up with his double, and with the 13th round, the W7M. Dwegs in shock, rightfully so. I don't think shock, actually, just head in your hand. Disappointment there as Red Canids concede the best of 3, 1-2.
Yeah, look, those rounds hurt the most, right? If you lose it to a gun round, if you lose it in round 23, you think, okay, all right, we didn't give ourselves enough of a scoreline differential. But when you lose it to just the hero AWP rounds that shouldn't have even been saved out of that, it should have got dropped from Venom Zero, who was out in apartments. Oh, man, that hurts. That's a very good steal, though. It's a very good way to close out the best of 3.
It's like I always like to say, Dweg, any one round will do it. And that was
100%.
the one round right there. It doesn't need to be a full buy. It doesn't need to be a confident one. Didn't even need the AWP to go ahead and get an ace or anything like that. It was actually him only getting 2 kills with the rest of the pistols dishing out the rest of the damage. So W7M get their second historical best of 3 over the Red Canids camp, 2-1 in said series, and move on to the upper bracket finals to take on the winner of MIBR and Bounty Hunters. And it was well earned, Dwayne, because there was a point where we really thought the W7M were going to have a bit of a hard time off the back of map 1.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm looking at the way that this group goes down. I'll be surprised if obviously MIBR doesn't go as top seed and go straight into the playoffs. We could very much see this opening game as the decider. We could see it as the game that sends one of these 2 teams into the playoffs. I could see that being quite realistic.
That is quite a significant possibility. I mean, at the end of the day, you still have to get through the formalities of getting through things. So W7M might still be able to make some counter plays and try and deal with the likes of MIBR, certainly. I mean, you do look at them as sort of being the higher end seed for a very good reason. And with that opening match in mind, right? Like, you should expect them to go deep in terms of this bracket and in terms of this group stage. But in terms of this matchup, though, W7M, they must be real happy with what they've done here today. Really exploited the opposition in certain capacities, and they really allowed those star players to take over from NAP 2 onwards.
You have to be realistic from both teams, I suppose, POVs. From the first one for Red Canids, this is obviously a team that are the favorites, but they're without a 5th player. And they don't just have a stand-in that's maybe played with these guys before. They're using their coach. So you're always going to be at the back foot differential from that. I would say, though, if you are a W7M, this feels like revenge. This feels like, you eliminated us last time around. You know, we've been in positions that we haven't realistically been able to overcome you all that often. So now that we've been able to do it in a game that could push us closer towards the playoffs once more, they'll be very happy with being able to get this result today.
Well, Red Cannon's got to go for the lower bracket run in the rest of their group to try and make it back to the playoffs and make it back to the grand finals like they did last time around, but that's a focus for another day. For now, we continue with our opening games of Group A and B, particularly with Fluxo versus Solid as our third matchup of the day. That's Yumi and Tea Time taking you through all that action, so we'll hand you off to those gentlemen, of course, for our third and fourth matches. Any quick predictions of how that's going to go, Dwayne?
I mean, Fluxo's been playing quite well recently. I mean, Lukosi, PKL, Zevi, they're household names. VSM you can throw in there as well. Solid, I would say, aren't household names, but hey, they've done very well in previous Res LATAM events, so maybe you just can't underestimate these guys.
We'll find out how far they can take it. Again, our third and fourth matches are ones not to miss, so don't go anywhere, because after the break, we continue with our opening games of the LATAM series.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Sixteen to 9, 4x3. People make arguments about the best res all the time, but we know the best res is right here and now. Welcome back to the Res LATAM Series number 3. I'm T-Time, done by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy, as we continue to foray into the Latin American esports side of Counter-Strike, which seems to be getting spicier and spicier every day. Michael, how are you feeling? Are you feeling spicy today?
I don't know about spicy, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more of what the LATAM region has to offer. Of course, we're opening up with the opening games within our group stage in this third series, and we actually get gifted kind of one of the bangers. We get some of the winners from some of the previous LATAM series playing off against each other to duke it out for what is, I imagine, a little bit of a grudge match, because even in that series, two Fluxo got eliminated by Team Solid in the semifinals, only for Team Solid to go on to win the whole damn thing. So that first game will be very, very exciting, and it will be a treat.
And of course, listen, I know you guys have been staring at the schedule for a long time, waiting screen while you're waiting as well, but this is going to be just a precursor for then getting to see a little bit more of MIBR as well, one of the teams that has actually played the LATAM series, but haven't actually been able to make their way into any of the significant finals or so. You'd be surprised by that, to be honest, but now that you've also Spain competing in, a team that's been given so many flowers and the major cycle themselves, the LATAM series is going to keep getting better and better as we continue on. But Michael, why don't we zoom into the group that we're focusing on in our first matchup? Of course, that'll be between Fluxo and Team Solid. And this is where things get interesting, Michael, because like you mentioned, both teams coming in as maybe favorites when you consider things like relog circuit points and whatnot. You know, both teams have won RES LATAM already, with the first and second both being won by Fluxo and by Team Solid. And now we go into this one where, look, it feels like the major opposition they have in either groups is themselves.
Yeah, no, it is kind of wild to think that, you know, they even have to face each other in this opening round as well, you know, with Odic and La Ruganeta in there. You saw Odic actually being able to deal with them quite handily earlier on today. I do believe, you know, these are the two best teams within the group having to fight off against each other in this opening round, but there are multiple lives. You know, you have 2 rounds basically to make it through. And should you fall against what is, I guess, your toughest opposition in this group, then there will be a chance to bounce back at least.
And I'll be honest, this is the best esports format for me, right? It's straight up best of threes all the way through. You've got 2 lives from the very beginning onwards. You get into the playoffs, and then it's single elimination for 8 teams. There you have it. No, there's no frills, and that's exactly what we're here for. Just here for some good CS. As far as this matchup is concerned, Michael, we are painting it as a bit of a grudge match, but things aren't quite the same as they were before, right? We've seen some adaptations coming through on Solid, and some big ones. In fact, Solid is actually not playing what the IGL that they had in the previous series, the one that they won.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a strange place to be, because Team Solid have recently made a bit of a roster move. I mean, losing out on, like you said, a player that was likely calling for them, that's now been sort of swept up by the likes of Bounty Hunters as well. It's a team we'll be able to look at later on. But this is a team that have been able to sort of grind themselves up into a position where they are a contender within this region, even though they're not exactly household names, you know. This 4-player core that's sort of been retained coming into 2024 is something that has, I think, been turning quite a few heads as to some of the results that they've been able to get over some of the, weirdly, the favorites within the region, which is, you know, kind of staggering to think about when you've got players that just haven't had those same opportunities in some of the top level Brazilian or South American organizations.
And look, when you're talking about favorites in the region, I feel like Fluxo does deserve a little bit of that title. They were disappointing in the major cycles themselves, but that disappointment comes because of the expectations that we put on these players, right? Fluxo was one of the orgs that actually put out some money in, you know, getting players like Zevi in the past, getting players like PKL, getting some of those foundational members that made Bane, well, Bane. And it felt like Bane was the one who ended up worse out. But now I'm sure that, you know, PKL, Zevi, they're both looking back and thinking, wow, were we the problem? And they've got something to prove, right? They might have won one of the LATAM series already, but it's not like they're guaranteed in for the LAN regardless. It's still going to be incredibly competitive towards the end of things as more and more teams get involved and more teams are, more relevant. Like I mentioned, Pain, and I'm sure Imperial will be gearing up as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Fluxo continues to develop. And I think this is a very good place to see what kind of a barometer we have for this team for the rest of the event. Because if you can't beat out Solid, who've just replaced an IGL, or at least if you can't look convincing against them, Fluxo has a lot of question marks around them.
Yeah, I think Fluxo as a squad, I mean, if you just think about what the heights of some of these players have had on the rosters prior to joining Fluxo, I mean, this team has a whole lot of firepower. It is all just about how well they can construct themselves, how well they can sort of build themselves up, and actually meet some of those expectations, given the fact that we know these players can actually be even some of the best players in the region, weirdly. The results just don't reflect that kind of caliber at the moment.
It doesn't feel like they're even equal to the sum of their parts, let alone more than it, which is the ideal situation that you sort of want, right? Everyone's saying that, hey, Brazil needs more IGLs. PKL has been one of those IGLs throughout as well. Zevi, I can't even tell you how many people have told me, Michael, about, oh my God, Zevi's going to be the next great opera of Brazil. I didn't get to see him at the RMR, unfortunately, because they just couldn't qualify. They got beaten out by, I think it was Audic at that point as well, right? So this is getting a little bit scary for them, and they need to start activating soon. Again, they have found success in the LATAM series before, but things will only continue to get more and more difficult as they are also going to be studied more as well. But let's maybe take a look at what we're expecting the veto to be over here, Michael, because these two teams have a bit of a history amongst each other. They've had quite a few interesting vetoes before. Seems like every time there's one small adaptation, but the last few VO3s, Solid has gotten the better of them overall.
Yeah, I think Solid have only really lost one best of 3 to Fluxo, and I think it's part of the reason is that they actually have a very good matchup against them when it comes to this veto. I mean, Team Solid love banning out Nuke, which is a very frequent first-round pick from Fluxo. They like to go between Nuke and Ancient, but Nuke is definitely the more favorite of the two, and that's immediately going to be cordoned off when we go into this series. So I'm kind of expecting that Ancient will probably see play and probably get picked by Fluxo in this series to a certain degree, but no, they go with a Mirage instead, with Solid diverting into a Vertigo as well. So a couple of those changes, like you were mentioning before, have actually seen some play. It's not at all similar to how the veto went the last time these two faced off against each other, with an Inferno as the decider.
Well, listen, the last few times that they've actually played, Fluxo ended up picking Ancient, and both times they did get a little bit battered. And of course, this is both the last times they played in both the Series 1 and Series 2. Mirage was always the decider, and I'm guessing that Fluxo just decided that, you know what, if we're going to 0 out so consistently, let's just try tilting our focus more back towards that Mirage and put our work into that map, see how that goes, because it's not really a playing field that they've met each other on in a while. So that'll be interesting in that regards. And then immediately afterwards, then sure, we do have some similar vetoes coming out in the Inferno, in the Vertigo. Vertigo was picked, I believe, by Solid before as well, but they did lose that to Fluxo 13-1. So that's pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I do think, Mirage is a map that is definitely more favored to this style where, I mean, Fluxo at the moment don't seem like they don't seem as strong a cohesive unit as some of the other teams we have in this LATAM series. They definitely have a lot of firepower. They have players that have come from those types of rosters with that level of sort of cohesion. But this is a great sort of landing ground where they could sort of dictate some of their own fights. It feels like a lot of it comes down to individual reactions to things that are happening in the macro. So I'm excited to see whether we get that caliber out of them or whether Team Solid will continue to impress as the months roll on in 2024.
It'd be a fast A play for the T side to try and start things off. LCM is looking to intercept with those dualies. Good for the one, can't quite get the second, and as Shade comes around the corner, that's where Zoriba gets into play as well. This crossfire is being a little bit hard to take care of, and as a jungle player still yet to swing, the CTs haven't even shown full force. Fluxo walk into a stack, and they've been knocked out.
Yeah, they tried to just keep it simple and find some quick headshots, but they get rattled immediately just by that presence of the player underneath the balcony. So Team Solid sending him the other way. Fluxo are in full recovery mode, 2-on-4, and Zoriba already spotting that reposition from PKL. Lucazi's still on his lurk, still trying to find some impact on this Glock, and has found the headshot onto CSO. A lot of damage done into a couple of these players here on Team Solid, and they're really giving up a lot of duels. Lucazi doing God's work right now here for Fluxo. He's put them into a very winnable and favorable position, even though they're down a man.
Now they are still going to be going back towards the site where all the CTs are, right? Solid doesn't rotate away. They're more than comfortable staying in their position. They can play retake on the B-bomb side if it came to it. And especially with Lucas showing himself off, they assume that PKL is going to come back. Palace, hard to rotate from silently. Impossible with this little time. PKL, he's leading the charge. That firebox player will be a problem. Ale doesn't want to reveal himself until the very end of the round. Will he be checked? Because PKL is taking down teammates. And now as Ale does spot Lukowski coming in, he's still yet to reveal. Lukowski will have to plant the bomb. He's got no idea where Ale is. And as he's moved back into the site, he'll be able to guarantee the round win, but it is not pretty.
Yeah, that is far more tenuous than it really felt it should have been. I mean, starting off with the opening shutdown on that A-bomb site, and then just getting, honestly, just losing too much health to Lukowski on his lurk inside of Palace. That's what I meant about it turning into a very favorable exchange for the remaining Fluxo members, because those duels just weren't going to be fair. They could be jumping around with that Glock, and they would likely finish off a couple of those Team Solid players. So, really nicely played from Ale to just play sneaky for that 1v1.
Of course, as the guy who's coming in as a replacement for what we assume is their former IGL. Though, to be fair, we're just going off of Wikipedia.
Yeah, I mean, nothing.
That, yeah.
This is the thing with Solid. You know, it doesn't feel like anything is official as of yet. So, Ale is coming in as effectively a stand-in, but who's to say whether or not he sticks with this team? He's a guy that has a lot of experience. You know, he's been competing since I think the earlier days of 2016. But he's been in and out from many different sort of budding projects within the South American region. And it does feel like he'd be able to offer up some distinct differences to how Team Solid have maybe played in some of the previous LATAM series. Maybe offer some new ideas or philosophies that they can implement to their own game. So if this is a long-term plan, maybe we can start to talk about Ale as the in-game leader, but nobody really knows when players are in and out of rosters.
Look, for now, it's all about him being a voice and a pair of hands. And right now, those pair of hands is unable to find the early frag. Nate should be good. In fact, Lukowski does move back from it. Could have been taken down otherwise. CT still looking pretty healthy. You've got to be careful with Legals on the other side. Lukowski's been dropped down as his footstool is dead. His teammates might be all joining him very soon. I'm sure they're able to get one kill at the very least, but very clean round overall from Solid.
Yeah, aside from Zariba getting triple glocked in the face by VSM, not a whole lot going the way of Fluxo in that regard. Of course, Team Solid came away from the pistol with a Team Ace who was so hectic I kind of failed to note it. But nice to see that everyone is willing to get involved, and they're also there to cover each other's back when it came to just dealing with these pistols. So, comms kept clear. But now into rifles for Fluxo. They will have the better looking buy, but Elskin has his hands on that AWP very rapidly. This first gun round will see play with the big green.
Oh, that nade's good. I'm lying. The nade was not, in fact, good.
It could have been, had they kept moving, but
yes.
they stopped.
It had the potential to be good, as do all of you.
Wow. Inspiring.
There you go, Michael. That's what I do. Lukowski, however, has had many inspiring performances on this team, and once again, he opens up with a quick frag on LCM. The AWP will find no impact. Smoke out to top mid, but before it blooms, PKL's taken that chance to take another shot. And to find their own opportunities are always fun to watch in Counter-Strike, and PKL's been one of those players.
Yeah, not looking too hot. You know, even with all the history between these two squads, you see the odds actually on screen in favor of Fluxo. You know, there's a lot of belief in this roster, as you can imagine, with the amount of reputation all these players hold individually outside of just being a part of this roster. This is a very solid looking first gun round. You know, that AWP didn't really see much impact. Ale getting caught trying to play around the top connector smoke that was just blooming at his feet. You know, he tried to get a glance of an extra player just before it bloomed. And all the Team Solid players just seemingly getting destroyed on their fights. Only Zariba that remains, but even he didn't really make a conscious effort to try and save one of those weapons. Topside connector still holding onto an MP9, and there's just nowhere to hide. They were so spread out to try and get rid of every single weapon that the Team Solid players had. Fluxo will have no casualties in that first gun round.
And not just that, Zevi, I think, gets a free op upgrade as well, so yes, please.
Nothing like saving close to 5k.
Someone else's 5k. Feels even better. I'm also looking forward to seeing how Zevi wants to try and play this one out. You know, I'd love to see him getting a little bit more involved, getting a little bit more action out for the AWP. Obviously, that's not necessarily always how he likes to play on the T side, but hey, man. I'm always one for some flashy plays. Execute out towards the A side seems to be the right call, though. Only one over here to respond is Zariba, and he's only got a deagle. Not the best weapon for 4 people running you down. That being said, Fluxo aren't going in with base. They want to slow down, check every angle, and in doing so, they've lost 1 man already. Ale, through the smokes with the spam, is doing some great damage. VSM also feeling the pain. And as he is forced away by a Molotov, his gun is actually reachable. I think LCM could have grabbed it, but he got flashed up too quick. Lukowski now strays away from these duels, readjusting back to jungle. GBB taken down, and that leaves CSO all alone. HP low, but a chance he has to take. Solid won't have a buy in the next one, regardless if he can just find this one frag. Maybe he would have had a chance, but Lukowski shuts him down there and then.
We're getting a very confident start to this game from Lukowski. I mean, the risks he's taking, the fights he's winning, he just feels like he can almost do no wrong, or he can't be out-dueled in a lot of these regards. I mean, that initial hold from Team Solid looked decent, given that they found a lot of damage onto, I think, VSM through the smokes. They even found a straight-up kill onto Che before that bomb went down. But it was this aggression from Lukowski that kind of unlocked the rest of the round, with PKL still fighting from the bomb site itself. If Lukowski didn't offer up that space, then that round could have blown up in their face.
Well, Chase stays there for quite a long time. Zevi's also isolated up in Palace. I don't think they're going to be re-peeking back into it, but you know, some part of you does start to shake. Now, they're going back into the stack. They just want to take care of that AK, I presume, before Zareba is able to get into a more saving position. Zareba, however, does have a chance to take down Zevi if he overextends, and as he moves back over here, Zevi will peek back out, and that's a head taken off. So clean, Zareba. Opportunity number 2 around the corner, but that opportunity runs away from him. PKL wants nothing to do with this.
I love that little soundbait from Zareba. I knew that there was a lurking AWP inside of Palace, who just made those audibles and just had his crosshair locked on for where Zevi was inevitably going to swing. So this could be a save onto the AWP. Didn't come in with a whole lot, did solid, just USPs and the like. So for them to have gun-gamed their way through many different players would be a massive benefit for them. This is the same AWP that's been carried over many a round already. And it should find its way back into its rightful owner's hands. A little sloppy, I think, from Fluxo, the way that they were playing that out, especially once they had the information that it was an A-sided stack. You know, players could have just conceded their space to link up with the rest of the squad to sort of limit casualties. They don't do that. They want their own action. You can knock it, you can like it, I don't care. But it does hamper their economy moving forward to the rest of this half.
LCM's getting aggressive early on. He goes for the short jump and looking for a peak that'll never be there. There's no reason for PKL to actually contest it, and he realizes that. With the AWP having been saved, Zareba wishes he might have had it over here, but he'll have to make do with just an M4. Flashes all coming his way. He's been forced off the angle. Ale, however, evades all damage. He is really playing like a veteran, but a Molotov will finally force him off. In the meanwhile, LCM's lost his life again. The AWP unable to find a frag, and Zareba had a chance, but it's a chance to have his head taken off, and VSM's happy to oblige. Lukowski, unstoppable. This man is a beast.
Oh, and another round in which Fluxo have no casualties. You know, scrap everything I was saying about them against the pistols. If they have rounds like this against full guns, then their money is just going to continue to grow, and it's going to look really, really nice. I mean, the way they played that A-side execute was actually perfect to the setup that the Solid were offering up. Just jump spotting from Ticket Booth. They actually just set up for a long time, throwing utility constantly into the bomb site, Molotovs, nades into jungle. And even though Ale has this line where he's trying to protect any progress into the bomb site, when he's finally Molotoved off, it's just basically a free site for the taking, so... a good read on how solid we're going to approach that round, and if Executes can look as flawless as that, then Team Solid are in for a world of hurt.
Well, Jay's gone over there. Zoraba's happy to give him some company, and where we are looking for Team Solid to have a world of hurt. Michael, it seems like pistols are sort of like their comfort food over here. Just like, hey, yeah, we're okay now. We've got our sidearm again.
Yeah. The good news is that Lucalzi has taken space all the meanwhile, so try as they might, this will still be difficult. Nice little jiggle from LCM, the scout around the corner. In fact, Lucalzi is just feeling so confident he could go straight into that fight. A quick exchange into the AWP. They will be down a man for this post plant, and there's no reason Solid shouldn't contest for this, especially with VSM giving up his life before they've even really made their move.
They've got 2 AKs to work with. Both players have got Kevlar as well. It all comes down to what Lucalzi can actually do with the AWP. He's posted up in apartment. Zevi's not good for both. He's traded away quickly. Lucalzi has to go for the quick scope. Zoreba spotted out. It's an easy kill for him. LCM, however, does have the ability to just go for the defuse. Unfortunately, no kit. No bullets either in that AK, so although he'll find the kill and do a lot of damage again, Fox will come out on top.
Yep, and LCM doesn't even get to save that AK that he went in for that retake with. Of course, it shouldn't matter. There will be a buy available here for Solid, but they were really hoping once they found that mount advantage, they found their hands into weapons as well, that they could be the ones to take it over the line, because Fluxo have not only heated up into this map, you know, losing the first and the second round after, well, losing the pistol and the conversion round. Ever since they've been on guns, they just feel like they can almost get away with everything. Even in the rounds that they did lose, you know, they almost brought back that pistol.
Feels like there's been a single round where Lucalzi isn't a key player. Lucalzi, though, that key player has been removed from the server. GBB doing the honors. And this is the 5v4 they needed. Yeah.
I mean, that was a perfect flash for GBB to swing in. Lucalzi didn't really stand a chance on the fight.
Look at this lean back towards a B side. Solid have got every single idea that is written down in Fluxo's strat book. The question is, can they still stop them from executing, though? Lucalzi's not the only one with the big guns, but unfortunately feels like he's got the only guns that are actually firing. Without him, Fluxo not able to find a single kill, and feels like that trend might be continuing. Ale to find Zevi for free. Thought about going for the knife. I thought about him going for the knife. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, I don't think that crossed his mind, in fact, but
I had my pom-poms up.
Yeah, he was, I think, expecting a second player to be with him, but Che is very separated from the package. If they were going to recover this round, they wanted to basically split that B-bomb site. But unable to do so. Nice round from Team Solid. Just constantly catching these players off on timing, whether it's the initial aggression of Lucalzi on short, or I think it's CSO at the back of the B-bomb site that was able to keep a couple players guessing. Was even just giving up so many audibles to VSM, and I don't know if there were comms going on for Fluxo, but VSM just basically couldn't echolocate him.
Yeah.
So pretty well handled on this B-side attack. It's defended.
I mean, they practically often did in the mid. Didn't even touch down on the B-bomb side. Very nicely done, you're right. Now, is that going to be a trend? I love what they've gone for over here on the Solid side, Michael. Zoreba's going to be secondary opping as well, and it feels like where he's trying to play that static A anchor, the more traditional, just, you know, plop your behind down in the CT area and just try and spot out anyone coming out from ramp, right? And feels like op should be conducive for something like it. So you can go back towards more of a mid and be lean, which is what they're doing again, and they're going to need it because Fluxo have a game plan. That game plan is going into B. Zevi to lead the charge, a Molotov to meet him at his feet. It'll be separating him from his team, but he's already got the first. GBB, LCM responding all over the shop. The shop is shut down, but PKL is at least able to get a quick hand in. Grab a can while he can, but the bomb's being planted. GBB spots out one more. Che is down, and PKL, undead man. He just didn't know it yet.
Yeah, another round in which it feels like it's part of the reason the they succeed is they find Lukowski first. You know, that man has been very hard to pin down, but it's the AWP that plasters him to those B apartments. And it's GBB fighting in from short that's just able to systematically find fight after fight. Nobody really making a conscious effort to effectively trade GBB out, and he just has a field day fighting in from short. Just like that, 2 rounds back-to-back here for Solid on the defense at B. And Fluxo, for all their good times, they meet a little bit of a rougher patch now.
That's going to be the last round where they can actually muster together a buy, and then from there, Solid could start going forward. Nade up, GBB. Just making sure he's being as disruptive as he possibly can in mid. He was such a crucial part of the previous 2 rounds, finding, I believe, 3 kills across the both of them.
Well, he found 3 kills in that last round by himself.
4 kills
so,
across the both of them. There you go. Michael's better with numbers than I am. That's why he's got them in his name.
Yeah, that's the reason. Don't call out my poor choices.
Lean over to the A site this time from Solid. They are very heavily relying on these nading practices. I said nading, I meant to say stacking, but look at those nading practices. They are good.
Yeah, that's a very meaty nade to start things off, and it's onto Lukowski, who has since been humbled in the past couple of rounds, but Ali going into the apartments kind of loses control of his mouse for a second. I think caught off guard. Definitely shocked to see Che holding that angle. But a man advantage.
Have a big job.
It is certainly going to be difficult here for Zareba. He has to be the one that distracts and draws attention away from ramp, but VSM tapped it and was holding for GBB to go for that exact swing, so still a man held for Fluxo.
Unfortunately, not able to find the wallbang over there, so VSM stays alive, and now VSM, the triple position is going to be crucial. No flashes needed. And as he's fading away, CSO tries to peek out. Zevi's there to cover off that cross, and LCM now caught in between a rock and a hard place. Fluxo might lose Lukowski again this time, but they're able to make do without him. Very nicely done. It does feel like Ale is pushing the Palace, looking for information. Was the linchpin of that round, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly a risk to take. You know, not accommodated by a flashbang, nothing of the sort. Just contacted in, and Che able to catch Ale completely off guard by just simply not fighting on that deep line into Palace. It really did just feel as though this A-bomb site fell apart at the seams, but also good heads up from VSM. They understood that ramp was open, and they didn't fall foul to what was a forward push by Solid in the early stages of the round.
Inside stack, and VSM's out in the open. There goes CSO. VSM, though, quickly traded a smoke to differentiate. GBB comes a bit too late, but PKL is happy to pierce right through it. He's got the Eye of Sauron and the aim of PKL. What's a more deadly combination than that?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Solid want anything to do with this round. They know their money's in a pretty poor state. Holding on to that AWP and a couple of rifles could do them a lot of good to fight off for the last round of the half. It does feel like Fluxo are really just keeping a lot of their strategies and their openings very simple. I mean, you think about how the pistol round was constructed. It was just effectively 4 players out from ramp. Very limited utility. The executes that we've seen have been throwing on-the-fly utility from the top side of A ramp. You know, it doesn't feel like Fluxo are coming in with, you know, the most meticulous game plan, but they're trying to play together, or even in their spread default, just sort of play isolated to win that fight and then construct around later on. And right now, that simple plan is working quite well.
And I mean, you can see what Solid is going for to try and counter that as well, right? There's so many of these stacking players. They're trying to get the right read more than anything else, and it feels like when that doesn't come through, then yeah, Fluxo playing as a pack do overrun when the stack somewhere else. Deep nade won't be doing any damage. Sevi saw that coming from a mile away. Last round of the half. Solid still have a chance to make this a much more palatable half than maybe could be otherwise.
Yeah, 8-4 would be pretty rough considering you won the pistol and the second. Only being able to pull together effectively 2 gun rounds. But they've looked pretty good on some of these lower buys. So maybe the fact that they're economically hampered could be a buff for them.
Position over here. He's going to go down. Look, he's on them both, but they're able to respond. He gets it. Confused between the 2 players. Shakes up his aim a little bit too much. Look, Howsey. He'll be having a bit of a tilter.
They both had nades out. They both had nades out. And he gets nothing? That is absurd. Considering the game that Lucasi has had. Yeah, he was just confused by what to do in that circumstance. That could have been the whole round. You know, Fluxo right now don't have an ace in the hole or any sort of forward flank, nothing to sort of thin the herd. They're going to have to try and move into this A play with 30 seconds left.
Holding it down. He did hit the shot. He's not able to. Zebi trades it away. And now Ale, who's already low, is going to be hoping the Molotov doesn't spread. The hope is fickle and it is false. So Reba, the only one to put up a defense, and GBB is right behind him in his death, only to be traded a 1-on-1. But CSO's not got the weapon for it. Blunt, not favorable. He won't swing. He's not sure. VSM's given a chance, but he's been given a chance to look away as well. Solid still recover.
Oh my, I mean, that was a round filled with critical misses, but Team Solid able to get it all together just by playing a little bit of a game of chicken. That's a scary clutch to win, but a much-needed one at that for Solid, who got off to a great start to open up this first half, only for them to very quickly meet Luke Howsey in the server, but the rest of the team did pick up the slack. It's Fluxo, once again, just sort of going for a lot of the staggered utility that feels like they ultimately bleed out because of it. You know, there's not a lot of smokes that are down. They just try and contact out of ramp, and that can be quite tenuous. So nice that Solid were able to pull that type of a round together, so that they're not going to fall foul to those all throughout this series. But now we'll have to see what they have mustered up on their T side, and you already see a bit more of a plan being engaged with. A couple, a smoke, couple of smokes, a Molotov and a flash, but this is a leaned over play from Fluxo too.
Oh, Chase going to go into what could be a meal of a lifetime. Instead, it's only a morsel. Game plan reveal. GBB goes out, but he's got no backup. LCM doesn't reveal. Maybe worried about the bomb, but he's worried about his teammates' lives. Zevi's so clean. He's just a work of art right now, and art cannot be touched by anything but fire. Zevi keeps it going. LCM on the other side is just one more stroke to his masterpiece.
Those first couple of shots were disgusting. I mean, Zevi just looks so in control of everything that was happening. The util sent out to the bomb site, and in that chaos, he is as cool as a cucumber. That's a lovely round from Zevi. You know, there was a conversation once upon a time through many different eras of Counter-Strike. We say AWPers and pistols. Yeah, they go hand in hand. They just hit like nice flicks, good clean tracking, what have you. But that was a real treat to watch from Zevi's point of view. And that could have been a very necessary pistol for Team Solid, who have been on the back foot for most of this game, bar the opener. The pistol could have done a lot to help build them back into it, confidence and all.
Shai's about to get a chance to make so much money, and Zevi's going to deny it. Oh my god, Zevi! Come on, Shay only gets one. Poor guy.
At least half of the MP9, you know, recoup the cost.
Yeah. Could have been
better one than nothing.
It is always scary having 3 Glocks running you down when you've got an MP9 close range, gotta say.
Is that scary?
Yes, dude. Like, when they're all 3 horizontally, like, different on Palace, you just know you're supposed to win. That's the thing. It's just pressure of needing to succeed.
Fear of success.
Yeah. Never had it. Interesting push coming into Palace early on. Fluxo takes a lot of ground over here on A by abandoning mid. They feel like this is both a necessity and a privilege.
But they're pressuring both extremities at the same time. You know, they've got Palace control. They threw that forward smoke. VSM was probing behind it to see if anyone would try and disrespect it. So there's a real worry here for Team Solid. If they linger inside of middle for the next 20 seconds, just trying to construct their master game plan, they could be in for a nasty flank.
The problem is the two players who are actually left in P-Spawn are both with MP9, so it's not like they're going to be great at fighting in the mid. If PKL ends up going back in apartments, that would be huge. Now, focus on what's going on the B side, guys. There's a full CT side rotation because of how much info they have. PKL now goes into middle, but he's not able to find the kill. That's the problem with the MP9. Information's given away. Solid still has time to rotate, but then you have to deal with a close range MP9 on Che. That might not be enough, so Zevi's thinking about the rotate. Fluxo doesn't know what's going on anymore.
I mean, they have to expect, you know, you lose a player, they still have presence inside of the B apartments, they know it was a push in from A. This will be the next head-to-head that matters the most. Ale finding that one as well. Both MP9s struggling in their fights, and there's open access towards this A play. It's only Zevi that can really try and hold the line.
Zevi just waiting for the crossover. Solid first shot. He knows he can't cross. LCM is on the other side, and in the meanwhile, VSM is just trying to make sure they can't reinforce a site through connector. GBB decides to completely circumvent them and wait for the rotates instead. Zevi on the retake will be completely alone. The CTs can't make their way over, not easily at least. VSM goes back to jungle. That might be the one route of safety that he actually had. But there you go. GBB's found out as well. VSM going back to the site. Time's ticking down low. Flashbang is great. Lukowski's the one to have thrown it. And Zoreba all alone can do nothing. Despite what looked like a flubbed game plan from Fluxo, they're still able to recover.
Oh, I mean, the flashes that they were throwing, they knew how difficult it was going to be to link up with Zevi. Zevi did everything he had to do. You know, he found his 2 kills. He kept being a presence. He was throwing util. And just between those 2 remaining Fluxo players coming off of short, they're just able to sort of systematically clear the angles. You know, they throw a flash that blinds up the underpass. They throw one that's topside connector as well, just as they're emerging. So it breaks down the crossfire so substantially. You see LCM just completely caught by that flash. And Zoreba had to tuck into the corner as well because he was blind as a bat too.
I mean, VSM finding the kill on a GBP felt like such a different thing as well. In fact, he traces him all the way down to underpass, takes that timeout. Very nicely done. There are so many flashbangs and Zevi still finds a frag. That is absurd. The man is on fire ever since the halves have switched. And this is a calm, simmering fire, one that wants to back off and face into a main instead, only to finally be put out. Zoreba a little bit more quiet than he was when he was anchoring, of course, but he's still hoping to put in the numbers. Shay swinging out, finding none of the players who have found home in Tetris. That home is temporary, though. There's a flank being set up late round by Lukowski. In the meanwhile, Shay's forced out. LCM takes him down, but the CTs will still contest while they wait for Lukowski to come in from Palace.
Yeah, it's all a waiting game. And the longer they wait, there's smokes that are down. Team Solid are hoping that someone makes a mistake, someone over-peaks, but there should be an alarm that starts to signal soon. Why on earth is nobody fighting us? Spam through the smokes, maybe thinking that they're caught behind it. CSO's back. A free offering, a free feast here for Lukowski, and he knows a player's crossing to the bomb site. Lukowski feasting on all 3. They waited the perfect amount of time, and nobody's spidey senses tingling for Solid.
If anyone ever is wondering, oh, what is this eye test that these, casters and analysts and people are talking, that's it. Those are such clean kills coming out just from those 3 players. And listen, it's all great positioning. Some of it might be called oversight from Solid, whatever. But the fact that he gets all 3, that's beautiful. Just nice spray downs. Look at this replay. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect information processing as well. You know, when he was looking at the first player, he saw the other player topside connector. He heard the steps as well underneath him. So the target prioritization and the processing from him, right on the money. This time a full A execution. And they're only doing this off of pistols. There's a whole myriad of smokes that are down, some thrown by the CTs as well. In fact, in the confusion, even shooting at themselves. Fluxo allowing this plant, but they've got the better weaponry, and around these smokes, they should be very conscious of forward pushes. In fact, the flashes, the counter util, it's all in the right spots. So they may concede a plant, but they're going to find themselves up to a 12th rather handily, not losing a soul. Team Solid just happy they got the bomb down.
unfortunately, you can't be happy with just that at this point, right? You're really hoping that one of these rounds would go your way. It doesn't feel like Solid has been as outmatched and outplayed as the scoreline might suggest. But let's just say the Mirage pick from Fluxo was probably a good one.
Yeah, this feels really, I mean, again, the plans that they were coming up with on T side were really simple. Didn't feel like they were overcomplicating, but some of the interplay we've seen between the players has been really on form. Different schools of thinking, different priorities for different teams. And Fluxo's is all on team chemistry. And hell, maybe even aim as well, because they've looked sharp.
Well, listen, now Fluxo is just hoping to try and come through, finish it all off. Chase pushing in as well as Zevi. They just want to take these fights. They just want to put Solid down, make sure they've got no hope at all. And there will be no hope, none left, especially for GBB. What a performance coming out from Fluxo, demolishing Solid right now, Michael.
Yeah, it's a different veto, a different look. Didn't go for the Ancient as their pick. You know, that was one of the maybe even tenuous points about some of the previous run-ins that they'd had against each other. Solid, they don't mind an Ancient, but moving from a decider into them picking it first in the series seemed to be the right call.
Yeah.
Fluxo look really solid, but Solid themselves peppered with holes on Mirage. A 13-5 scoreline, that is a bit of domination, but there were a few moments where Solid could have taken a little bit more off of that scoreline. I think if Fluxo are playing like that, it is, unfortunately, a very tall order.
I mean, look, Lucalzi on the first half, I mean, look, he was also a bit of a beast on the second as well, don't get me wrong, but then you look at Zevi on the CT side as well, it did feel like those two players were such good propellants for the entirety of Fluxo, and this is one of the things I'm always excited about, right? Whenever I come back to watch more Brazilian CS, I'm always worried that some of my old favorite players like Lucalzi and whatnot might not be performing to the same extent. He's just getting better and better and better.
Yeah, especially when you have so many players that were basically stars or, you know, very close to having that sort of output on some of their previous teams. You do think that, is there going to be enough resources? How are they going to sort of strategize around each other? Who's the one throwing the flashes effectively? Who's actually setting some of these players up to succeed? But it feels like everyone's sort of donned a little bit of that responsibility. The way that they're playing that CT side felt very in flow, you know, in rhythm. I felt like everybody was attuned to each other and what they wanted in that moment, and they had all the resources they needed, clearly.
Well, listen, Map 2 is going to be coming up next. It'll be Vertigo. Let's find out what it has in store for us after a small break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the Res Latin American Series 3. We're going to continue on with a show that has been looking pretty poppin' if you're a Fluxo fan. Fluxo versus Solid. Solid looking a little bit liquid.
Yeah, I mean, didn't look like they were the strongest force when it came to that Mirage, and I do worry whether or not we're gonna have a repeat from this LATAM Series 1, where Fluxo were able to 2-0 Team Solid, because we now move into a Vertigo, where if I'm checking my notes, Fluxo, last time they played Solid on this map, 13-1. 13-1 is how that went, so
You're saying Fluxo picked it, right?
No, Solid picked it, so I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what's changed since then. I mean, a player, sure, but even Ale did seem like he had a couple of peaks and troughs on Mirage as well.
Listen, Ale was like the rest of Solid, which was that, hey, sometimes good, sometimes not so good. The problem seemed to be less about what Solid was fielding and more about what was coming on the other side, which was, Lakazi and Zevi, right? And those two were really the guns of the entire body of Fluxo. And I feel like that's not about to change on Vertigo, especially, Michael, when I consider the fact that VSM had a few of these sleeper quiet rounds as well, where he was really able to get involved. If memory serves, I mean, I might just be wrong about this, Michael, but in my head, I had this very firmly fixed that VSM's best map has always been Vertigo, just in terms of how good he is at getting a read of what's going on and trying to, make a play according to that. So
I would argue Nuke was probably his map, probably the most, on his sort of return into the levels of Counter-Strike, because he's a player that, did actually have a ban attributed to his name that he's moved past, and he's been a Solid player ever since, or rather, I can't say Solid in this series because we're against Team Solid here, and that's Fluxo on the CT side. I do think it was one of VSM's strong maps, for sure. Maybe not the strongest, but we're hoping that Team Solid show us a stronger look on this second map, because going down with a whimper would be a little bit of a tragedy.
DSM looking now like he's doing a bit of a solid. Just left, right, forward, backwards. Okay, no one spotted out. Okay, repeat. Pretty slow start to the pistol, but PKL is looking to push down on the gas, and he has done so. GBB taken down and out. You've got some util behind you. LCM has to be careful not to just die. You automatically lose the smoke if you do, and that could put some problems in the game plan. The game plan, though, has shifted back to the B side. Solid so far have been looking to prioritize a lot of these stacks and a lot of these collectivizations in the late round, as we saw from Mirage. Let's see whether Vertigo will be a similar trend.
Yeah, they've got 2 belts of util forward, so they should be able to Molotov off all these positions, but the Molotov blooms in their face, bouncing off the back of one of their teammates, and they only go 1 for 1 in the opening exchange. Che still keeping pressure up, fighting close to that wood wall. They need Zareba. They need him to flank into this B bomb site to create some room for the bomb to go down, because they're running out of time. Zareba trying his hand, but Che meets him with those dualies. LCM just simply didn't have the health to trade, nor armor. He was one throwing util for the Team Solid side, and that round just blows up in their face.
Michael, when you have a bad loss and round score, right? But in actuality, it was a lot closer than what the round score might suggest. You normally go back to your team and say, it's okay, we just made a few mistakes. It's all right, we're going to be clean on Vertigo. That's our map pick. When you start off Molotoving yourself and your own teammate, and again, it's no one's fault, it just doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, I mean, it feels awful when that happens to you. It's like, wait, they mollied us. No, we mollied ourselves, actually. We just can't even move into the bomb site anymore.
And this nade's going to be so juicy. My God. Actually, never mind. It's only LCM. He's almost completely taken down, but I thought it would be a little bit more than that. Slightly underwhelming, but whatever.
Yeah, I thought his lineup was sort of designated for the back behind the box, but
yeah.
instead he just through a pretty bog standard nade that I'm sure you could have just winged. A little odd, perhaps. And a little bit more damage maybe given over as a result of their aggressions towards A ramp, but that's where it'll stop. PKL with some nice sharp shooting, you know, only 1 kill in both these rounds, but they've both been clean. It's also done a service to Fluxo. Moving into this gun round, they're going to have rifles across the board, losing those SMGs.
And those ults are insane, actually. Our boys over at 1xBet really don't believe in Solid, and honestly, after the previous performance, I can see why.
I think with the way that the roster's been sort of shifting in on that 5th player, you know, I could see why even on that previous map there was a little bit of leniency given over to Fluxo because, yeah, they do come in as one of the favorites, as do Solid, because of the fact they've been able to win some of the previous Res LATAM series. But if Solid are trying to find a solution or a fix to their struggles in terms of, you know, competing outside of just this series circuit, then this might not be the right time for them.
Look at how fast Fluxo is to start leaning back over towards the B side because of the information PKL is consistently finding on A. Solid will be going into a fully reinforced bomb site, and now with CSO's position given up, he's going to continue contesting only for another peek or two. VSM wants to now take the fire to them, and that was a mistake. CSO returns it, drags him out, and now they're back in even situations. Util's low on either side, 4v4 as well. Che is once again just waiting for Zebi to make a play in middle, one that is intercepted. Zoreba. Always a stable pair of hands.
So awkward. The body there giving over CSO's position. He saw where VSM died. And that Ragdoll, unfortunately, looked a little bit more alive than he anticipated. PKL, good for his 1, but there's Lukowski to trade, and the bomb dropped at Lukowski's feet. One of these players weakened up from an earlier duel, but they try to go for the double swing. Lukowski just simply doesn't have the bullets for the transfer. Ale didn't swing immediately, and that's what Lukowski was really banking on. Team Solid, by the skin of their teeth, managed their way through that first gun round.
CSO did so much work for them, though. The fact that he's able to keep himself alive when he spots out the first 2 players, and he even finds a kill in BSM, who re-aggresses after the flashbang. That's very well done. A lot of the round comes down to him, but yeah.
Yeah, I think they did a great job as well of dodging that second flash, because VSM threw his own and then waited for his teammate to throw the support flash, but it had just enough travel time for them to turn and then deal with VSM's aggression. Not getting tunnel visioned on the fight that was yet to come, still reading the rest of the map and understanding why he was even going for a play like that. I think it's one of the big meta shifts we're seeing as well. You know, teams, you know, I'll always look at teams like Metasport that I think have done a great job of sort of making aggressive B actions on the CT side a part of the playbook. A lot of teams have followed suit.
In the previous map, we saw Fluxo not being punished for their problems against pistol rounds. Now, it might be time. Digestions? I don't know, dude. There's a word there. Well, regardless of whatever the word is, the word on the street is that Fluxo is down. PKL, the only one left alive, and with an M4 that is about to be contested very quickly by CSO and sussed out as he tries to fade back to the A site, he will be finding himself a hunted man.
Yeah, I mean, he anticipates that because of how well this round has started off, they're already pretty fanned out in search of his rifle. Just trying to see if he can sneak his way in here and maybe find a couple of kills. If he finds these kills fast enough, if there's a kit on the bomb site, I don't think there is. There could have been a way for him to suddenly dart back in and maybe even steal this round away from Solid, but that missed shot, he cuts his losses. And is now just trying to weasel his way out of there. This is the right path to take. There's nobody to actually stop him moving in from middle, so PKL should hold on to this M4 no problem, but nice to see Team Solid put away the majority pistols. This was a scrambled buy from Fluxo that they're hoping a couple of rifles could have propelled them forward. Team Solid just throwing a lot of the bells and whistles, not getting caught off by any of those forward positions those pistols will play in from.
Now that we're in a bit of an anti-eco situation, can I tell you one of my favorite things about the Brazilian team?
Sure.
All the players always have good pictures for the HUDs.
Okay. That's kind of
You don't just have like those really scuffed or photoshopped onto what Ren had to the other one. And honestly, listen, it's a small thing, but it just shows a lot of the development of the scene in terms of like how so many orgs and everything are there with proper media teams and everything. So yeah, I just like it.
No matter how big or small your organization is, it feels like that's one of the priorities. Making sure people know your face. And they see you in the jersey.
They've got the media game down for sure. Fluxo, we're planning out a 3-man USP push down a ramp before that flashbang completely cuts short their plans. Now, the bomb is yet to be actually taken anywhere. Solid have just taken over the B side and now they're wondering, hey, maybe we should build a house. Yikes.
Right, it's protect the president, but the president's trying to throw some hands. The Galil actually very well equipped to deal with those pistols running his way, as well as the follow-up rifle. Che trying to chase that man down, but unsuccessful. Doesn't even get his hands on the M4 that was felled. Imagine that responsibility will fall onto his teammate in Lucalzi. So they come in with one rifle. They were hoping that they could sort of create space for PKL to thrive, but no cigar, no such luck. Zareba continuing to be that safe pair of hands. It's a good kill. Just full USP. Double dinked it, managed it. The verticality is a very difficult angle to fight. And Che will find out the hard way that there's a little too many avenues to hunt them down when he's exposed as he is.
Losing the M4 is actually kind of significant there. You are going to be down a little bit more utility, and just in case, it's unlikely because Shay didn't have any cover, but just in case he wanted to maybe pick up a hero AWP or something like it to try and have a better chance of addressing the slow B push that Solid seem to be going for on CSO again and again. Nothing of the sort though. Look at this. GBB's fully crept up. Look how he's got no idea! And now GBB's even going for a follow-up. Zevi puts himself away, but he's not quite ducked out of sight. He'll be forced to smoke himself off as a Molotov comes over. They know where he is. He's waiting for BKL to get into play, but the nade is going to take him down. CSO finding 2 kills together on either angle.
His re-aggression, though, it's very well timed here from VSM. He's going to get a lot of information as to how far progressed they are. He's combining with Che and even has a fight offered up to him, but Zareba, once again, finding the better end of the duel. Even prepared for Che to be fighting in from it, but that wall doesn't protect him much from the bullets that rain on in. Che surviving on 8 HP, but CSO is also just as low. Zale that tries to take the space and create a perimeter. This round should just be done and dusted. A 1-on-2 when you're in a situation like this with no kit. Unless he had a guarantee of a frag. Very hard to justify, so Che will save. And Solid will move into a winning position once again with a 4th round added to the tally.
How much of that comes down to GBB's play? He just walks up, completely disrupts the timing. Zevi was also caught out trying to move back to sandbags, and then when he's giving, the support to Lukazi to actually get the refrag, he decides not to retreat. Maybe he thought he didn't have time. Maybe he thought he just had to make a play with BKL.
I have to say, it is nice as well to see the younger players, I think, really offer quite a lot to Solid at the start of this Vertigo. Whether we're talking about Zareba or even GBB. Both are players that have only really sort of reared their head into the professional scene. I think GBB more so, prior to 2020, I think is when he started to get his look in. But Zareba is a player that was sort of found and I think was propped up by the academy system of Pain. You know, that's why you see in some of the photos he's got a Pain jersey on. Used to be with their academy team for almost a full year before joining this project.
It does feel like the academy teams in Brazil are also pumping out work, right? You know, you see Imperial, I think it's with No Way from the Fury Academy.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely...
Isn't No Way the streamer?
I'm always get confused. Maybe it's Decenti from the Fury Academy. I thought
Yes,
Decenti
I
was the
think
streamer. No, you're right. Decenti was the Fury Academy guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like there's quite a lot of sort of academy come-up players that have been able to succeed in the domestic region, but international chances are sometimes far and few between.
Wow.
This is a lovely start here from Che, fighting around that B main smoke. They did deal with a little bit of the opening pressure over at B, but they weren't prepared for Che's AK to find that impact.
He's going to keep it going, and he gets 3.
Wow.
What? That felt like he was walking into a guillotine, but he's got a neck of steel.
They knew he was coming as well. They saw the shadow just before he went for the peak, so the fact he comes out ahead on that duel, oh, even a chance at a 4th as well. Che's done a lot to make this round feasible.
B-side is empty, though. So despite Che's best efforts, if Lookout isn't able to find himself an unfair duel against Zoreba, feels like that's actually not coming over. They've completely misread this. Or they just want to save the AK, perhaps. There are more weapons to try and look for in middle if that's what you have in mind. But considering the fact that they're going to have a buy in the next round regardless, I thought they would want to punish Solid more. Even if you can just take away these rifles, Solid money was never really built up. So it's important for them to save these weapons.
Still challenging. They know they've got to buy, but yeah, this is just not looking healthy. A lot of the nades that were missed, Lucalzi, 1 kill in, but there's just simply no time. No kit available. Actually, 1 recovered off of the corpse of his fallen comrade. Lucalzi trying to stick it with that smoke that's down and just hoping LCM had already vacated, but he stuck around and he's willing to go down with the ship. A 5th round here for Solid, but it's a very expensive one versus just the 1 saved AK. A great job from Che to make that round even close.
They gave him everything in that one. I just want to see a replay of him getting the shot in middle. Hope we can see it from his perspective. Not sure if that'll be possible. Oh my god. Just
locked in.
Yeah. Not one of the players who necessarily stands out tall in between these names. It's hard to when you've got giants like Lucalzi and Devi near you. But more than does his job. Nades are great. Ale's not feeling happy about throwing up that spam at all. He's been completely ripped apart by shrapnel.
Say it was definitely a cute idea from Fluxo last round to have a bunch of nades stacked over on that A-bomb site in case there was an A-side finish. So it's clear that they're exploring the ways in which they can use utility in some of these low-buy rounds. But you can see just their willingness to fight all the same as well. Especially when they know that they've likely weakened up one of those players courtesy of those high explosives.
BKL has consistently been so good on the farmers here, but Zevi needs to give him the support. He's so blind, he can't do anything. Lucalzi instead is actually the one finding the frags with the Molotov. BKL brings him low. Lucalzi collects from far away. LCM had backup. That's Zoreba providing. So Solid back to a 3v2 despite what looked like a good setup for the Fluxo side.
Once again, VSM moves in to try and get some information or clear things out, but Team Solid, after they find 3 kills over at A ramp, cut their losses and decide to turn the other cheek towards B instead. So Fluxo have made the wrong call, the wrong read as to how Solid were going to approach this. They could have stopped, frozen at the bottom side of ramp and expected for some more aggression, similar to what Zoreba sort of dismantled before. But this time it's a different look from Solid. Doing a good job of sort of mixing up their flowchart, making it harder for Fluxo to get a call. Never want to be predictable when you move into maps like this. When you move into series where you've got a decent amount of history playing off against each other already. And this is definitely the biggest fish you can try and fry within your group. The exit's tough. Che finding one more kill before the round concludes. But, I mean, this initial set of execution from Fluxo looked solid, but to be honest, that's a pretty big mistake from Lucalzi. You know, trying to throw a smoke that was suboptimal, playing from a high ground angle where they're, you know, T's will fight from the bottom side of ramp and fight over that smoke pretty consistently. Lucalzi was really hoping that he would just be able to outduel his opponents when it came to that fight. Had they kept him alive, then, you know, they would have more than likely gone for the retake. Things Zareba's a dead man in mid. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll walk forward from Zevi while Zareba was priming nades, so that middle portion won't be contested. In fact, they're so blind moving into this B bomb site. But what is that? CS2 still getting caught by a myriad of flashes, magnetizes straight to the head of the first, and he's carved a path for the bomb plant.
You're kidding me. Nade down now. VSM wants to try and break his dry spell. Out he goes. GBB's taking him down. So, not quite the form he was hoping for, and I might have been hyping him up for. Fluxo again 2v3 despite the early pick. Solid. I mean, I don't even know how CSO does that. And listen, of course, everyone at home, the amount of blindness we see it's always weird as a spectator because it is slightly transparent for us. So I'm sure that he saw things before, but that is so incredibly nice to see. The potting, he's got the pre-fires down. CSO is just a beast on this B site.
Yeah, let's put it this way. You know, when we see the flash, we're experiencing probably like 50% of what the player is actually experiencing. So sometimes you see like a partial blind that feels much worse on their end as a player. So for him, I mean, he was even while watching him, it looked like it was difficult to sort of make out what was going on. So him barely recovering from that flash for an instant headshot, I mean, that's beautiful stuff. And I don't blame you for kind of hyping up VSM for that moment. He had basically a sitter of a kill through the nade to sort of mask his jump out to generators, caught a player looking the wrong direction and just didn't hit the shot. That was the real only way that looked like Fluxo could have come back into the round. It's a flubbed opportunity. Solid looking great at the start of this T side.
Not the best angle for an MP9, but VSM has the timing. Molotov will be late, and Ale is happy to exploit. He doesn't know Chase nearby, so the bomb has been dropped, and Zevi in the meanwhile gets another kill in mid. Finally, Fluxo have an advantage, but Solid aren't out of this yet.
Fresh smokes that are down, they'll try and flash to create a bit more room, but the Molotovs are even forcing them further forward. Just hoping somebody on Fluxo makes a mistake. Oversteps their bounds. They're still not even fully convinced that it's the whole squad, still looking at behind and the prospect of an A-side flank, but both solid players are here.
This is the favored weapon for LTM. He might not actually want it now. Close range is where Che is. He resides. He's not swinging yet. LCM's hoping that mistake will come through so that GBB can actually exploit him. Che, however, patient as ever. Throughout this map, he has been the shining light, and now again delivers a crucial 2 frags to seal not just a victory, but an economic victory for Fluxo as well.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a round like that to bounce back in this half. You saw the long string of rounds that Solid had mustered together. And this does feel like a bit of an overcommitment. You know, Ale maybe not realizing that he has the bomb. It does seem a little bit weird for them to sort of orchestrate for a mid play with the bomb being in through mid. But they get caught trying too desperately to hunt the trades onto that B bomb site. But I have to say as well, I mean, LCM has had a lot of opportunities on this AWP when we were looking back at Mirage and some of the angles he was holding, some of the potential that he could have sort of unraveled the round with. I feel like this AWP for Solid has not been able to really meet production or meet demand. You know, it's a very high investment weapon.
It's been a bit of a missing link for sure.
Yeah. argue Zevi as well has been more impressive on the rifles, so doesn't seem exclusive to Solid here.
Those nades are beautiful. Great damage dealt out to LA. GBB's taken down. VSM happy to add in a little bit of flavor into ramp as well. Now Che again called to order. Good for the first. Turns the corner. Buys time. But he's finally taken down. The bomb can be planted. They know the CTs are not nearby. VSM's dropped the flash. He needs his teammates to push him forward. What's the game plan going to be? Molly goes out. Zevi is low. He's been tagged up with VSM's death, and PKL has been put down. 2v2 once again, and Solid want to recover this time over. CSO nearby will not peek. LCM adjusts back, and Zevi's not ready for it. Only Lukowski, Mr. Superman, rounds the corner to meet his death to LCM's hands. Solid up to 8.
I just had to say something, didn't I? I had to say that he wasn't finding shots on the off, and now he's just had a glorious round for Team Solid. I thought that started about the worst way it could have for Solid, considering the 4A start the Fluxo were going for. That's why they had so much utility. They were bombarding ramp with flashes, HEs, Molotovs, and they find 2 kills from it. It was a great reaction for them to start moving in through middle and quickly collapsing onto the A bomb site. And you can't expect anything more from Che in this kind of circumstance. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place. He's getting wrapped around those generators. You have to worry about the prospect of B main as well as getting wrapped up from window. And then all of a sudden, LCM just darts to life. A marvelous 4K when Solid need him the most, when they're fighting from a deficit. They fought that back 2 versus 4.
Huge.
Also LCM, I offer my sincere apologies.
Yeah. I was not aware of your game, and now I am.
Yes. Shaq meme.
Oh, God. What?
Oh, okay.
He's gotten so many util kills there.
That's the second double kill he's found off of a single nade.
Somehow still a 3v3, man.
Lukowski knows how to throw him. Now they're just hoping that Solid throws him a bone. So right now they're flying a little blind. VSM with a very deep push through mid, but Che getting found round those smokes. It's another impact shot here from LCM.
He's tied himself up for top of the scoreboard on his team. All they have to do is make sure they don't get taken down by that flank, and I was just about to say not move back into it. Solid have shown a tendency to want to actually retreat in these circumstances after the first duel in ramp. VSM realized that as well, and Zevi is just completely repositioned. Now that could be a mistake. They don't have the option of retreating back to the B site. They're reliant on GBB to take control, to keep Zevi away, and let the bomb be planted. Meanwhile, VSM doesn't have the advantage of being able to give footsteps out, but with time running down this slow, Zevi's got himself a Molotov. This could be huge. This could be everything. And the Molotov goes down. There's a nade to follow up as well. There's no way to get this bomb planted, and with that, Fluxo guarantee themselves a 4th round.
3 kills off of utility in the last round of the half. Couldn't have come at a better time here for Fluxo, but that flank from VSM just completely ground them to a halt. They knew that there was no plan B, there was no escape. And yeah, as soon as LCM was the one that picked up that package, it did seem kind of doom and gloom. He was only on 7 HP when he decided to plant. There was an HE, a Molotov. They had that round on lock. We didn't actually see too many sort of A-sided finishes from Solid on that T side. There was a lot of B takes, a lot of B splits that they had planned, trying to capitalize on maybe a bit of a weakness, or maybe playing away from the strength of Fluxo, considering how many times they got brutalized by utility and the fighting that Fluxo threw at them. Let's see if Fluxo have as firm a game plan moving into their T side as well. They trail moving into the second map, this second half of it. Maybe Solid can force us to all 3, which we will. Sort of bite our tongues at the prospect of what Inferno could offer. LCM already a great shot to sort of relinquish extra control, and CSO taking up the mantle over on this B-bomb site, just keeping them away from generators.
CSO continues to succeed, not letting them get the bomb plant either. GBB's the one to get that kill, but listen, they stopped planting because of CSO. They already know what happens when CSO starts running at them on the B side, okay?
Yeah, it's usually not a good sign when the CTs are as feeling as confident as they are, just running at you.
Difficult decision for Fluxo to just go full eco here. I respect it, but it is a tough choice to make. Wow, wow. That's a tilter if you're PKL.
Yeah, really feels like Solid have created a very good game plan coming into this Vertigo. Fluxo, again, didn't seem like they had the most meticulous strategies or anything sort of too out of the ordinary on Mirage. But Solid seemed to have some pretty good reads on how Fluxo are going to play out scenarios and what some of their tendencies might be. This was not going to be another 13-1. They made damn sure of it.
Fluxo at this point are just happy to have the CT's waste utility as well. Bomb plant's not really an option. Okay, GBB just wants to come through, start farming up a little bit more. He goes back to the pistol. Che will be able to take him down. Throws the gun out as well. You gotta love a man who's thorough. That's all I can say.
That is cheeky. That is very cheeky. He didn't expect to get away with that at all, so just making sure they can't hold onto an M4 themselves. I don't think I've seen a rifler use that angle before. Usually AWPers that position themselves at sort of 51 are ready to make use of that tiny gap in the tarp. A nice keen eye there from DBB.
Might just be an anti-eco thing.
Yeah, it seems very dangerous, but
yeah.
I'm impressed nonetheless.
Hello. Oh, Lukowski's already moved past. Into the side he goes. PKL just threatening and just trying to buy space for Lukowski to make a play. He's done more than just that. He's found the kill. Ale as well. Down and out. Lukowski expected. Zoreba reads into it, and now he's the only one who can defend this B site. Rather, A site. B side is still CSO, who's come through, getting aggressive, looking to fade away, but Che is in pursuit. And Che don't stop pursuing.
Yeah, he wasn't going to be deterred from that fight. He knew he caught him on a reload. But now Zoreba spotted out, Shadow given over, and that's what those warning shots were offered up by Che. Flash in, a smoke that's down, but Che just keeps on spraying around that smoke, getting caught by the flash. Fluxo dismantle it. It's a lot of nice aggression, very quick up of short that Lukowski starts turning some of their heads. I think they heard the player pursuing in that direction, and so those players at the sandbags basically knew that their position wasn't going to be as strong, and they tried to fight forward. But some nice shots being hit by PKL and Zevi. There's action all over the map, really.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a lot of util kills.
Yeah, I love that Fluxo are like leaning into being a util heavy team.
Yeah. I don't know if I would say util heavy, more just like, hey, we're getting kills through util, yes, but later on, yeah, we can just pull out some guns. LCM in the meanwhile, 5-7 as he backs off. He's got more util, and look how he's got his 5th util kill that I remember of the game. Oh, was that the 6th? That was a 6th actually. Never mind.
Yeah, I think that might be the 6th. Yeah.
Yeah. 3 double kills. All the info's given over. Casualties shouldn't really be too numerous. Yeah. There you go. Comfy.
Yeah, only major hiccup there from Fluxo was they got a Molotov down short and there was a player playing in front of it. But after that, it all goes according to plan. They make great use of their utility. I don't know, I'm just, I'm seeing all the HEs and Molotovs there they have lined up. They clearly enjoy making sure that those util pieces of equipment actually see those frags. It's a very aggressive move over towards B at the start here from Fluxo. So even if there is only one player at B, CSO might call for a little bit of backup. Yeah, you see Zareba start to gravitate over just because there's so much pressure mounting.
Boost up on GBV as well. It's going to be dangerous. I doubt they're going to be checking for this late into the round. So if you want to think about scaling up, well, think again. Lukowski not had the best shooting game so far. Most of his skills seems like have been coming a little bit more on the bucket chain side rather than actually cold hard play. GBV spotted out. They're being careful. Lukowski finds a frag. LA taken down. PKL is a trade in the meanwhile. LCM had been able to save up for that AWP, and now he's putting it to good use. Nade would be fantastic if they hadn't already moved past it. A little bit late over there, and LCM is just being gunned down. He has to wait, but Nade's coming over as well. Right around the corner comes VSM, comes in through the smoke. Doesn't even want to expose himself slightly to the AWP, and Zevi shows his shadow off. Smoke will be headbutted out by Zareba. You're not playing football, buddy. As his head will roll.
And Fluxo will still find the goal. A 7th, but that was a little hectic, a little crazy. I mean, they got that boost built up. GBB looked like he had found a timing. He heard a step, and that's what prompted it. And as soon as he sort of rears his head, Ale's the victim underneath him. But LCM getting trapped in the sandbag with an AWP is, I mean, far from optimal. I had to try and buy some time, but it's VSM that did a great job of flushing him out, making use of the smoke as well. LCM was not going to be looking at the smoke, except he was going to be staring at the side of the sandbag that wasn't. Back down to pistols are solid. They've held quite a significant lead, but that's now starting to be squandered. It's a little ugly there from PKL, but his teammates have him covered.
They can't all be pretty. Look, they're walking into the site with everyone, yeah, but if I get to see Lukowski shooting like this, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, nice clean shooting. Ruined Toon, maybe.
I am trying to think of something that rhymes with that, but I can't.
I mean, that's what people say, right? Ruined Toon Shun.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they stop after that, because there just isn't anything else that rhymes. Wow. In the entirety of the English language, right?
Looting.
And Fluxo might be looting this map right back. 8 to 10, Solid have got to start sweating. They won't have an AWP for LCM as they enter into a crucial round. This is the difference maker between 8 and 10 for Fluxo. The success they found on their T side is getting worrying for Solid. Nades flying out. CSO's dodged out most of the ones from the T side, only to be met by Lead. Trey's been happy to deliver time and time again, but Zareba's moved past. Inside the smoke he goes, and inside the smoke he is buried. Nothing to offer, and Solid must retreat. They do not have a chance in this round.
I mean, this should be an instant save. I'm surprised to see Ale still sort of holding around here. Because they are fanned out. They didn't see him, but now they know exactly where he is. Jay hits the deck. VSM trying his best to keep him contained, and there's Lukowski to finally put him to his end.
I think Lukowski and Ale both forward to treat each other.
I think Lukowski was looking at elevator, but...
Okay. I mean, I might just be wrong then.
It was almost certainly Ale getting 4-3. He did not see that. Don't worry, they won't save anything here. TBB, his rifle should be sticking. Yeah, it should be protruding, but he was ready for that duel. LCM's the only one that gets away with his rifle. It's quite an expensive round for Fluxo, but a recent track of success allows them to be a little bit more dangerous with their supplies.
They can splurge.
that they can.
Is Zevi going for a fast peek in ramp? No. Just trying to be a part of the default.
Yeah, if he ran up ramp with the AWP when they're against this kind of a buy.
No, I thought he might just want to strafe to the left and just get a quick sideline out for short in case there's an MP9 push. PKL was waiting for a double dose himself. LCM dodges death. Only to be met by the master of nades himself.
Now, they don't have a lot of Molotovs, and it feels like a big part of the way they like to structure their A-side attacks. See how Lukowski is being very hesitant about his progression. A flash in, and just a jumping around the corner. It's Zevi that actually finds the trade on an AWP. GBB caught Lukowski completely off guard, lining up his own flashbang, but it goes 1-for-1. It's a very awkward-looking start, but they assemble the boost right before Zevi's eyes, and they're even trying to jump through the smoke right at him. CSO, the 5-7 collects, but it's back and forth trades once again, and Fluxo have seen enough. They don't want anything to do that remains of this A-side attack. B-bomb site carved a path, VSM, the one to create a perimeter.
They're in hot pursuit. They're not making any secret about this. Their intention where PKL needs to find the kills and he won't be able to. The bomb has been dropped. VSM all alone. Impossible angles to deal with unless he pots this perfectly, but the only advantage he has is they don't know where he is. He's dropping down, or at least planning to. Zareba's gone. Spray transfer attempted, not needed, but LCM knows he only needs to back off and run. And that's exactly what he does. VSM loses the round to time and PKL not being able to transfer onto the B site.
Oh, what? PKL stopped. PKL stopped to fight them. And VSM was the one that was sort of stopping them from rotating in through CT once they hear the numbers. I don't know why PKL hangs around. I don't know why he's trying to fight that.
He misunderstood the distance and he thought he wouldn't be able to scale upstairs in time because there were two people coming.
I mean, even from that perspective, like, look how much he actually has the time to cross. I know, I get what you're saying, but even then, trying to go for that fight is more losing than winning.
It's just one of those deer in a headlights moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Felt like he could have shut down the round himself, but that just opens the door wide open. 1-for-1 exchange is a very fast exchange at the A site. That round has me questioning some things, but Team Solid maybe reasserting their focus.
Yes, I'm about to be traded. GBB takes him down. Shay's not expecting the man around the steel pillar. CSO peeks forward and he's got the win. Now just needs to smoke himself off and keep himself safe.
They're saving. 30 HP between them. They don't expect to win these fights. Not as clean as that. My, oh my. I mean, going into the second half, Fluxo engaged in that hot streak after, once again, Solid being able to win the pistol, create a bit more distance, especially after the half they had on their own attack. Fluxo were finding a lot of success on these gun rounds, but it's been kind of a symptom, even carrying over from Mirage. When they've been up against pistols, when they've been up against lower buys, they've actually looked worse. You know, they've been losing more fights than it really feels. You know, when we're looking at the gun rounds, you know, if they know there's a rifle around the corner, they win that duel. But it's the play style that these pistols and SMGs are employing that seems to catch them off.
Counter-terrorists win.
And that might be the reason that we go a third map. Fluxo looked so in control on this comeback road. But all it takes is a half buy sometimes to break momentum.
It did feel like one of those half buys was inevitable. Fluxo was struggling against those pistols like you mentioned, but it does come at the worst possible time.
Three chances to close. That's what we want to think about Inferno. see the Molotovs funneling back GBB from his forward presence on short. This is something that Flux were missing against some of those pistols earlier on. Probing in, and oh, what a shot to open up the site.
But like Mirage was a lot of Lucazi being able to make plays on his own to start off their T side, and right now is no different. He is a one-man wrecking ball. No information given over about the rest of his team either. Lucazi is doing it all on his own. This is the definition of a one-man play. LCM even forced back. The AWP unable to find anything.
I'm honestly a little gobsmacked that they're even gravitating towards him, because he's not exactly taken a lot of space, and he met a little bit of extra battling after finding those first 3 kills. But Solid did not want to really contest this. At worst, they wanted to find the trade onto Lucazi, and maybe that was it. They will dodge the same tragedy that happened before them. LCM tried to make the journey in through middle. Try being the operative word.
In the older days of CS, one of the things that we talked about for star players was the ability to just decide, okay, we're winning this round. It's become a lot less now because of how, protocol teams are and everything, but this is that kind of classic play. DSM, in the meanwhile, looking for CSO. But what Lucazi did over here, I know it's insane to say it, but it just reminds me so much of those old Olaf Meister days on Fnatic, when the things that sparked the comeback, this is the kind of round that gives you that.
It's just such an independent play. His team are all doing their own things. Lucazi's like, I'm going to take a risk. And God, what a time for it to really show up for the squad. And some players would cut their losses, Finding this first kill, it's a crazy reaction shot. He goes into short, finds another kill, and then he just keeps on fragging. No one could stop him. I'm worried.
Always need to be against the pistols. Especially when there's 3 of them around the corner. Molotov clears Zareba back. That nade could be juicy if he wants to start deploying it. CSO's holding one of his own as well, but they will have to expose themselves and show where they're positioned. Nade is great to take down VSM and give them the first, but what's the response going to look like? Nothing. There is no response. Once again, looking like they might fall to the pistols. Lucazi needs to make things work himself. Feels like he's given them everything again. 3 kills twice over. And a flash overhead keeps Ale at bay. Still plenty of time if you want to readjust. But they won't make that call. They're still committed. Flash through. Ale peeks forward. Good for 1, but can't make it 2. GBB all alone. No reason to stay back. Lucazi is low. Gets the first. Lucazi around the corner. Has to close. Crippled and crawling. But he still gets them to 11. Fluxo are in it.
Oh my goodness. You have no idea how nerve-wracking that was for me. I have no attachment to anybody in the server, really, but that is, to see heartbreak happen over and over again, you can only try and do your best to try and manifest it the other way. Because this play from Solid is great. They have all these HEs lined up, they triple nade on the B play. That's where Fluxo are congregated. They're all softened up for these pistols. So when they inevitably go for the swing, all it takes is a couple more taps to take him out of the round, or a headshot. If not for Lucazi and his efforts, we'd be out this map already. Hell, 2 rounds ago. But here are Solid back on full rifles. This is where some of their difficulties have actually been on this CT side. The lower buys have been in hot contest. But finally 1 falls away from them. And now the worry will be, will they be able to close this before we start talking about overtime? 3 chances. All of them taken out of their hands by Lucazi.
Oh, LCM looks away. He's able to adjust. The main man is down, but no one on the T's is there to trade. Fluxo need to deliver for his sake. Zevi misses a crucial shot. A chance that he will not be given again. Ala's got no reason to peek, but still, Stays behind the smoke, looking for a play to be made. LCM could flash for him, but he doesn't need it. Ali just walks through himself. The flash is late to prevent refragging. Instead, it's a 3-on-5, and the time is ticking down low. Molly finally comes through. LCM is forced away. Ali caught out. Che takes him down, but the time is running out, and the flank is coming in. Zoreba nearby. LCM able to find the kill while blind, and it's just the clock ticking down. The lurk coming through. The noose is tightening. Fluxo not feeling the oxygen, but they're still trying. Only to be taken down by one last GBB frag. 13 for Team Solid, but man, was it close.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have been any closer than that. I mean, so many different chances to close out that map, and we had these big plays being made by Lucalzi, and coming into the 13th hour, finally LCM, had these moments on not only the T side, but as well finding Lucalzi. It felt like Fluxo had run out of steam. They'd lost their greatest warrior at their most pivotal point in that map, and we are going to go the full distance in this series because of it.
And, shout out to LCM. The fact that he activated right when we were questioning him, he gives so many crucial rounds out. It felt like this was very much an LCM and CSO game in the same place where, we were praising GBB in Mirage. If we can see this triad of players activating at the same time in Inferno, it's going to be a really tough time for Fluxo, especially if they keep struggling against these pistols, man. Those pistols, those SMGs, they're the bane of their existence.
And they could be a continued bane. Inferno is not... It's not unusual to see, shotguns, SMGs, hell, Zeus's in the modern meta find success on that map. So if they struggle versus weapons that are suboptimal, not exactly built for these long-ranged engagements, this is a map that could get very, very dangerous for them.
Well, listen, let's find out after a bit of a break how dangerous it could be, because this game is still up in the air. Let's find out where it lands after a short break.
The world is changing quickly.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Back into the thick of things with Fluxo versus Solid, and boy, have things been thick. Map number 3 coming up, Inferno, Michael, and after Mirage, I thought it'd be a whitewash. I thought Flux was taking over. I thought it's going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy, but it's not. Michael, it's not.
Yeah, no, especially with the sort of comeback effort that the Fluxo guys put together on that T side, I did think that, okay, on CT, Solid we're just going to run into too many issues, and then we had those low buy round come through from them that really started to turn the table. It is kind of crazy to think that, I mean, Fluxo were very close to being able to close this out 2-0, but now we are put into this position where we have a third map in the series. And who's to say what kind of form either team is really going to come into this with? How, is their confidence going to be knocked? What kind of plays are you kind of expecting Lucalzi or LCM or CS2 to make on this third map? Because they've been through some of the heartbreaks or near heartbreaks already on that Vertigo. That second map honestly just had so many peaks and troughs for both different teams that I do wonder what their state is going to be like now that we're on a very tactical, very nade dependent map like Inferno.
I'm hoping that we can see something better from Zevi as well. It really felt like LCM was the only opera who was really relevant throughout that entirety of Vertigo, especially when we saw Zevi switching over to the T side. Impact seemed even more mitigated. And yes, part of that is because, Lucalzi is taking so much of the numbers up. Chase doing such a good job. But yeah, I'm curious about how this one goes. I'm hoping that we can get both teams putting their best foot forward in that regards. But I also am very interested in seeing what kind of performances we can see from CSO, Michael, because it does feel like I think Vertigo and Inferno are incredibly similar maps when you look over towards the B site. They're both very easily Molotovable angles where you can quickly stop out a push. There's places for you to aggress now with, with how Metasport has, redefined those flashes that you have brought up a couple of times, right? So this is where I think that if we can see CSO having a similar amount of impact on Banana and B, this should still be solid looking pretty good to keep control. I punched my mic, but to keep control of the map, even if not outright win it.
Yeah, I think in general, I think both these teams have got very cute plays with like their HE stacks and where they want to put Molotovs in sort of the mid round or as rounds are developing, which is kind of interesting. When I look back at some of the earlier iterations of the South American circuit, whether it's been in this regional LATAM series or whether it's been in other tournaments, there's actually very few teams that sort of stylistically match up quite similarly, which is a little odd, I think, to a certain degree. Mirage didn't feel like we we had that level of depth at all, really. But when we get into a Vertigo, Overpass, Inferno, these are the types of maps where you can actually explore a lot of those options far more frequently. So, yeah, it's kind of strange to think these teams are so similar, but so vastly different in the range of experience that Fluxo has versus Team Solid. But Solid have been impressing throughout these regional series, and so far have been doing a pretty solid job of taking the fight to Fluxo as well. They'll even win the knife round, which means they'll have the selection of sides, so expected to start CT. There are small edges that you can get, but I think Inferno is just one of those maps that, even on CT side, with the way that the economy has moved, the way that this map has changed over time as well, that CT side doesn't feel like that heavily advantaged side as it sort of once did.
The two teams have played Inferno once, Michael, in head-to-head. That was, of course, in the most recent Series 2. It was a 13-10 in favor of Solid. So with the way trends are going, Vertigo was one-sided from Fluxo the last time these guys played, so Solid won it. Mirage was won by Solid the last time they played, so Fluxo won it now. So by that logic, Fluxo should be coming out on top here.
I see, yes.
I didn't say it's good logic, but by that logic, it is logic.
Yeah, I mean, you can make any sort of argument with the wrong evidence.
LCM's got some evidence that they're not coming over to the A site, though. He's got a very forward-facing position, so Fluxo can feel comfortable in maintaining this B site stack. Ale? Spots out just the one.
Yeah, don't listen to the HUD. Fluxo are on the T side.
Oh, my bad.
Solid are the ones on the defense, but they are maintaining this stack over towards B, but that smoke that's fresh just as they go for the execute is a little disruptive, and they're trying to jump straight through it. CSO, the first one that finds a kill, in fact, he'll double up for another. They're trying to even taper into the smoke in CT, and they've got chained to a very forward spot to cut off rotates. They win those fights, they have the advantage, and this kill from Che should seal it. LCM tried to go for the flank on Banana, but he's a little too late to the party.
I don't think he got the invitation, I'll be honest, Michael.
Lost in the post. Heard from a friend of a friend.
Saw an Instagram story.
Now that is heartbreaking.
That is the worst, isn't it?
No,
and he's realized he
here.
isn't wanted. He moves back. He'll save his Kevlar, his dualies, and his tears. Shout out the weekend for another day.
Yeah, even goes back home. Nestles himself into the apartments.
Gotta say, man, Lukazi's just built different. Genuinely. The fact that he's able to find 2 kills in response after moving through, bumping into his teammate, and just feeling like he's being rocked and rolled all over the shop, yeah, nicely done.
I feel like he didn't really see the first person that he shot at, and then it was like, oh, I got a headshot, and here's another one. Watched it on the replay, and I didn't see a damn thing. So I don't know how Lukazi does it.
Ah, yes. I do love the double boost, because there's so many teams who have started to just use the lineup for CT, which actually lands on top of the boosting spot now. So, yeah, there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you, guys.
So they've already thought ahead.
Come on, Zareba. It's all you, buddy. He wishes he had a 5-7 right now, but the problem is you still can't see the players who are crouching past. And as PKL and Zevi start to go forward, GBB is here to add some more chaos to the fray. Zareba is the only one who actually finds a kill, but unfortunately for him, that's not really very significant.
Yeah, they actually stayed on that boost to maybe reconstruct it if it got re-smoked, but then that smoke faded and they were just there for the picking. So, Jay frags him. No real problems versus those pistols. When it's 5.7s, P250s, SMGs, that's why they've really had their issues in dealing with those low buys. USPs. Ain't no matter.
It does feel like Inferno is the kind of map as well where it's maybe easier to be upset by those half buys, especially when you're trying to push into a site because it's already so stack heavy. It's harder to have protocols to suss those stacks out properly when, you know, that kind of stuff happens all the time anyway.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, there's so many close range angles as well that these pistols and weapons of the sort are just far more efficient. Bit of tag damage onto Zarebo as to give up his position inside of the apartments. Forced away by VSM. But there's some poking and probing on both sides of the map. But right now, Solid have not been heavily contesting Banana. So Che getting a lot of space and security around the smokes. As it is vacant. And an option that can be opened up for Fluxo later on.
I like this.
Yeah, not seeing this boost used.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it as well.
Try re-aggressing into the arches. It's going to be difficult.
Cute. Oh, they had no intention of re-aggressing though, especially with time being this low. An ace-side commit is the only plan they have, and CSO rotating through could just nade that smoke open and try and get a quick backstab. That's what they're expecting and waiting for, but PKL is down. They cannot scale onto the site. Lukowski's taken down as well. Time is running out, but the T's are still closing in. VSM and Shea finding crucial frags to let them get the bomb plant, and GBB is somehow perplexed. How have we lost this round?
Yeah, I mean, they just found a flurry of frags in the last 12 seconds of this round. Had the players been able to stay alive and just be a nuisance, there was more of a chance. And even Zevi hunting down GBB towards the end, so no rifles saved over. This first gun round, Solid. I mean, they played defensive, they played back in the bomb sites, and it looked good to start, but they just couldn't hold their spots. I didn't even see that. TSO trying to go through the smoke just as they were performing the wrap because the time was low. Didn't expect that anybody would be holding it. But that's one of the first dominoes that fell on that A play. But these are the rounds I'm concerned for Fluxo. These are the rounds that can get quite tricky. Good opening nade, DSM. Oh, still gets caught by that Zeus. It felt like he was almost, honestly, far enough away where that Zeus wouldn't find the kill straight up. But Zareba's practiced the angle.
Wow.
That's a lovely shot from Lukowski.
Always is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's so intimidating to look at. Normally, you know, when you want to see kills, you want to see them from the perspective of the guy getting them. Honestly, not for Lukowski. I want to feel the fear.
It's some of my favorite, you know, user-generated content is watching from the perspective of the person that's getting fragged. Because it's, you know, it's very easy to watch some of the kills that happen. You know, the mechanics look clean. You know, yeah, they hit the headshot fine. But when you look at how awkward it is from a professional player's point of view, sometimes to play against other pros, it can be very apparent why they're as successful as they are. Whether it's like the small movement things they do, or some of the doubts they put into your mind about whether to turn from a flash, or is that grenade going to be relevant to me, or there's so many different nuances to gunplay that when you watch it from their POV, sometimes you start to understand the difference between the pros and yourself.
It's like any sport. You don't realize how fast a lot of these people are on TV. It's when you actually go to the field and check it out. That's what it's like in CS. You have to see it from the other perspective to really figure out what it's like. Oh my god, I can't play against this.
Oh, I killed a pro player in a deathmatch that one time. Then you look at what they're doing in the server, and it's like, yeah, actually, I probably would die the same.
Really solid nade damage from early. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Now
Wasn't it
see some
Fluxo
presents.
Wasn't it Fluxo on the defense on
Yeah,
Mirage as well, shooting
it
each other in
was.
the back? Yep. They're a
Zevi
little
got a
giddy.
couple of shots in.
Zoreba's got the better pre-aim, and that will help him when that smoke fades. VSM wasn't expecting a player to be nestled inside the smoke with him.
Zoreba re-peeking back out to Lagauzi, though. Never a fun time. Now, they do actually have 3 players on A. If Fluxo misreads that, this could be problematic. The problem is, though, that CSO's been jump spotting, and that's always a surefire giveaway of the expectation of a stack. Now CSO's been forced to stay in the B side. They're rotating back GBB as well. GBB's got 1 flash. That could be all they need. The bomb yet to commit to the B, though.
Well, Ale got the kill onto Zevi, who had the bomb, so they know that they were spotted with that bomb trying to transition into B, so Lukowski's actually still hung up inside of middle while his teammates run some level of a distraction, but now he's going to turn the other cheek. He's going to go towards the A-bomb site, and LCM just started to give up his position on that site itself. He's not in a great position to cancel out on this plant, but he might be closer to the action than Lukowski anticipates, and that's the shot he needed to hit. A hell of a flick, and the round with it as well.
I got a little bit scared there. I thought LCM might be taken down because he doesn't have the rifle like you mentioned, but what a beautiful flick as well, right to the head of Lukowski. Great job from Solid, and so much of it comes down to that first skill from Zoreba that puts so much pressure on Fluxo. Unfortunately, like you said, they can't get the bomb back to B on time.
Yeah, they were really, really anticipating that Solid would go in with heavy reinforcements to B, and they were right in that assumption. So that's why Lukowski still hung around, but he was hoping his teammates would be a little bit more successful than what ended up panning out on that B play. Okay, that's the kill. He dropped the bomb and he saw it. It's all about trying to work off of what your opponents have information off of, but Lukowski thought they'd sold that fake more than well enough.
Sorry, Che. CSO might end up going down a very. He's committing very hard to this one. Not the most backup. Forced back through a Molotov, almost gets taken down by that. Well, there's some juggling going on in CT spawn, both the positions and utility.
Yeah, a little meeting to exchange grenades.
Luxo's commitments remain unchanged. B-side destination was the plan. They're not going to be shifting away from that. Re-smoke count is good as well. And Allah is playing behind this. That is deadly. It won't really be a flashbang to blind him either because of how deep that smoke is. So Allah should be having some impeccable duels coming his way soon, but he's going to have to wait. The smoke will dissipate completely. That's where the flash had to come in from his teammate, but it's never there. It's too late. They mistime it. And with that, it's back to a 3-on-4 where it feels like the B-side is breachable. A Molotov, the only thing separating them for now. But is there anything else to follow up with? LCM, beautiful shot right through the smoke it goes. He's finding more and more impact, but the spam in as well keeps VSM low. Look, Housie has to defend from the man pushing through, and he does, but only temporarily. VSM is low, but with GBB running out of bullets, he's forced away and dies in his retreat. A 2-on-2. Zoreba finds the first, and now Lukowski's position known, flashbang through, but he keeps it going. He wants to take up that Hobbit spot, but instead nestles away inside the smoke, moves past where LCM could be. The bomb is tapped. He needs to peek. They don't know where he is. LCM is ready. He's going for the full defuse. Lukowski isn't able to make it through in time, but still, the attempt, beautiful. LCM, though, has got the time.
Oh, that was so damn close. One looking banana, the other staring at that smoke while committing to the defuse, and just by getting off and fighting Lukowski, there could have been a world where Lukowski timed that just perfectly enough. Even then, you know, that's the difference between sticking it and getting off to fight him, because he was a fraction of a second away from just winning the round on the defuse. a very scary prospect, but both those players were so weakened in the 2v2 that Fluxo had to go for something a little unorthodox. Lucalzi almost delivers. Solid, though, since they've started asserting themselves over towards Banana, they're being a lot more successful. You know, getting a good opening pick, they're leveraging a man advantage. Even in the absence of actually getting forward positioning and having someone sort of serve as recon, they're making a lot of the right reads. They're getting that third man over to the right bomb site. Now down onto upgraded pistols are Fluxo. They've got a couple of rifles in suit as well. This is probably going to be some kind of a pacey play lined up. They have some utility they can try and leverage. The flash is good. Ale actually not going to hear that these players progressing so quickly off of short, but Zareba has locked this one out. 3 kills. It's these 2 rifles that find their impact. But Zevi now suddenly thrust into a 1 versus 3 all-alone bomb at the feet of Solid.
We're getting a real performance from outside anchors now. CSO and Zareba both showing us what they're made of. Zareba had some good times in Mirage as well. I won't lie to you, I was quite impressed, but take him away from Vertigo on the map where it feels like you have to consistently be on aggressing and taking the fights yourself, and he's looking much more comfortable. Zevi still has his chance in this round, though. More than anything else, to at least find damage and disrupt. But maybe if he's able to find a man straying away, maybe to win. Unfortunately, beautifully played. Flashbang out, quick peek through. It is picture perfect.
Yeah, CSO just had some great cover there, even though he gave his position away with the flash. When you're full blind, the fight is difficult.
Yeah, a little bit. I've
Can
heard
be
that.
challenging.
Unless you're CSO. On Vertigo B side, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Still don't know how he got that kill. But
Honestly, insane.
yeah.
My goat. I've got to say, I love the fact that LCM's getting aggressive as well. You can see he is feeling confident. Smoke out from his teammate, and he is right back into the thick of things. Chase spots him out, so if BKL wants to try and transfer late, this might be problematic. Oh, he's about to try and go for the shot. He never fires. Patience is one thing. Death is another.
Yeah, well, you know, after the first time he got flashed, I thought the second time he would certainly shoot, but Zareba's had no problem firing off on his trigger, and he'll find a descending VSM on the second. Finally dealt with. It's PKL that finds 2 kills over at B as well, so they're finding entries all over the map. They don't have the bomb. Ale could catch Che on his rendezvous over to B. Yeah, Che gets caught quick switching, so Ale may have unlocked the only way back into this round.
He also knew that they're split up and PKL is low. PKL doesn't want to be the first man taking contact. And he's going so far forward, he's not waiting for Zevi. If Ale is expecting PKL to push through, this is going to be huge. PKL should be taken down, and now Zevi from behind. Ale is going to be caught out, but man, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is a very, very scary round. Even though Fluxo have a 3-on-1, they were so split apart from one another that you saw the world where Ale could have found that. I'll say, I mean, I won't pretend like I've, been able to watch Zareba sort of firsthand, but he has really been impressing throughout this entire series. Just a very steady hand, a young guy, a player that's come up through the academy system as well. It's a lot to like so far. Gave him a fighting chance in that round, but it still wasn't enough. That's a devastating nade.
It always is, isn't it?
Yeah,
A lot of nade damage.
Not everyone's playing Inferno these days.
That's one of the reasons. Flash dodged out from Zareba, and this time he finds no success. Lucalzi gets the better of him, but that's where GBB comes into play. Only for the one. Maybe Ale can make it more. UMP on Inferno? What is this, 2017?
Yeah, back when people were treating this thing like a rifle.
Yeah. Shout out to the big clan.
They've pumped the brakes. As soon as they find those kills, they just cut all sound, and Solid have gravitated that third man over as well. They could be in a good spot to defend this.
They want to pick rifles if it ends up being a B-side hit anyway. So Fluxo might really be leading into their own demise. Time is running out. 15 seconds on the clock. And GBB just needs to find the frags and hide away. He's got 2 more. USB now in hand, and he might not survive. But man, does he make them sweat.
Oh, so very close. You know, all he needed to do was basically hold his spot and hope his teammate was alive and well elsewhere. You know, those 2 players were actually committed into the bomb site, just needed to be able to tuck themselves away and have somebody around as insurance, but I think even if GBB had, you know, sort of played that out the same, his teammate wouldn't have been in a great position. They probably would have still been able to cross to the site and get the plant in. It was certainly close. And that is one way to start off the round against these pistols. Zevi just tapping away at one player crossing to boiler. Well, so yeah, I'm trying to take responsibilities and hold on to short. His teammate is inside of the apartment. Zeus. So Zareba succeed previously with it, and succeed again he shall. ESM on the receiving end of both of those zaps. So he's hating his responsibilities going into those A apartments.
Come on, Lakanzikan, you peek first. I know there's a Zeus around the corner. Come on, man. The Reva, though, it's only the God of Lightning that can give him a kill here. Flux would have been much better at dealing with some of these pistol rounds or half-buys.
I think it's important to note, you know, all our worries about...
Oh!
Ooh, okay, that's a hell of a shot. All our worries about whether or not they can close against these low buy rounds, these upgraded pistols. You know, Inferno is one of those maps where some of those angles are very frequently held by rifles too. So, even whether or not you're expecting a low buy or for them to go for something a little unorthodox, the way that you use your Molotovs, the way you clear your angles, is going to be very well programmed to deal with a lot of these sort of close range fights. Because it'll happen in rifle rounds as much as it will happen in sort of these low buy rounds. It's about your willingness to take a risk as a CT side and play those forward positions, because when you're on rifles, you do kind of want to sort of play at a distance more so than play up close, because there's not many advantages that the M4 has in those close range bouts.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All right, Zevi just trying to go for a quick shot. In the meanwhile, Banana is where GBB is keeping numbers in their favor. Zareba's happy to add a little bit of spice to the conversation as well. As quickly as the round starts, it feels like the 2v2 is not too far behind. Lukazi, are you really going to lurk through this? Buddy, you're still getting the kill as well? I mean...
I kind of... Yeah, I
just an animal.
I don't know how to describe this round. But it may not matter how it starts, but more about how it finishes. Lukowski's half HP. There is a smoke for the cross. But Zareba in a 1-on-2. Sure, he's got no kit, but he should know that both these players are pretty locked into the bomb site. One journeyed late, the other tried to create some space. He's got a Molotov too. He knows where BSM is. He can flush him out into the open. Zareba could pull this off, but it's Lukowski that decapitates him as he emerges. Seriously, this round, I don't know how to describe it. You know, Zevi blew open the smoke, but only the site that he couldn't see, and then he hit the spam, and then there's just like this onslaught in middle. It's a bit all over the place. There's just both teams wanted to be aggressive.
Out of his smoke into an M4A1, and GBB isn't able to get a single bullet on it. It is wild.
Yeah. Well, he hit 2 shots, but he needed to hit the headshot. And
okay, then I'm just bad.
Oh, you know what? That UMP does actually get something done. Ale can take that one home. The problem is he might not have a home to go to pretty soon. He has to fight for it. Lucaozi's been forced away from the apartments. You don't get to ding-dong ditch me.
I don't understand. I fail to understand why he's tracked that down.
They do say that we will never understand. They might be right. Oh no, CSO's taken out as well. I don't think Shay saw him, but that's understandable. But just would like to add, I don't think Shay actually saw him.
I mean, this is a very strange way for this half to end. These have just been fights straight out the gate, bloodlust from both of these squads, and it's Fluxo that have had the better go of things. They do have a kit on Zareba, so time is not as much of an issue. A good fight to win if you're Ale coming in on that flank. But VSM is in a very, very hard position for them to clear, and Chase still at the back of the site. Sure, LCM gets the trade, but there's simply not enough time. A 9-3 showing from Fluxo on the attack, and that half got messy.
It might have got messy, but it's still a 9-3 for them. Fluxo are fine with this. This is how they figured it out, right? They were trying to be a little bit too structured, a bit too utility heavy on Vertigo. Now you just shoot through it. Easy.
And they're not even just shooting through it, they're like running through it.
Shoot through it, run through it, pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's just wild to think, you know, you look at the gameplay from Lucaozi when he's just able to, you know, take fights out in the open, you know, flash behind him, whatever. Now sometimes no utility whatsoever, and then he's just running through smokes. I know you're having a good game, but that good of a game? Anyway, all attention is now drawn to Solid here. Third map in the series. Last time they played against each other, they were able to win it out 13-10. This time Fluxo having a massive advantage going into the CT side. Wonder if Solid have it in them.
You have to be very careful if you're Zarebo, because Zevi wants to contest right down middle. If he ends up going down, that makes this an impossible fake, or impossible to stop the CT from attacking. CTs do have 4 players here now. Fluxo are completely ready for this, and with PKL having flashes and smokes, he can allow these dualies to come out of the smokes with all guns blazing. They won't be doing so immediately. Lucaozi waits for them to make contact, and now he's in the fray. 2 kills, 3 kills. Lucaozi's done it all.
Yeah, they had the right amount of reinforcements on that B play, and the flash as well, teed up by PKL, just fighting within the bomb site, doing a lot of work for them to come out through that smoke. See PKL trying to create that room, and how many blind players there are emerging into the B bomb site. Lucaozi just having a field day on those dualies. And that felt like it had to be a win for Solid. Coming into this half, 9-3 trailing. Didn't get a bomb plant down. They need their first gun round to find success. Otherwise, this map is as good as done and dusted. ESM revealing that he spotted a player into second middle. Whoever was coming to help, but yeah, I mean, just not equipped with Glocks, you know. Okay.
The most aggressive anti-Glock round I've seen in a while. With M4s, by the way. This is not an MP9s pushing through. Even the Zeus. I mean, okay, man.
Yeah, I thought that was a world where Zareba still got a Zeus kill on VSM again. So, you know, VSM's just sending it with the M4, and then there's that Zeus emerging out of the underpass.
You thought you were safe?
You can't zap me 3 times in a game and get away with it.
Do or die.
Good news is that with the way the bracket is set out, you can die twice in the group stage. But it's been more favorable for Solid throughout their history fighting off against Fluxo, they have one more best of threes than they have lost, but this could be an L added to the tally. Fluxo looking to power up at the start of our RS LATAM series, but maybe this gun round has something to say. GBB catching PKL on the cross, but there's more reinforcements available here for Fluxo. They still have 2 and 2 aside.
Look, how's he's just... Okay. Alright. We don't talk about it. Not for now, at least. The round should be over on paper, but paper has been a bit unreliable so far.
I need PKL to have some words. You know, just rein him in a little bit. Lukowski's maybe having a little too much fun.
Devi and VSM have a chance to get a freebie on LCM. Now, LCM, however, is patient. And CSO is deadly. So no one wants to have fun on the solid side, especially with the round scoreline looking like this. They just want to recover and not aiming for it, really. Finding all 5 as well.
Yeah, not losing a single soul on their first gun round, so they needed that win. You know, stop Fluxo from thinking about the security of at least guaranteeing an overtime, let alone being that much closer to just closing this map out.
I can't believe look how he went.
Listen,
I'll play slight devil's advocate that theoretically M4A1 actually has decent jumping accuracy and all that BS, but also I say all that BS because, listen, it was kind of a wild peak to go for. Fun time, though. Fun time.
Yeah. No, he's clearly having a fun time.
Yeah. The vibes are immaculate right now in the Fluxo camp.
You know, outside of this RAS LATAM series, I swear they have another official to play after this.
Yep, they do.
Yeah, I thought they did.
So maybe that had been retrieved. Maybe that's why Lakazi's in such a rush, you know? Can't be in a rush yet, though. Cannot count the chickens before they've hatched.
Yeah, job's not finished.
Mm-hmm. Fluxo almost made a monstrous comeback happen on Vertigo. There is no reason why Solid can't provide the same chance to themselves.
That's what I was about to say, is that, you know, with how back and forth and how streaky that Vertigo was, who's to say Team Solid don't construct a solid T-side here as well?
Oh, double MP9 swing through. Zoreba has to be careful. Xavier and Shay back off, but they've given up so much information. In the meanwhile, VSM is down, re-smoke out. Lukowski, not expected, but man, look at the damage that PKL and Xavier are able to find.
Yeah, they rinsed them. I mean, PKL being able to stand his ground over on that B bomb site while a lurker was trying to slide his way in. Even though Ale got kind of a ridiculous shot to land onto VSM. I will say VSM's been on the worst end of some poor experiences in these rounds. But even with that entry, everyone else just getting picked to bits, and there just simply wasn't enough time to even consider anything else. They get timed out. This is where we're starting to talk about the prospect of Solid coming back in. They now have to face off against the prospect of having to land 8 rounds straight, just to force us into an overtime. I have to say, chances are low.
Does seem unlikely. VSM getting aggressive, spots out one. Takes a lot of damage for that. Repa's even taken advantage of this and move pause. Zevi's not expecting him to be here. VSM, though, continues to aggress and now meets his death. Zoreba doubles up. Please don't go B.
That's all. I mean, the way things are looking, they were thinking about it, but Zareva's starting to probe into the A site, and the less he sees resistance, the more likely they finish to the A side.
I do want to give a little bit of love to the fact that Lucazi has changed his position so many times on CT that, to be honest, if you're thinking, oh, where does he play? Just on the basis of this map and this map alone, you don't actually have an answer.
Yeah, he's going wherever he damn pleases.
Yeah, what positions do you play, bro? All of them, actually.
I play where the enemies are.
In this case, that's not entirely true, fortunately for the solid side.
It does kind of feel like, you know, there's almost a level of disrespect from Fluxo.
Mm.
You know, with the way that, you know, the history is lined up with Solid beating them so many in so many other outings. And for them, they're probably thinking, with the way that we've been able to get so many long streaks together, with the way that they dominated that first half, these guys actually aren't deserving of our respect. Like, they're jumping out into positions, they're taking duels that I can guarantee you they know are ill-advised. And they're hoping that they can get away with it. Like, VSM here thought he was going to try and chain a play up together, but Zareba sort of caught him jumping out of the balcony, but then landing on the balcony as well. It was odd.
Look, put it this way. If at any point you showed this demo to these players before they played and said, is this the right play? They'd probably all say, nah. But it looks like a fun time.
But when we're leading, you know, maybe we could take a few more risks, sure. But when Solid... I mean, the thing is, we've seen them when they get their engine fired up. They can be a real threat. We haven't seen the same pop-offs from the players we were highlighting coming into this map in CSO and LCM. That's a little awkward. They were going to build this boost to sort of see over it. Should it land here, but Chase blocked the smoke, so it's on the floor now. Thing is, do Solid think they missed the lineup, or that somebody's disrupted it?
Well, they'll resmoke it regardless. Lucazi now being boosted. Yep. They're more than ready for it. Lucazi with the AK. Won't be able to spawn out GBB initially, but no, maybe with the smoke being a little bit fuzzy, GBB is spotted out. Now he'll be re-peeking back out over, trying to get the clear, but not the duel he's going to win. Well, LA can't win his either. Suddenly, you're in a 5v3, and now when you're being funneled back over to the A side, Zevi's in a tricky position in apartments. He's got a 5-7 CSO. Should be able to get the cutoff on Che at the very least, but Che's not looking to contest too long. He's just going to be trying to buy some more time, buy some more space, and they've left PKL behind, who's recovered an AK off his own as well. Zevi, in the meanwhile, like I said, will almost never be cleared. Double kill with a 5-7, and that's what puts them to bed. Fluxo finally get one pistol back of their own.
Yeah, and they finally close out this map as well. There were a few moments where really it did seem like Fluxo weren't playing to their best abilities. I don't think that they were playing as to the book as some of their practices would imply, because they looked great on their run up to have that lead going into the second half. Their rounds they built together as well on Vertigo, it felt like they were almost infallible, bar losing some of those sort of pistol rounds. But for all the talk we did about you know, these upgraded buys and these SMGs, it felt like Team Solid just couldn't pull or sort of manifest one of those rounds actually when they needed it on this third map.
It didn't feel like this was going to be as uncompetitive as it seemed on the server. But at the end of the day, with the game that, you know, Lucazi was having in particular, and Zevi as well, it didn't feel like Fluxo had any doubt in their minds about who was going to be winning this one. Unfortunately, we didn't see the same impact from LCM. That was the highlight of Vertigo. We didn't have that opping presence on the server. It felt like from either side, Zevi was really prioritizing the rifle a lot himself as well. But at the end of the day, that worked for him, and I can't say the same for LCM. Zareba continues to be a shining light, but it's so hard to shine when you've got the son of Lucazi in front of you. And Michael, I mean, Fluxo will move forward. They'll be playing up against Audic. You'll have Laro Ganetta going up against Solid in the lower bracket as well. It's a dangerous match for them. Lower brackets always are.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of who they have to face on that second round of the lower bracket, or whoever comes out of that first round of the lower bracket is in for a pretty tough time when we're thinking about proceeding into those playoffs. So, yeah, it's never a good place to be. You want to be able to have that one error, that one sort of fight against you, and be able to have that safety net. But that's already gone for these teams in the lower bracket, of course. I mean, Fluxo, Team Solid, both of them winning previous regional RES regional series in the LATAM region. You know, for them facing off against each other rather in the opening round of their group is kind of I guess an unfortunate opening bout, but one that had a little bit of history and a little bit of maybe something to prove for the Fluxo guys to win that back.
Michael, I don't think I need an MVP graphic to know who the MVP is going to be, but do you want to take a guess?
Oh, it's probably Lukowski.
What?
That would be my guess. That's about all I got. Maybe yeah. No, Lukowski. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, well, when you put it that way, it does feel like it would be obvious. Hopefully, he can continue this form throughout the tournament because it is always so much fun seeing just a rifler dominate the way he has been, especially because, like I said, he was very purposely straying away from the strat book, right? He was playing all the positions, he was asking for all the resources, and there's nothing better than an aggressive, greedy player to watch in Counter-Strike. At least that's what it feels like to me. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'm sure Audic are looking down at him as well, wondering, what do we do to shut him down? And honestly, I don't have an answer. The man can just do it all. For Fluxo, this is going to be a big deal, but now for you guys, you have to keep in mind, we've got one more match for today. It'll be between MIBR and Bounty Hunters. We've got some favorites over there as well, but honestly, who knows how that one will go? Hopefully, we do. Hopefully, we
yeah.
do.
I mean, I like to be able to sort of recount who I think is going to win, but that'll be a hell of a game to be able to watch. I know MIBR are a team that a lot of people had expectations for, even going into the major that we had very recently. People thought that they would be able to make it out of the Americas region, and they failed. So even with that failure, sort of attributed to them as one of these teams emerging out of the region, it'll be very interesting to just see how they've sort of changed in their small ways, because they haven't shifted their roster. They've kept true to the project, because, I mean, with all the success they had, it would be strange if they just decide, oh, we didn't make the major, let's just cut it all loose, because they've got some very high impact players, and they've got some solid names that they can really build around on this roster. And they'll want to retain as many pieces as they can, because yeah, one small failing doesn't define the rest of your journey.
Absolutely. Now, listen, this is where I'm also very curious, Michael, because when we start to put out some of those shadowboxing between these teams across groups as well, it's always going to be such a big focus throughout the entire tournament. And this is a narrative that I'm sure we're going to work on building up, that who is sort of the rifler of the scene. Because Brazil, ever since Coldzera, ever since Queserado, and more recently, obviously, it does feel like Brazil is the rifling department of let's say, the Americas region overall. You're getting so many great talents out of them, Lukowski and Sani, that, yeah, just make sure, guys, whenever you're watching these matches, you're putting down a focus on riflers that you want to see, because you're going to see some of these people like Zareba who, you know what, 2 years down the line, they might be on a top team. 3 years down the line, they might propel Solid to be a top team, something like it, right? So there's always that one big explosive player who's just waiting around the corner to be found, right, Michael?
It also just feels like at the moment in the current state of CS2, there's a lot of riflers that are having some significantly improved performances, and AWPers that are currently struggling to adapt to the way that the meta is shifting. You know, there are very few AWPers that I would sort of categorize as being there already within Counter-Strike 2. A lot of them are having a little bit of instability, some uncertainties about whether they should rifle or AWP in scenarios as well. So there is a lot of discussion about, you know, if you're an elite level player that can sort of carve out a space for yourself on the rifle, there's prospects outside of your region. There's prospects, especially in the way that the meta is currently developing, to sort of be a contender team just off of rifling prowess alone.
Well, listen, MIBR is one of the teams that might have one of those AWPers safe, has a lot to prove, but let's see if we can do it on the server in about half an hour or so. We're going to be back with MIBR versus Bounty Hunters. Who's going to take that one? Stay tuned to find out.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect From 1xBet. Respect. From 1xBet. Respect. From 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back to the Res LATAM series number 3. I'm Tate. I'm joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. As always, Michael, we're heading into our last series of the day. We've already seen a 2-1. We've also seen a couple of other series, but I guess we weren't causing them, so I get our opinion doesn't matter. Michael, can I ask your opinion on how you're feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. That first series that we got to watch between Fluxo and Team Solid was quite the bout, quite a back and forth until it finally wasn't on the third map. But kind of, I think, an unexpected results to see it sort of drawn out in that way. So I'm kind of interested in hoping that we get some more surprises out of, not only sort of the top dogs within Group B in MIBR, but also the bounty hunters who are just kind of fresher and newer project.
And listen, I'm very curious about the Bounty Hunters because from what we saw from Solid, I was very pleasantly surprised. We did see some of what I think might be the future of Brazil in that regards as well. And the fact that, one of the players from Solid who was a part of the winning lineup for the previous Res LATAM series is now a part of Bounty Hunters, right? So it's going to be an interesting time, so keep an eye out for them. But before we talk about lineups and members and things like that, I do also want to very quickly discuss about the group and what the status is over here, because obviously we haven't had too much happen in Group B so far. Red Canids lost out to W7M earlier on. I honestly thought Red Canids was going to take it away 2-0, but turned out to be a quick little back from W7M, and they take it home in that regard. So it was quite a good series. MIBR are now hoping that they don't fall the wrong side under the Bounty Hunters as well.
Yeah, it's strange because Red Canids should be our second favorite within this group. We were looking at Group A, we were able to sort of pinpoint two teams that we thought were probably going to make it out of the group. Red Canids should be that, but they've also undergone a roster move recently where they've not filled out a fifth position. They're playing with their coach. It's part of the reason why W7M were actually able to overpower them in that series, even though it was quite tenuous. It was quite back and forth still. They're not quite fighting at full force on the Red Canids side because they haven't filled out that fifth position, and so Riggy is kind of put in a tough position where he has to fight within the server just as well as try and lead the boys to a certain degree. So it's a little bit topsy-turvy in that regard, and so this group is kind of open for the taking as to who that second could be. It could be W7M, it could be the Bounty Hunters, who knows, but MIBR should be our firm favorites for this group, no doubt.
Well, why don't we take a quick look at MIBR and their lineup as well? That shouldn't take us too long. It's been the same for quite a while, and it feels like they have been the definition of slow and steady improvement, Michael. Iterative improvement for sure, but it never feels like it's been drastic enough to actually push them up to the status that the MIBR name is theoretically supposed to have, right? What it was supposed to be when the project was revived. And yeah, I love this team. They're definitely relevant in the global sphere, which is something for any Brazilian team outside of Fury to be able to boast about, but it doesn't feel like they're really getting it done, does it?
Yeah, I mean, it's still the nice mesh of sort of young and newer or generation players, as well as some of the players that have been around for a little bit longer periods of time. Even I would say that with a bit bated breath, because Safe is kind of a weirdly newer entrant to Global Offensive, even though he has a bit of a 1.6 history. He was someone that actually was studying until he decided to drop the prospect of being an engineer to then pursue Counter-Strike instead. That's kind of a crazy bout to find himself in, and he was definitely one of the big prospective AWPers. That's why he had chances to go to places like Furia, as did Drop, as these players that were very, very good at their job and very good at role players. I remember when this move first happened, MIBR, it felt like a slam dunk that they found like a good anchor player as well as a solid AWP in that position. And I feel like both of them have improved while being on this MIBR roster in terms of their output and what the expectations are of this team as a result of them both being here.
They've just trying to engineer some dubs right now. Let's take a look at the Bounty Hunters lineup.
Yeah, because this one's a bit more strange, because the Bounty Hunters as an organization have been around for a fair amount of time. In fact, I think Rakes is the one player that's sort of stuck around from like the initial project back in like June last year. But they more recently added Showtime as this in-game leader, and between the two of them, they have competed in a couple of other competitions within the South American region, but they've kind of overhauled their roster. And I don't know if these guys are staying or whether they're just sitting in for the bounty hunters, or whether or what the whole situation really is. But this roster has seen a lot of different looks over the past like 7 to 8 months. So for this, I mean, I had to ask, and I had to consult a document that was submitted beforehand to find out who was actually going to be playing for these guys, because it just felt so fresh. All I knew was that BNC, that player that we were sort of highlighting, at that having left Team Solid, or sort of was, I guess, released from Team Solid, has found his way into this Bounty Hunters roster as someone that was listed as an in-game leader alongside Showtime. This is some way that they can sort of balance responsibilities, figuring out what on earth they're doing with all the 5 players that they have.
I mean, Showtime is one of the older, much more veteran players of the Brazilian scene. Obviously,
Yeah.
Poor guy's been victim to a Coldzera tweet here or there as well, which might be why some of the newer people in the space know him. But obviously, he's got a story behind him as well. Kaiser's a player I'm actually quite excited about, Michael. I was very impressed with him on his time in Furious, not Furia.
Furious,
Gotta
yes.
get it right. Gotta get it right. So I'm actually quite looking forward to whether or not he can deliver over here as well. It doesn't feel like the Argentinian Brazilian mixes have historically gone that well. I'll be honest, right? Like you look back towards where it started off, where Marin was one entering the then fallen Coldzera, not Coldzera, but the fallen MIBR back then. So yeah, it's never really properly worked out. Be it Try going over towards the Coldzera team later on. I think it was 00 Nation back then as well. Whatever it is, it doesn't really seem to ever work out for them. But I'm hoping that Kaiser can be an exception in that regards.
Yeah, I think it's as well. We have to sort of paint the picture of, yes, MIBR are favorites in this matchup, but they're also a team that have a lot more on their calendar already on the docket as terms of what next event they're going into, what their expectations are in terms of being able to go and travel internationally, because they have a few prospects already waiting in the wings. Whereas a lot of these teams within Group B, they don't have those same opportunities. They don't have the same rankings or the like.
Before we talk about that, Michael, let's talk about the veto, though, because this one is going to be, we're just going to roll through this one a little bit quickly. I've already seen it on HLTV, Michael, so I do apologize for that. If you want to go out for some speculation first, I'll let you have at it.
Well, okay, Bounty Hunters are banning either Anubis, Vertigo, or Overpass.
Wow.
Have a big range because they've also changed everybody on their roster, and also between events, they've just decided, yeah, you know what, Anubis, actually we don't want Vertigo, we don't like Overpass. I think because it's such a new look, it can kind of go anywhere, and they'll probably just try and ban. Maybe honestly, they might even divert into like an Ancient. But MIBR like Anubis, they like Ancient. Those are 2 maps that I feel like they're pretty solid on. So I don't think there's any sort of wrong first bans for the Bounty Hunters. But I'm expecting them to play either Nuke or Mirage.
Well, you know what? You're right about one of those. So what we have coming out over here is Bounty Hunters removing Vertigo. MIBR do remove Overpass themselves. And I mean, that's their permanent ban. Of course they do. Bounty Hunters pick Nuke for themselves. MIBR take Ancient up. Always love to see some money on Ancient. And then Anubis is the leftover map in that regards as well. So Nuke, Ancient, and Anubis. I've got to say, some good maps coming out, even for the MIBR boys. Sure, Bounty Hunters might have had some success on Nuke before as well, but I have to say, MIBR is not they're not a team that's going to be completely lost on the map either. They've got such a strong map pool overall. It feels like they're one of the few teams that have an actual legitimate, 6-map pool, and they're more than happy to flex it out in situations like this.
Yeah, I just like to say, I mean, like Showtime, when he was still on Oplano, like last year, was actively banning Anubis, and even when he was joining this team, was still kind of carrying that over. But then they had their previous season of ESEA Open, where they were just floating Vertigo and Anubis, and they won those maps when they played them. So I was just a little confused. Like, is this actually a permaban? Like, what is the dig here? Bounty Hunters are a bit of an enigma to me because I just don't really have a feel for who they are. The roster is different from previous competitions. I don't really understand their philosophy. I'm kind of hoping I'm just pleasantly surprised with the quality of individual plays that are made.
Listen, this definitely a question mark for the wider audience that are going to be tuning in, and for us as well to a large extent. But it's a question mark with a lot of potential, and that's what we're going to be looking forward towards. If there's any team to actually prove yourself up against in the Brazilian scene, I do think MIBR is a good shout as well, because it feels like they're a team that can be somewhat anti-stratted. They're a team that really likes their structure. They're not a team where you're going to see Insani try to make those ridiculous plays that Lakazi was as well in situations like it. So you know what you're getting with these guys. If you can't work past it, then you know what, that's just a skill difference in that regards.
Yeah, I mean, expectations aren't going to be set too high, so take a couple risks, take a couple chances, maybe lean into an anti-strat here or there. Who's to say? Let's see how Bounty Hunters play. T-side start on this map. They pick it into the series as they have many an iteration of the Bounty Hunters roster. Already being pressured over towards ramp. MIBR falling back on that solitary player down towards the lower side is dropped, but this guy's a safe pair of hands, a solid anchor. Still sticks around for his fight, though, and his teammates weren't quite in position just yet.
Jonathan moving backwards, might be caught up by Insani. Insani's had his teammate bump into him, but he's more than happy to compensate with a quick double while the bomb is being planted. Now, he might end up having to be the one to actually aggress inside. It doesn't feel like Exit's in a good position to go for this fight. Insani opens up the doors, and Exit is the one to maybe try and push himself through. Bomb is sticking away. Remember, that's going to be a time where you have to be very wary of. Tamade is, at the end of the day, though, just another victim. Insani, beautiful quad kill in the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they were just going to get lined up for that double Glock play into the double doors, but then suddenly Insani just starts rattling heads with that P2K. Really solid job. The player to watch on MIBR, that is for certain. Insani has a lot of eyes drawn to him. If you're thinking about making a current version super team within the South American region, a lot of people would cite Insani as one of their players that they want on that roster. The guy's just so explosive. He commands presence. And he's an aggressive type player in the spots that he plays. And sometimes MIBR need that extra space that he can sort of dictate. There are some times we watch them where if Insani doesn't find his impact, then the side holds can actually look very, very difficult. Well, that Molotov gives a bit of information to drop. Funnels them into the HE as well, so his utility has found some solid damage. Especially when he's on the SMG and they're on full rifles. The softer they are, the more that SMG will sing.
Give him a microphone. Drops about to start opening up his mouth. Only good for one, though. It's a bit of a shorter song. This one. Showtime and BNC are hoping to come through with a bit of a duet of their own, but unfortunately one of their voices is already lost out. BNC taps out the bomb. Nice lineup from Insani. Would have actually ended up getting him if he'd gone for the full stick, but they have realized that he's not committed just quite yet. BTs feel very comfortable in just playing the waiting game.
This is cute. Tapped it on the B bomb site, re-clearing over towards ramp. If he recircuits back to the A bomb site, could actually secure the extra money from this plant. No one's really hovering around to stop that possibility. They're trying to play numbers and just play off each other. So this is the right play to secure some money, give him a fighting chance. Oh, one player is starting to gravitate over. It's Exit that makes his way to main. BNC has to make this cross, but he plants kind of out in the open where Exit, oh, he had an angle. He knows that BNC's trap back sight.
Wow, BNC, very sharp shooting, though, to start things off. And they are starting it out nicely, but BNC's found his way inside, and maybe that bomb plant could be benefiting him if he wants to start going back over. It's not quite wide enough to be in a position where BRNism would have to show himself off, and he can just look to completely stick it down. A lot of damage dealt, and with no kit, BRNism actually ends up giving it all up. MIBR were not ready for that quick surprise swing. BNC, what a player.
I mean, Exit tried his best to just contain BNC, but he hit so many quick headshots on that Galil, just hitting quick bursts and finding instant kills. That was perfectly done there from BNC. I was thinking about the prospect of him just thinking economics for the rest of the squad, let alone winning the round. His prospects were not high, but he was sharp shooting. That can be a way that you bounce right back.
Solid could have used some of that. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, some clutch ability.
Yeah.
Didn't seem like he was too stressed, always on the move. He's a player that's been around the circuit for a fair amount of time. Trailing back to 2016.
He's made his rounds. In the meanwhile, though, chaos all over the shop. CTs will be able to pick up a couple of weapons at least.
Yeah.
Tomate. Well, it's definitely one of the names I was not looking forward to trying to pronounce, but I have a feeling we're going to be given lots of reason to do so. He's looking good.
Yeah, if we're butchering that, please let us know. Tomate, tomate. Those are the two ways I can think of.
It's tomate.
Yeah, okay.
Which is... I mean, I am also reading that off of a Discord chat. I will give that clarification. So, yeah.
No, it's certainly a way to bounce right back. Loose pistol, but answer with the second round and the conversion quite handily. Lost a couple of weapons, sure, but nothing that they can't dismiss. Nice kill from BNC over the top of that boost. Exit tried to duck himself away, but his head was still protruding slightly.
Those down protruding heads. Stays sharp as always. Quick strafe out, and Showtime's had his head given a nice tough smack. Will be kept alive though, regardless, so he's okay. In the meanwhile, BNC has found two more, keeps it going, pulls out the Glock. He knows they're going to be in hot pursuit. No reason to try and commit to a reload. Safe, switches back out for the AK, and he is looking to save.
Now, see if he can escape with this rifle. Started with a Galil, so he has upgraded. If he can survive, moving into the next gun round, that AK difference can make a fair amount of impact, especially when your sight is being rushed. Does look like Safe will be able to get himself out of dodge. No one really pursuing on the bounty hunters. They'll let that contract expire. But do MIBR have it in them now that the bounty hunters have already seen an era of success? BNC starting this game off very, very strong. 11-3, won that 1 versus 3 clutch. But along the track of them getting these consecutive rounds, still finding multi-kills.
Bounty Hunter slowing things down a little bit more now. They did throw out the line of smokes outside, but MIBR will have discovered that that's not really been for raid, with the nades opening them up. Exits the house, to be careful. Could still be lurkers outside, but what is seemingly being set up is the full A-side hit. Now, we've got some awkward angles to deal with. Insani and BRN are not quite in the easiest places to actually spot out and locate. You aren't going to be able to just rush this site down.
Safe will be in a quick position to respond as well. He can just send himself up that ladder. It's Insani that will take that first point of contact. The Molotov flushing him out of position, but they throw all that utility and they start to re-divert. They're going instead over towards ramp, and it's Drop that's pressured. First kill there, and he's trying to fall back, hold on to his spot as long as he can, but he doesn't reside himself just to the site, and so Tomate, another victim added to Drop's tally, and they have to slow things down once again in an effort to try and get a handle back on things. Showtime creeping out, but he didn't clear it. He didn't see to his right-hand side, but Drop is none the wiser as well. Showtime now quickly reveals, but there's another player inside of the site. Showtime might call the all clear. He'll try and escape to decon, but he's unfortunately not prepared for exit in the site. Only leaving it down to Kaiser on this AWP, and he'll hit the first onto BR Anazan, but another player residing in heaven. It's safe. That will be the safe pair of hands. MIBR taking the round, and it's all courtesy Drop.
It's very nicely played from Drop, I've got to say, man. This guy continues to impress whenever he's trying to play these difficult anchor positions. It's almost impossible to actually get the clean kill under Drop, it feels like. Never actually gives anything up, never gets too impatient, nothing like it, and yeah. Great nade as well, just to make sure they're slowed down and can't rush past into him. Take that one home, guys. Small note, I don't actually think a single flashbang kept Insani blind when they were faking out the A hit.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It just felt like he was just able to walk around like there was nothing happening.
And that's important because that means that, you know, he's not asking for a frantic rotate. He's much more easily going to go for the read. Now, they recognize again what's going on. Showtime caught out trying to traverse back to the garage. Will just fall.
Yeah, there was a timing he could have hit. Exit actually took his eyes off the front side of garage for just a split second, but he catches him. Showtime just unable to get his hands back on that duel. Kaiser will take his spot outside, but likely to try and be a secondary prong or a hidden element, depending on which site they hit. They're moseying their way back over the ramp for a bit of inquisition, but no one's pushed forward, so the Bounty Hunters will probably try and make use of Kaiser lurking his way in to threaten the top side instead.
He's ready. No smokes to extinguish it, but what a shot from Rex. Insani had to respond with a multi. Instead, they've given up the site. Also, quick exit. Could stop them from getting the plant, though. Bounty Hunters are not in the clear yet. They know it as well. Molly to the back of the site, but Exit's a little bit more concerned about what's going on outside. Bomb can be planted. Exit's got no reason to try and commit now, as Safe is looking for an awkward flank through Hut. Drop will have to wait for contact to be made before he can push out a vent. Safe needs to be first point of contact, but unfortunately he's missed his opportunity. Tamate has backed off. A flashbang through to try and enable Exit to take a peek. Exit gets one, can't make it two. Rex has to deal with Drop though, who's come out of vents oh so quick, and Safe is even faster. A kit on his back. This time they will have the defuse. MIBR equalize.
Oh, I mean, that's really well done. Their angles were not ideal to go in for that retake. Coming up the vents, going in for a flank on the AWP through Hut. But they piece it all together, getting that flash out. It's just a free kill there for Exit on the bomb site. He had priority on dealing with the site player, and everyone else had their own jobs to do. But that looked like a big mistake there from BR Anazan. Sort of that secondary star that you'd expect here on the MIBR squad. As soon as he is sort of jiggling or expecting that hit to come out, revealing himself and trying to sort of W run throw that Molotov into Hut, it costs him dearly. And Rakes isn't going to miss an opportunity like that. Against Pistols, already dispatching of two. It's the Bounty Hunters to try and get some respect, some space, what little they can, but they don't succeed in doing very much damage at all.
The disdain in Exit's photo is exactly what I'm sure he felt like when the guy is just trying to strafe out to the left side. Come on, explain Mini. He's not giving it up. No. No sneaky business when Exit's trying to play control.
Timeout called by the Bounty Hunters, though. Got a nice streak of 3 rounds after breaking past the pistol. Now MIBR into a little chain of 3 themselves. They've not been doing anything too unusual here on the MIBR side. They are playing sites. They're trying to keep tabs on outside. They're blowing open those smokes as well when the wall is down. These are all problems that T-sides have to deal with these days.
I've never read the safest plant in the world before. That's funny.
that after BNC's electric start to this game, not been able to find his impact in this run that MIBR have been able to accrue.
Oh, drops right around the corner. There's 3 players coming into him. He's not ready for this timing at all. Showtime. Heard Insani dropping down, and he wants to contend. Flashbang won't be blinding him up, but Insani gets the win regardless. Nade out quickly. Molly will keep BR Anderson at bay. Won't be able to reinforce his teammate up, and now with the crossfire, BR Anderson trades if nothing else. Another flashbang to buy time, but Insani sent it from beyond the grave. It's Safe who's really the one who's coming through as a deadly force. Has been prioritizing playing back towards ramp as Drop tries to make secret plays, and they hadn't realized it. BNC now knows that nothing but death awaits him down underneath.
Yeah, this 1 versus 3 is a little harder than this last. So you'll call it quits. Descending down those vents with bomb access, MIBR have full play. BNC's Lurk finds nothing. So once again, one of these rounds in which, you know, BNC unable to find impact, any kills. The round just kind of disintegrates, but that reaction there from Insani was fantastic. You know, to lose Drop in a position where it felt like he was almost teed up to succeed, you know, them starting a player down towards lower while that wall of smokes was still up. It could have been an unforeseen circumstance. Showtime getting that entry kind of carved a path, but if Insani didn't get up to his antics, then it's very likely that the bounty hunters just cascade into the B play. Just that extra time he bought. Let Safe get into position with the AWP. Everybody was there to do their part.
Yeah. Oh. It's alright. Timing being doesn't really matter. Exit macro.
The geometry on the silo jump is also just mega.
It's the
mega bad.
I agree.
It's not great.
It is awful.
You know, we've tried to fix the clipping things, and you know, I appreciate you, Counter-Strike devs, but those pipes, they need some, I don't know, more straight surfaces. I feel like they're almost too rounded and the engine's all confused.
Yes, the square pipes.
Yep. I thought that would have been done in Go, I'm pretty sure.
No, Go was still...
Yeah, they were still rounded.
They were still kind of clippy as well.
I feel like there's too many polygons now. We've gone too far.
Source 2, man. It's just too good.
It's unlocked too much potential.
Rock might want to get aggressive over here. Feels like it is going to be an ace hit, and they'll have to go through a smoke if they wanted to be even slightly comfortable. I guess with their utility and weaponry, it'll never be really comfortable. But BNC wants to lead the charge forward with that saved AK. A bomb plant would go a long way for the bounty hunters right now. A round stolen away, even further. But Safe, he's re-peeked back in. There's no flashes. And that's an easy frag for him. Going out for the second. Tamata is down low and taken out finally. As the round has transpired, it was a waiting game, but Bounty Hunters was just trying to extend their own lives. And can you really blame them for that?
Yeah, I mean, they knew they had that one rifle to play around, and they were trying their best to keep their hands on it. Might have some level of impact. But yeah, you look at those odds and just how stacked they are to MIBR's favor.
Oh, 1xBet.
I wasn't lying to you. I wasn't lying to you when I said that there's kind of limited information or data to run off of the bounty hunters. And 1xBet are not impressed.
They've run the numbers, and the numbers ain't good for the bounty hunters. Oh, nicer though. Does get the better of Safe over here. There is still a world where bounty hunters can start to make this a little bit more of a viable half. Look, 3 rounds already on the T side. Give it 2 more and you're happy. It is still Nuke at the end of the day. Tamata trades it out. 1 for 1 again. Trades are more than okay for the bounty hunters to be able to pick up for themselves. Drop's also in an awkward position now where he's really the only person who can contest. He's trying to take the fight to them and back off, but with Flames behind and Flames in his hands, Drop is just tearing them apart. Nade will do pretty much nothing. Reichs is still nestled away in a corner. Drop knows this, and he also knows he's got teammates coming in. Biarana's in right next to him. What? Kaiser finds the collateral. And that's a full quad kill from the man in this round. There you go, 4 for 4.
Oh, man, it really did feel as though Drop had the entire round at his feet, especially after he got that second kill. They should have, I mean, they had the information that Kaiser was sort of lingering around that red container with the AWP, siphoning off rotations, exit, found that out the hard way. And so he should have known it was an isolated man on the bomb site, but he didn't press the issue. He didn't want to be the one that falls in that scenario, and then they just line up for Kaiser at the end. So they waited a little too long. They had a window. But Bounty Hunter is finding some production on that AWP via Kaiser. Caught safe, a little lackadaisical in his effort outside, but this is weird. Oh, they're bumping booties inside of the smoke, and Tamata starts to realize that there was somebody a little too close to him for comfort.
It's not quite raving time yet, guys.
Oh my god.
Well, Biarana's in the meanwhile. Good for one, not rephase back up.
Insani's flanking outside as well. The fact that they're reaggressing like this, oh, BNC, he read it, but Insani's that much sharper.
Kaiser's now got a timer. Clock taking away for Insani to actually find out where he's gone over to as well. Tamate wants to give his teammate a little bit of backup. They already have safe down under. They should be aware that there's really only one place that the teams can go at this point, and that is the upper side through heaven. Could be a ramp hit technically, but the Molotov being used as well. Will they? Oh, I don't even know if that's audible. They're so far away. They're not going to know until the bombs actually plant.
No, they know now. They know for certain. Now they've spotted Tamate inside of heaven as well, and one had to have dropped down for that plant. This is difficult here for MIBR on the retake, even with the numbers advantage.
So wants to get the peek out. Down. Kaiser's all alone. Can't get it this time. MIBR, that is a second round where it feels like they're in such a disadvantageous position for the retake on the upper site, and they still bring it back.
Yeah, I think Kaiser missed his shot, tagged them just as they were coming into the bomb site, and once he sort of missed that opportunity, if that shot connects, then very quickly that 3v2 becomes 2v2, and even if the trades go the same way, then a 1v1 can be played out. Definitely a world in which they could have pieced this one together. It was a bit of a scrap, but it was weird timings, weird efforts there from MIBR. They were trying to sort of almost set up for like a lobby crunch to a certain degree, with Insani getting aggressive, but his flank did pan out in the end. So a scrappy buy for the last round of the half here for Bounty Hunters. Them getting that bomb plant certainly props them up.
Upper side hits haven't really worked out for them, except for when Reichs found Biarana's and on a timing. They're still committed to the idea. They'll have to go through smokes, have to go through fire. They're going to have to go through Biarana's, and this time he's not giving up a kill for free. 2.5 frags on him, and they're safe to finish up the half. Safe's not just good for one, he's good for a double of his own. And MIBR up to 8, despite the awkward start to things.
I mean, that was just the wrong timing, unfortunately, for the Bounty Hunters. They were so prepared for that topside hit. They had a setup where Safe was already playing close by that door. Insani re-smoking it as well so he can play in front of it. And with all the aggression being funneled through HUT, it's BR Arnazan and Safe that distract all the attention away from Insani. That was the linchpin on the round. They almost needed to exhaust that extra utility because MIBR already had a plan in mind. And these were marvelous doubles from BR Arnazan and Safe as well. It did feel like bounty hunters were very reliant at a certain point in this game for BNC to really activate, and so maybe this T side can offer up, or rather the CT side rather, can offer up some opportunities for BNC to thrive while the rest of the bounty hunter squad. This was a very fast pistol from MIBR. Took over ramp and Insania was suddenly kind of left to his own devices on lower, but
Wow.
Drop trying to ascend the ladder. It's Showtime with a knife to find the kill, and maybe a little too distracted with the prospect of another ascending up that ladder because Safe gets him for free.
Safe's not just good for one, though, Michael. He is good for everything, apparently. Ball planter, double killer. He does it all. Now, Exit might not be ready for the adjustment necessary for this, but when BNC misses a shot, out comes another. Geyser pops through, and now BRN is in, and Safe have to continue doing it all together. And like I said, Michael, he does it all.
Yeah, no armor, but 4 kills for Safe in this pistol round. What? MIBR have won both pistols from 4Ks on one of the individuals, whether it was Insania on the CT side, or Safe now thriving as well on T. He's up to 18 and 5. I can't believe you're just looking, you're just waiting for it as well. They made no secret of the fact that they were rapping towards hell. They just weren't prepared for Showtime to be at the top of the ladder, prowling.
All MIBR have to do is make sure you don't slip up over banana peel of the USBs. And you're fine.
Yeah. Very simple.
Yeah. Almost impossible not to have happen. Yeah, there you go. Upper side hit. Easy peasy.
Yeah, they went for a ramp stack, so
yeah,
kind of sucks for them.
Problem is that you can only have one banana. It's not like you can just throw banana peels all over the shop. That's just too suspicious. Then you're gonna know. Can you imagine if you just walked into a room and just spilled the banana peels? Someone really hates you, but isn't smart enough to do anything about it.
To be fair, the way in which you would actually slip up is you'd look at the room of banana peels, and then you'd be like, I'm going to go to the other side with no banana peels. And then sure enough, there's one right there, like as you exit the door. That would be the way to get you.
You're a dastardly devil, Michael. No doubt about it.
Just when you least expect it. But they should know that an AWP is possible for the bounty hunters in this first gun round. Traditional buying patterns and traditional kills, usually found in earlier rounds, would only allow you really rifles if you were going with this route, but the extra money that Showtime got does allow them that big green. Should be uncontested at range, and he was doing a good job of finding some openers towards outside, was Kaiser. Let's see if he can keep MIBR at bay with this wall of smoke that's down. Well, answer would be no. They're safely journeying the cross, no blowing open the smokes, nothing to really allow the activation.
That's the nice thing about CS. We get our answers quick. Most of the time.
Oh, Tomato making a lot of noise, transitioning into decon here.
That could be a mistake over here. It might be art. Found BNC already elsewhere. They can start to re-transition back to A if they want to, and Tomato will be so committed down under, but instead, they know the info they got. They want to just commit to the duels, and Insani wins it outright. Kaiser, good on the trade, but by the time he comes in, it's a nade being primed up and ready to take him down. Insani not flashed up during the fight, but Reichs wins it anyway. Rotation for the bomb comes through, planted over in A, but Kaiser's already ahead of it. The problem is he doesn't want to lead the charge to try and come back into this, especially when he's looked away right before clearing Drop, who keeps on fighting. 1 on 2, and Showtime knows he's not got a chance in this round. No. Unfortunately, he might not have a chance to save the op either. Baron isn't coming through around the corner. Showtime had to get a quick scope off, but it's not happening.
Yeah, BR Artisan actually made noise, so that's why Showtime was so sure that it's so certain that he was going to peek in from hell, but didn't have that scope primed, wasn't ready. BR Artisan just constantly jiggling as well. Definitely a difficult position, but this was the right redivert. Again, you see the kind of space that Insani is willing to take. Just committed out from decon, cleared out the bomb site, and tried to restrict access as much as he could from those rotates to come through from ramp. And I think he got a full confirmation on all the numbers. That's why they very safely rediverted to the A site, which, you know, already had some presence from the MIBR fanning out and searching for clues. That could have been, and maybe should have been, their round. If they were going to mount a comeback here on Nuke. But they chose this hell. They opted for this pig. As they have in many series before it.
To be fair, in the first half, I didn't blame them for it. It did feel like a couple of those rounds were stolen away from them. But yeah, now they never had anything to be stolen away in the first place.
I mean, they didn't even like throw the normal wall of smokes. Sonny just kind of winged it as he emerged out from red, and he's still finding kills around the side of it. It's like, actually, that smoke maybe was a little too deep. I'm gonna watch this gap, and sure enough, there was another head to be popped.
Oh, and Sonny looks away.
He has missed the timing though. Breaks could have a free kill. Could.
Not anymore. And Sonic knows he can just go back, find another frag there. Showtime in the meanwhile. Sure, he's good for 2, but drop is there to shut it down. The attempt is appreciated, but it will not be remembered.
All right, final stand. 8 rounds straight needed, but it's a big ask. MIBR are a team within the South American region that just have a certain class and caliber to them. And this new look, Bounty Hunters, I mean, maybe give them some time. Even what little we've seen so far from this map, there are some players that you can see are up to snuff, but I think MIBR have a little bit more team play already rehearsed and well practiced. Does feel like a very big difference maker in this map in particular.
Bryce knows what's coming over his way. At least he thought he does. Uses his smoke, gets off of it, runs away, and in the meanwhile, BNC is down, distracted. Insani adjusts. He's aware, but he doesn't quite get the frag. Tomate still putting up a defense. Although MIBR might seem inevitable, Bounty Hunters know that it's not just about this map. It's about making sure you still got some momentum going into the second as well. Ancient coming up next potentially, and that's where you're going to need every bit of help you can get. And, well, you could still make a show of things here.
They did give up a bunch of outside control on the Bounty Hunters. Playing from Zaiwu at deep angle and spawn. I'm not going to have the most fervent information. BR Artisan, a nice shot though. Tomate bouncing between the angles perfectly, but has to commit to a reload topside hut, and he's too exposed. It's Showtime that's out in the open, top of the bomb site. Kaiser trying his best to just rattle off a couple of shots and keep him at bay, but he knows that one of these players was tagged up. That USP just will not cut it. 13-4, MIBR dominating Bounty Hunter's pick in the series. And listen, they stole away some rounds, sure, but they were on a hot streak that the Bounty Hunters could not stop.
Oh, no, honestly, MIBR just looked like they were in so much control all throughout. The veterancy really showed through. The one-sidedness really was there. I have to say, the boys at 1xBet, I think they might have gotten the odds right, Michael. And in case you guys weren't tuned in for that one, or you don't remember, the odds were 1-10.
Yeah, 1.03 to 10. You know, it's you know, try and cut them a little slack, but yeah, I mean that was a very hard game for the Bounty Hunters, and you know, for them, regardless of the iteration of the roster since Showtime has been a part of it, I think they have been consistently moving into nukes. So I was kind of expecting maybe more from them, but it felt like they had their wall of smokes down. It felt like we had some players that could make some plays, but kind of outside of those opening playmaking opportunities, or I guess some of the mistakes being capitalized on by the squad on Bounty Hunters, there was kind of no cracks once MIBR realized, like, okay, these guys will punish us for those silly mistakes. Let's tighten the ship a little bit.
Well, Ancient's coming up next, and that's the ship that we're sailing out into on the horizon on potentially. MIBR don't look like they can be stopped, but maybe Bounty Hunters still have something to do about it. We'll find out after a small break.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
If you're a fan of the Bounty Hunters, hope might not be in the highest of supplies right now because you're going into Ancient, MIBR's map pick, after MIBR just made Nuke, your map pick, look like they were born on it, bred in it, and just, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Ancient might be a tough time, but we're bound to see some pretty nice plays coming out from BNC, maybe a couple of them from Showtime, maybe a few nice calls. Michael, give me some light.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely started off quite well. I think those players on the Bounty Hunter showed some nice flair in some of the rounds, and then all of a sudden, Safe and Insani were people they had to deal with, and that proved to be quite the task. So I do hope that we see a more consistent stride from the Bounty Hunters, because it did feel like they just got shut out in so many different rounds. We're talking about BNC. He started the game 11-3 and ended 11-15. You know, had 12 rounds since then that he wasn't able to find the impact that he desired. So it's a little bit of a shame that you can have sort of drop-offs like that, but this is also the caliber of team we're talking about with MIBR, where they are expected to do well within this group. They are expected to beat you on the Bounty Hunters. I just want them to play with a bit more gravitas, a bit more bravado almost, because in the rounds that they were most confident, that seemed like when MIBR were probably their least comfortable.
Yeah, and look, if there's one thing you want to try and do is make MIBR uncomfortable, because as I was mentioning before, they're a structured team. Now, here's the problem on Ancient. They are always comfortable on Ancient. It doesn't matter what you do to this team on Ancient. This is by far their best map. This has been their best map for like 6 to 8 or more months now. Insani knows exactly what to do in every situation. BRNism knows exactly how to play this map out. Exit calls it impeccably well. Safe is such a solid hand here, and you've got Drop to round everything out with some great clutches as well. This team does not have holes on Ancient. They are a marvel to watch.
In the past 12 months, they have lost it 9 times out of 42. And, you know, I'm looking down the team list of the teams they've lost to. Spirit, 9 Pandas, 9Z, Ents, Evil Geniuses in like 7 overtimes.
We don't talk about that one.
You know, like, and Boss, you know, these are anomaly kind of, some of them do seem like anomalies because MIBR are just so damn good on this map. They don't struggle versus many teams, and even the teams that would come in as favorites against them in a matchup, like some of these European squads, they'll still struggle to close them out. These are tight games, so Bounty Hunters have to put best foot forward here on this Ancient that MIBR, of course, have picked.
And MIBR start off simple. B-side hit being planned with Insani to try and fight through late. Now, with a double CT cave setup, this could be troublesome for Insani, but the thing is, they're just going to lock it out completely. The dualies don't have to fight into the side, and they'll be struggling to actually get that movement back in. Kaiser's good for that first one. Safe, retreats. Bomb's been planted. 4v4, and BRNizen's more than happy to turn it back to a 4v3 instead. CTs need to start scaling up to the B ramp and taking the fight to MIBR. There's no way for them to get the defuse without it, but with Drop going for the quick side swipe, he's able to spot out the first. They cannot stick the defuse. Molotov is there as well. Kaiser has got nothing to do. There's no way they can win this round.
Yeah, when you get those entries as fast as that, it's very difficult for you to mount much of a defense or even much of a retake effort unless you just find some sort of lazy clears or catch a couple of these MIBR players off guard, because they were very well equipped to answer back. It's in good post-plant positions, and it's just too much to handle when the Bounty Hunters are sort of time-starved and unfortunately didn't have good position. So MIBR keep things pretty simple with a fast B play. Oh, a little reconsideration there from Drop. He was priming a flash, but now concerned about the prospect of a push towards A main. It's a amalgamation of players just pulling themselves out of Donut. They do not really want to fight this horde of USPs. You've dropped the chance.
Drop is going just full Tech 9 into them.
Yeah.
Don't really blame him, I guess. Yeah, comfortable enough as it is. In the end, MIBR take it home and continue forward.
I respect the approach. You know, similar to having SMGs, you know, they just kind of treat the Tech 9 and the dualies of Safe as basically those types of weapons. And those should be the ones that sort of fight the most. I've actually liked that there are some teams willing to exploit that as an option, as opposed to investing in those SMGs, because the bonus money is nice, sure, but also the SMG costs a lot more than just the pistol, so...
And you're probably going to lose the armor and stuff regardless, right? So it is definitely a back and forth in that regards. Deep nade. Doesn't actually do all that much damage at the safe. Thought it would be a little bit more. BRN is in the meanwhile. Good for one inside the smoke. There goes BNC. You'd have to feel for him, but might have to feel for the rest of the bounty hunters as well, because Kaiser's been moved forward by a Molotov right into the thick of things where he's still not able to find the frag on Safe. Safe can just try and nestle himself away, only to have his head exposed soon after. Reichs, the only one who's been able to get away after a kill. And where is he going to get away to? He feels like he has to commit.
Yeah, an escape is looking like less and less of a possibility. Tagged to 34, he still needs to get distance from that bomb, and just as he's trying to journey, Bjarnazan finds a third frag to add to the tally. Not only goes in as the entry, but then ties the end of that round as well. Bounty Hunters get away with nothing. It did seem like that looked like a round where MIBR should just kind of get away with almost actually kind of zero casualties. The timings were great. Exit, we didn't even really get to see the flank from his perspective, but saw Kaiser mounting a bit of an effort to try and keep a handle on the pressure mounting on B. They just had no rotates from CT spawn, so very unfortunate outing for him.
Okay, those are the freest skills Insani's ever had. I don't think Reichs and BNC were quite ready for him.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of them going for that play is that they're supposed to be able to beat the timing on them getting to ledge, but if they go through middle, then they're always going to get there before you.
Just cross middle, guys. There you go. Kaiser's going to have enough for an AWP. Maybe that's what Bounty Hunters can use to turn this game around for themselves.
I won't lie, this is probably a toxic trait of mine, but I'm still counting the rounds, or counting the deaths for BNC. And hoping that he can break the cold streak.
You are such a bad person.
I said it might be a toxic trait.
Yeah. I'm confirming that. There's no might about it. The only might is on the server, and it's showtime. Trying to flex down middle. Unfortunately for him, drop is nearby, and there might be a timing for drop to find, but there's a great flashbang from Safe that lets BRNazan find a kill of his own. Kaiser collects in trade, and with a smoke down exit, peeks right before it blooms. Reichs pushed forward by the Molotov. Safe's ready. My God, they are being puppeteered into death.
Yeah, they're kind of being manhandled at the moment. I think BNC disconnected. I did want to... okay. I wasn't sure because they lined up a nice flash play for Bjarnazan, but BNC didn't react to the flash. You know, he was out in the open. He didn't jump back into the bomb site, didn't try shooting, didn't do anything. Just stood there, ate it, and accepted his fate, which is very abnormal in a position like that. So it did seem like he unfortunately had a crash or something of the sort. So waiting for him to get back into the server. Because that was, yeah. I mean, if that was his effort, it wasn't a good one.
I
Fortunately,
do like the
elements outside of
technical
his
pause
control.
graphic.
Yeah,
Just saying,
something's
I do like the
overloaded.
technical. Yeah, just the fact that the fan keeps bouncing. There's a menacing lightning as well. It's like we've got all the elements right now. We've got MIBR on fire up top. We've got the lightning in the technical pause. And then we've got all the water that the bounty hunters are in because they are in some deep waters right now, Michael. They're going to drown pretty soon if things keep going. They need to find a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, longer rounded rosters have suffered at the hands of MIBR on Ancient. Teams that have been around for a longer period of time have put in more shifts on practice, have been felled by MIBR. This is their bread and butter. This is their map. And they're making damn sure the bounty hunters understand that.
Well, I could test too hard into Insani, but Showtime, despite being blind, already knew where the man was. There you go. How is there always a trade, dude? This... Every single time they can't get a clean kill.
And MIBR do get away with their own.
MP9 of Rex is hoping to perhaps accelerate back over, but guess what? Drop knows literally everything.
What a rat. He found his kill, he threw a presence, and then started to resign control, only to be just holding for that reaggression.
Don't anchor players just suck? They know everything you want to do. I hate playing against them. That's just so annoying, honestly.
Yeah. Playing against the good ones. They're overly cautious types.
Tomate is about to be headbutted. Bjarnason, though, gets taken out early from a peek from Kaiser. Now, this might open things up for Tomate to start pushing through and finding a timing of his own. Has to be careful. Exits watching out for a mid-peek, but lines up the flashbang.
They've got all three here.
They do have all three here, but Exit still finds the first frag. Saves over here on the response after killing his own teammate as well. Why settle for one when you can get two? Safe is the one who wants them all to himself. MIBR, despite some small flounderings, still maintain a clean streak on this T side.
Yeah, that gets a little awkward, that's for sure. And just the fact that Kaiser found a great timing in towards Cheetah basically made it so that Tomate's position was that much stronger. Whether he decided to go for a flank or whether or not they decide to sort of crunch on that B bomb site, it's kind of a shame that he gets caught trying to aggress over towards ramp at the timing where they're starting to throw the utility. You know, had he gone a few seconds before or even just held his position for afterwards, it felt like he had more of a chance. This is much faster here from MIBR, and this time Bjarnason segmented off by the Molotov. His teammates could not support, they couldn't help. This is much more assertive from Bounty Hunters.
Drop is hoping to try and make a play as soon as the smoke finishes up. Bounty Hunters are rotating members away from that B site to try and reinforce middle. Drop, however, has to take care of himself in front of Kaiser, who's got exactly that line down. Op was ready for that all smoke long.
I'd even gravitate them away from the A bomb site, given that Drop was left on sort of extremities duties last time over. But they're keeping their advantage, trying their best to just understand what control is given over to MIBR in this moment. Insani was spotted middle, but confirmation on the rest of the numbers. Insani, spam was right on the money, but Rakes responds in kind.
Rakes is able to move fast as well. They're not actually expecting him to have moved back, but he's running out of bullets. It will not matter, Rakes. What a man this guy is. Flash overhead, and Exit has a molly in his hands. No way to do anything that round. Finally, the clean streak is broken.
Yeah, much better. And this time it's Bounty Hunters sort of dictating their own flow of conversation. Them throwing so much utility over towards lane. They get a smoke down. They're sort of fighting around it and just limiting the options there for MIBR. Especially once Bjarnason sort of goes on his sort of lone mission up ramp. Once that finds nothing, MIBR are kind of trapped behind all of that utility, and their mid-round, unfortunately, just didn't have enough going for it. Lost out too many members, and Bounty Hunters keep it under control. Same opener for the Bounty Hunters, but they have more players over on the A-bomb site now. They're reading a step ahead. The smokes that flurry over from RBR is not actually met with any presence.
They're hoping to do a double pump, but with this much control on the B side and mid, there's no reason for Bounty Hunters to actually rotate away.
They'll even have a fast flank.
Flashbang misses. Safe taken down because of it. Dicer. Easiest kill he's had in a while. And they're lining up potentially even a double fast flank. Now that could be a problem. These players on the site are in an awkward position, but Rakes is happy to keep on fighting. He's had a great round in the previous. This is no different. Nade open inside the donut. Smoke, and Insani's hoping to find the kill before he plants the bomb. There's only one player in donut, but there's only one player on the T side as Insani loses his teammate. Flashes are beautiful, honestly. This is just such a well-played round from the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, really well read as well. You know, they went for the same opening aggression over towards B. They still had that forward presence, but once those smokes start to fade, they actually hang around because there's a lack of presence from MIBR. They're not spamming through those smokes. They're not throwing grenades at them. There's no response. And when they realized that, they waited out that first flurry of utility. They were available there at in the site for Kaiser and Rakes alike to just hold their ground. They knew what was coming by the time that information started to sail back over towards the A play. Showtime playing around the Molotov. It didn't spread quite to every level of the jump up to ledge, and so exits a free kill.
Oh, I thought he had that. Showtime just too aware, just too ready.
That's a little absurd.
Double kill.
You know, that Molotov was pre-planned from RIBR to stop that sort of ascent, but the fact that it doesn't spread to every part of the jump up, that's highly unusual.
I actually think the Molotov is for something slightly different. I think that's for the fast boost, because if you go for that, then normally you can just skirt past without taking too much damage. So you might just have a small misread on the play. It's the same aggression, but yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I think what you've just said is awful.
It might be,
But it's plausible.
Yeah, I think if you're just, setting out on a default like this, stopping that ledge aggression is so important. I don't know how many times I've been in a game or watched games where people just get so many kills fighting from that position. Even in the mid round, that's one of the positions that's so favorable for a CT to hold. It's very difficult to get there. It can be quite difficult to sort of maintain middle control to have that fight. But when you have it, it does feel like the world is your oyster. And right now, the Bounty Hunter is bouncing back quite significantly on this CT effort. This time, no casualties. No access to the site. MIBR don't even get close. They get shut out before the round even gets going, and so they just time themselves out, holding on to what little they still had. Trying to find a solution. They've gone with some of their executes. They have seen what the Bounty Hunters have to offer in terms of their early map control. Is there a way to counteract it? What do they predict Bounty Hunters will do coming out of this timeout? It's a large part of the discussion. So I have to say, sometimes you find something that works. It's so easy to just be like, well, that worked. Let's keep doing that until it fails. But the Bounty Hunters have been shifting. They've been trying to read ahead.
They're not a team without plans B and C, that's for sure. Feeling like quite a nicely fleshed out map pool. Not map pool, but map for them overall on their CT side so far. But you also wonder when they might end up running out of plans and variations. And well, flashbang down in middle as Showtime re-aggresses. He's been such a main man for them. Between him and Reichs, they've been making Donut living hell to try and take any control over.
Yeah, even Insani can't trade him. Showtime just able to jump back into the safety of Donut. I have got Insani into quite a solid spot. This is a position which you can activate late, but the rest of the squad are also linking up close red room. This is being accounted for. Rakes is in position to try and contain this.
Why wait for late when you can go now? Rakes, though, giving up on this angle might be a bit of a mistake if he wants to try and get closer to it. Now, with 3 players on the other side, Rakes is still in a position for a potential multi-kill. This is not an easy angle to go through by any means, especially if Safe is the first one taking the peak with the AWP. It's a very awkward duel to trace. Smoke out to CT. Insani will be the one leading the charge. He goes down early. Safe is there on the trade. Much easier that way. Unfortunately, for MIBR, they still don't have an advantage. They have to circle around through Temple, and there are 2 players on the A site, 2 players on B, so you've got both people coming in from your flank and people to actually fight up into the site with the clock ticking down low. Safe needs to find this kill. Unable to do so, Showtime takes him down, adjusts right back over, and BRNism will stay blind. There is nothing for him to do here but wait for death. It will be swiftly delivered.
Yeah, I mean, marvelous stuff from Showtime. Not only getting the opening kill over in mid, but then also just playing his spot so great. You know, once that smoke is down towards CT, he uses that to his own advantage. Knows that if there's going to be heavy presence when they understood there were 2 players coming in from red like that all he had to do was just keep himself alive, not overexpose, not overcommit to the fight, because his teammates were just going to be circling around from CT as a boa constrictor. It might be our side. Really had a timer to hit, and they couldn't afford to wait out those smokes, but they did. They tried.
Wow. Look at how much damage has been dealt, and Tomate still isn't able to get it done. He's being chased down, now given a chance to fight back, and it's BNC who's also just traded away. 2 players still on this B side, and MIBR is not ready for it. Kaiser's op is not going to be the most effective because the smoke's already here, but BRNism's Deagle is what breaks it open like nothing else. The omelets are being made, and they're being cooked on Bounty Hunters' brows. They are heating up. And I don't know if they can survive the sweat. Kaiser pushes through. 5-7's not enough. And Rakes right behind him. Not even good for the 1.
Oh, for all the praise of Showtime in that round prior, it felt like he kind of overstepped. His teammates were nearby enough that they could have made a commitment through those smokes, but it felt like you had to go together, especially when that plant was being prioritized by MRBR, just with them cracking into the site. Those smokes were only going to last for a little while longer. And then Showtime gave up an advantage. And then there was fresh smokes being able to be deployed by MIBR when that plant finally got locked in. That just felt like a flurry, and they needed that extra man. Felt like he tried a little too hard for heroics. They get broken by and upgraded by the MIBR side. Just a quick-paced attack on B. And now back into rifles and back into the usual. BRNSN not feeling quite as brave as some of the rounds we've had prior. Ooh, this is a little odd. The smoke is very abnormal to seal off red. Showtime has a bit of an angle around it.
Re-peeking back into that one, and Safe is ready. Kaiser was never getting that shot. All down to Reichs, and where he was called to order in the previous one, wasn't able to find any kills. Now still holds on. He has been impeccable on this site. Every time MIBR's come over, he's been a major stopping force, but now it Safe's up, trained in onto the temple angle. Exit on the other side as well. Insani, the one to collect the frag. BNC's all alone. A 1-on-3 with nades, flashes, the kitchen sink. All flying over, and he doesn't have the life to play with. Other side of things, 2 more low players, sure, but the difference maker will be Insani. And he's not even needed. 8-4, MIBR will be content with that half.
Oh, almost certainly. I mean, they had some rambunctious rounds. They had some rounds that just disintegrated before them because of the efforts of Showtime or Rakes or Kaiser. I mean, it felt like we had different players activated different times for the Bounty Hunters, but it's the same story, the same half. 8-4. Oh, I didn't even see from Safe's POV, but a shoulder spotted before the swing. He thought he was prepared before. I think that doubly so. And IBR just have a lot of stopping power, and they've been plugging away on this map for far too long. Need this pistol. Feels like an absolute requirement here for the Bounty Hunters. Double dually setup. I feel like this is a classic MIBR setup. Drop and BR and Izan just feasting on their remains once again. It's these double pistols that always seem to find their impact on a cave crunch like it. They have found the player inside of the site, and that does give them the potential to start to isolate this player inside of cave, because the bomb is at his feet.
It all comes down to this duel in CT. Kaiser takes out Insani, and that means they have a chance at things again. Unfortunately, the time that they're taking, it's time for MIBR to assemble another crossfire inside the B house. As they're crossing past, the crossfire might not even be needed. BR Anderson all alone is enough to deal with the first. Kaiser can't understand what to do. He is hoping for an overstep, but this is the wrong team to expect it from. BR Anderson takes him down.
Yeah, I feel like I see this setup all the time when I watch MIBR play CT pistol. Double dualies inside of cave. They love that. And Bounty Hunters gave them that fight. With the bomb, no less.
Feels like you just have to have like nades or molotovs or something like that to deal with it. There's no other way to get past.
Yeah, you're not expected to outduel them like that, surely. Well, okay, there's been a flurry of kills inside of middle. He's got to run them down, but Exit kept his dualies, and hey, he's upgraded into an MP9 now, too. Kaiser, okay, he's been quite loud about his presence inside of Temple. I thought there was maybe a world in which he could have slipped on through, but doesn't seem possible. There is a secondary prong to this. Showtime has crept all the way through B, and he's in CT, so he's got drop as sitting duck.
Always, the smoke is still... The smokes, rather, are still going to be enough to prevent the bomb from being picked up. Exit just needs to continue spamming away from time to time. Dualies will help him with that as well. And Kaiser being connected upon while BRN isn't found out. Showtime has done it all. Kaiser, loud-footed as he was, has actually allowed his IGL to give them another chance in this round. And Exit has to do it all. No kit either.
He's got to get a move on rather quickly. Is he just going to save this M4? Yep. Yeah, he is.
You understand it, but you don't like it.
Yeah, I'm still not happy about it. They go 2 for 2. They end up in a 3-on-2. Then all of a sudden, Showtime just backstabs them going through B. And that completely unravels MIBR's understanding of what was even happening.
Yeah, then BRN feels like he has to make a play, so he's routing back in through middle. And Showtime's just like, you know, I just did this. Of course I'm thinking of this. Come on, man.
Yeah, Showtime has had some real standouts, especially if he's somehow taking a fight in mid. Took him a while to get there, but still able to have his impact in that spot.
He's definitely got his comfort positions, that's for sure.
Oh, they lost to the force buy, and they answer right back with a force buy. Once again, sing the praise of Showtime, and he's a dead man walking. Rakes able to deal with drop, sending it through a Molotov.
Oh. Up inside the flames, Dave knows what's coming in for him, but rakes and still trade away. The problem is Insani this time stays alive with the back in CT. Bomb is planted, but Kaiser's the only one with actual HP. Exit. Considers going in through cave. Kaiser on the other side. Exit will be able to take him out immediately, and that just leaves Reichs as a low man. MP9 on the other side is making plenty of noise. Exit's having space bot for him, and you know what? Thanks, Insani. Does he have time? He's got time, yeah.
Yeah. What Rakes misses, Exit doesn't, funnily enough. So, yeah, Insani did a hell of a lot with what little health he had. You know, kept tabs on that B-bomb site, survived an HE being sent at him as well, and that extra man just makes all the difference. All right, a little Force Fire Wars to send off the second half.
Problem with Force Fire Wars is always war of attritions don't work when the other side started off in a massive lead. But at the very least, Bounty Hunters will have their Galils and a couple of AKs here and there, right? You've got some leftovers from the previous round as well, in terms of some cash in the back.
I will say, we did sort of hype up Drop for a moment, but he's the only one that's not really sort of fragging with the rest of the squad. You know, with the way that he started the game.
And everyone's allowed to have a bad time sometimes, but maybe it's time for that time to stop.
Yeah, PNC put the bad time behind him. Shadow offered up. Drop baited forward for it, but actually, who's baiting who into what? Drop getting a double kill over at ramp when it looked uncomfortable for him to start.
And with that, you're in a 3 versus 5. And with 45 seconds on the clock, Bounty Hunter is still will be pretty committed over towards this A site. MyVR's been happy to give up mid control. They only have to take care of Red Room, and they've left that up to BR Enizen.
Yeah, you can't spam that anymore, Showtime.
Yeah. They need anything, Michael. A spam that randomly happens to work, why not? Drop in the meanwhile. Can't expect 3 from him, surely not. Bomb is going to be planted. MIBR slow things down. They don't want to try and accelerate. They do not, however, also want to let them get into post-bomb positions. That leaves only Rakes once again. And in a 1-on-4, Molotov behind him. Knows where to go but forward. There really wasn't a chance for him in this round.
Yeah, a pre-designed Molotov for that retake. It spreads to his position, and if he was in the cubby, he gets Molotov'd out. If he's out in the open, he gets Molotov'd out. He just basically gets sectioned off entirely. So if he wanted to stop them from jumping on that bomb if they had a kit, had to fight forward, had to find a quick kill, and MIBR don't allow him much space at all.
Unfortunately for Bounty Hunters, the Force Spies will continue. Again, bomb punts will be somewhat nice to assist them in that, but at some point or the other, you do just want to have a good old AK in your hands. Deep nade, deep molly, so much damage, the spam as well. This is just setting up for success for Drop and Insani.
Nice blow as well. I think Insani saw.
He's got an inkling. Sure. Doesn't matter. Showtime in middle just continues to dominate. Exit, however, on the A site has done no wrong, and that will continue to be the case. Quick double. And the 12th for MIBR is destined. Showtime can only look to delay it.
Gotta say, Showtime is really having quite a good time on his fights. I think the rest of the team, unfortunately, are struggling more than he'd hoped. I feel like he's making quite a lot of plays that are potentially round-winning, but just by the time they happen, it's just a little too far down the pipeline sometimes.
don't think we've had a single proper full buy from the Bounty Hunters, have we?
On this T side?
Yeah.
No siree.
BNC now looking to chase past Molotovs, looking to chase past while Yuto's being thrown, but BRN isn't able to adjust and he wants to keep going. Exit as well, he gets aggressive from mid. On the drops the one going through Cheetah. And with that, MIBR find 13 easy as pie.
Yeah, I don't think there were going to be many surprises that MIBR were going to come out ahead on Ancient, no less. But man, MIBR just really felt like they flipped a switch as soon as we started to doubt them on that first map. They suddenly just rapidly engaged, all engines blazing, and they tightened up the ship dramatically. It felt like people were taking less sort of absurd risks. They were far more facilitated. And even when we started to see a little resurgence here for the Bounty Hunters as well on Ancient, I mean, MIBR they're a tough team to beat on this map. They're honestly in the contention for, I think, one of the best in the world in terms of their ability to even take it against European competition.
I mean, listen, there's definitely some map specialists going on, right? Like, you've got Metasport with Vertigo, you had 9 with Vertigo before. I'm with you, MIBR and Ancient is just something different. They are incredible. They will be meta-defining, they will be innovating, they will have so many cool things always going in for them. That's why they've managed to consistently maintain that win rate across now basically like a year now. They've been very, very, very good on it. That being said, though, go for it, Michael.
No, sorry. Just like on that point, when we say like, oh, they might be meta defining, might be innovative. Like this might not be the match where you see that type of thing. They're playing against a team that are far newer. They're less experienced in terms of like being together and actually competing for these sort of tournaments. MIBR aren't going to pull out all the tricks, but they are very good at making those adaptations to meet your demands, basically.
And listen, it feels like within this group, there really is no one to properly contest. And like you said, W7M are definitely going to try and make a show of things, but MIBR are the clear favorites going into that upper bracket final. If you're a fan of the Bounty Hunters, and honestly, I'm being persuaded. I saw some fun stuff coming out from Showtime. BNC, obviously, on Nuke was a good time as well. They'll be going up against Red Canids in the lower bracket. They're still not favored, but I'm hoping to see a better showing from them. It did feel like the might of MIBR was just too much for us to see the best out of this team, and I know they've still got more in them to offer. Red Canids should be maybe a little bit more of a fairer matchup to see what kind of pieces can we actually put into the puzzle of the overall Latin American scene.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely some prospects and people to sort of look at on that Bounty Hunters team that could certainly fire up at the right time or just given the right conditions. But yeah, I don't really see with like the form that MIBR showed here with how good Safe looked, how good Insani looked, how the rest of the squad as well when we finally got into Ancient. I do think that this team is just probably not even going to lose a map in this group, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Well, listen, we're done with the group for today, and we're done with the matches for today as well. But that doesn't mean we're done with the Counter-Strike this week. We've got more coming over tomorrow. So why don't we take a look at that schedule as well, Michael? Because this is not going anywhere. And of course, if you guys are wondering, because you just happen to tune into the middle of this game randomly, it is 4 different groups. It is 8 teams going forward to the playoffs. It is 8 teams fighting for $50,000 on the line, and eventually across all of the series, a couple of spots at the Relog Res LAN as well. So yeah, that'll be later in the season when it is announced. It'll be a fun time. But yeah, why don't we take a look at tomorrow's schedule and see how that one will be going, Michael, while we celebrate the MIBR wins as well in our mind.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely some good teams to look at across many of the different groups that we have within this RES regional LATAM series. I mean, we've been able to catch teams like Fluxo, like Solid as some of our previous winners in previous regional series LATAM series. I don't know why I've decided to do that. With Fluxo winning out the first and then Solid winning out the second. So this being the third iteration, like you said, for those points that can qualify you into a LAN. That was a nice little treat. We got to watch them head to head. Then we got to watch MIBR. I'm trying to tout the favorites, but within Group C and Group D, we have Bestia in Group C. They've been looking quite good recently, and I think they're kind of actually on the up and up in the same group as Pain, who had a very surprising run at the major, and I think turned a lot of heads, especially when everyone was saying, oh, it got picked apart, all the prospects, all the great talents of Pain, and then suddenly you just have these players that have less experience, but under sort of the Big Uzera system and his just ability to be a fragger too. kind of a surprise. And you've got Imperial inside of Group D as well, who are definitely a great team to watch.
Speaking of Imperial, I've got the schedule up for myself as well. We're starting off tomorrow with Bestia versus the Sharks. And there you go, Imperial versus Fury Academy, Pain Gaming versus Galores. Who, by the way, that's a cool logo. I don't know. I don't really know how it translates into esports, but I like it. It's funky. And then obviously we've got Case Esports versus Adelaide Amigos to round things out tomorrow. Any particular match that you're looking forward to, Michael?
Bestia Sharks, almost certainly. And I think probably Pain, to just see how well composed they are, sort of post-major highs into, making the rest of the season as relevant as possible. Getting to a LAN event in Serbia, those are great sort of accomplishments that this team is hoping to still achieve.
I'll be looking forward to the Pain match myself as well. It's going to be interesting to see how they restructure themselves post Nassim being taken away, post that loan expiring as well, right? So there's a lot of exciting Counter-Strike to be tuning into tomorrow. Make sure you guys are coming back in for that one. And like Michael said, we're going to be starting off with Sharks versus Bestia, which is a classic as well. So you don't want to miss it, but you do want to miss us for just a while longer. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. Signing off for tonight. This will be the end of day one. Looking forward to more tomorrow and on. See you guys next time.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.